Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I am your host, Brody Leaf X Moore, and this is the final week of action for Season 9 for North America. We are getting into the regional final. 6 teams remain out of the 10 that entered at the beginning of the season for league play. So why don't we take a look at those teams and how this is going to work. This is going to just be an absolute action-packed day. All of these teams absolutely deserve to be here. This is a page playoff system. All matches are a best of 7. Cloud9, Ghost Gaming, Soniqs, NRG, G2, and Spacestation Gaming will be duking it out to be the regional champion for North America. It is going to be a tough battle, and I will mention there, Soniqs and NRG have that extra life because they are in that upper bracket in that first match there. So everyone else, though, you lose, you're out, you're donezo. So it's going to be nuts. But to talk about that action in the pre-show here today, we have Gibbs and Jorby joining me. Gibbs, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. It's going to be fun. I feel like so many cool things are happening right now for North America. We have a new top dog, Spacestation. We have maybe the big 3 are back with Cloud9 now on a tear, and G2 looks great. But you can't forget about NRG. They've won 3 back-to-back-to-back regional championships, and they're looming. It's going to be a lot of fun today.
And Jorby, this is it. It's all came down to this. You excited? It sounds like it. You're ready to get into it.
I am excited, man. This has been a fun season. You know, we got to watch Cloud9 turn it around and get a chance to play for the title. Spacestation continue to be a dominant force. I'm excited to see how today pans out.
Well, it's going to pan out pretty excitedly, as we mentioned before, a lot of good matches, but there's something else exciting I have to announce before this. We teased this online. We've been talking about this before in the blog post, but a very, very exciting bit of news. It is time to announce the Rocket League Summer Series. That's right. This is going to be a series of regional events for South America, Oceania, North America, and of course, Europe. That's going to be happening in place of our Worlds. We still want Rocket League, and we need Rocket League. And these events are going to take place on different weekends with open qualifiers. And the actual broadcast dates in South America on the 18th of April, 25th for North America. Then in May 2nd, we have Oceania and Europe on May 9th. But Gibbs, how's this going to work now? As I mentioned, there's open qualifiers here, but also we got to have, these top dogs in there too.
Yeah, well, first off, Leaf, you're in Canada. You should know that it's only springtime. It's the Spring Series, Rocket League Spring Series. Double, elimination tournament. It's going to be so much fun. We have the 4 teams from the top 4 from these regional championships for North America plus Europe, as well as SAM and OCE. And then the open qualifier that'll take place a week prior to all those tournaments. That's going to be a lot of fun to see who comes out from there. But $125,000 on the line for NA in Europe, 50,000 for Sam and OCE. It's going to be really fun, and it's a full weekend of action. So every weekend that they play, it's going to be all North America, all Europe, all South America, and all OCE, all on the Rocket League Twitch channel. It's going to be so much fun to watch, Torby.
I'm really excited for it because that open qualifier part, Gibbs, that you were talking about is the
Yeah.
part I'm especially excited for because we get to see maybe some of these rival series teams that are starting to knock on the door pretty consistently and maybe get into some of these tournament or one of these tournaments. I'm really excited for it.
And then also,
Sorry, yeah,
who knows
No, I was
about
gonna say-
roster moves at that point? You know, roster
Yeah.
moves might start happening early.
I was gonna say sorry. It is the spring series. I apologize for that. The sun starts coming out, and I just instantly think it's summer because we snow all winter long. That's why. But I saw Chiefs got so excited about this announcement that he wanted to join us too. Chiefs on the line. How you doing, man?
Hi.
Spring series. You excited for
Hello,
that?
Yes. I'm stoked for spring series. It's like exactly for all the reasons you guys were talking about. One, we get all the regions we don't get to see as often. The roster moves, it feels like we keep the off-season vibe alive a little bit. The Dream Hacks, the Universal Opens. You see a lot of fun stuff, and I think the spring series is a perfect place to do that.
And now, Gibbs. So there's, as you mentioned, there's more on the line now. For these top 4 teams, right?
Yeah, so now, like if you finish top 4 here, you don't have to go through that open qualifier. And once again, we talked about all these rival series teams coming in, getting upset wins in weeklies. That could happen again for this open qualifier. So you really want a top 4 spot here.
And the Chiefs, just to give you some more talking here, for these other regions, especially for South America, what does this mean? I mean, I feel like we're already seeing this scene grow, and I'm getting worried for North America and Europe that they're going to pass them if we keep giving them these events.
You absolutely should. I mean, we saw a lot of South America at the previous World Championship. They're a lot of fun to watch, very aggressive, have some real mechanical capability behind them. So I think it's fantastic because South America is definitely a region that has a lot of potential. And I think this is another excellent opportunity for them to showcase that potential and make some real moves in the future.
Yeah,
And, I
again,
mean,
just in
also-
case.
Go ahead, Leaf. Go ahead.
For it.
Achieve
No,
something
you,
up
I'm
nice.
going to do this weird thing where we go back and forth.
You know what? That's fine. I was just saying, not just for South America, but obviously Oceania having, another as well will help their development as a region too. It's a really exciting time with everything else that's been going on in the world to still have things to be able to provide for these different regions and get some fun Rocket League out of it. And it's all gonna be here on this channel. I'm ready, man. That's gonna be so fun. I want to do regionals first for sure, but it just makes regionals that much more fun to watch now.
Exactly. In case you guys are just joining in, you just missed our announcement of the Spring Series, a series of regional events for 4 different regions with a lot of prize pool added into these. Stay tuned for more information. Of course, open qualifiers, so everyone start getting your teams ready. But we do have to talk about the teams that are involved in the regionals this weekend. But let's talk about some matchups that happened over the last few weeks. Let's look back in case you guys missed it. G2 over Soniqs. This was a huge series for G2. I believe that, G2 was always in question. How are they going to do against some of those top dogs? When Soniqs were starting to prove they're one of those top dogs. But G2 comes in and dominates with a sweep, Gibbs.
Yeah, this was kind of what I expected. Not this dominant, but for G2, they are a glass cannon team that loves to play offense. And for the Soniqs, they fall back on their back foot a lot on defense versus basically everyone. So what happened was we finally saw this glass cannon offense versus a good team perfectly execute. And this is why G2 is so scary today.
I think you're absolutely right with that. I think G2 had a couple of great fake looks while a lot of times in the midfield versus a team like Soniqs, and it kind of froze a couple members of the defense and gave G2 that space that they need to really be that powerhouse offense that they've got behind them. I think Shock still played a fantastic defensive series, but Dapper and Sathu, I think they had a bit more trouble handling sort of that misdirection from G2, and that ultimately led to that 3-0 sweep for them.
I mean, that was just G2's, that was their textbook aggressive play style. And when, when they're firing like that on all cylinders and they don't make mistakes, they literally are unbeatable. It just comes down to that aggressive third man for G2, and if that's clicking correctly, and if Rizzo, Rizzo and Chicago, who have kind of been the question marks at times this season for G2, if they're on fire, I don't know if anyone in this region can beat them.
Well, that's a question then, Chizan, if you can answer this quickly. But is this a bad sign for the Soniqs now, or simply just a good one for G2?
I think a good one for G2, not so much a bad one for the Soniqs. I think, it was a tough series for the Soniqs overall, but I think that's just because G2 played it really well. I still think the Soniqs are a strong team, no doubt.
Well, we got to move on and, of course, talk about another series here, and it was Ghost NRG. What a series there. That was a little bit disruptive to what we'd expect to happen to NRG in a Game 5. Ghost Gaming take down NRG. Gibbs, this was, I think, unprecedented for us. I mean, obviously we know Ghost Gaming's looking good, but they got swept by C9 the week before. I don't think we expected a Game 5 win against NRG.
Yeah, and this one was so important because NRG, if they would have won that game, then they would be top 2 right now. They would be in the semifinals right now. But Ghost Gaming with Atomic, they came out hot, but on the other side, NRG really cold. Turbo, a lot of wide open misses throughout the series that I think really cost NRG, and they knew it as well. But now we're at regionals, and NRG in league play sometimes can be a little bit relaxed. We'll see what happens today. But for Ghost, this was a huge win because this meant everything. Because at this point, they were not clinched for playoffs. So they did it on their own merit. They didn't have to wait for Cloud9 versus Pittsburgh next.
Now, Jorby, for you, was this like out of the nowhere? Was this kind of writing on the wall for NRG, given the fact that they were a little bit not as hardcore as they usually are?
I mean, there's been a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes from NRG this season. There was the one series, I think it was before the Ghost series, where Garrett was whiffing multiple times in a single series. The reads weren't there, or they were forced into solo plays a lot of the time, and they weren't able to keep possession at all. It's not the same NRG team that we saw last season. I think Ghost absolutely exploited that with Atomic. I mean, Atomic is absolutely insane this season. I don't want to just talk about all of NRG's problems when Ghost played a really solid series overall.
But we could talk about that all day, but we have to move on to something else important, of course. That is our North American MVP. The MVP is a player that all season long has just been performing super well, has been that key component to the success of their team. And I feel like, talking about writing on the walls, this one was there for a very long time. And I am very happy to announce that Shock is going to be your MVP for North America. And who better to talk about that win than Shock himself? So let's take a listen. And now to talk about this exciting news on the line, we have Shock from the Soniqs. Congratulations on making history, the first North American rookie to get their MVP. Congratulations, man.
Thank you so much, Leaf. I mean, like, I can't believe it, but I can. It's definitely an honor. It means so much to me to be recognized at the top level. This is something I've dreamed of since I was 16. Open up the game, and I was, challenger 2, whatever the ranks were back then. So it's a feeling I can't describe.
That's awesome. I mean, again, we kind of saw it come. The writing was on the wall. You also came in with 2 Player of the Day wins throughout the season. You've been doing phenomenal, but of course, there's a team behind you that lets you do what you do. What does your team do to help you excel and to win that MVP?
Well, a lot of what my team does is based on the fundamentals that help me succeed. There's things that the stream usually doesn't see that they really do well. Tough reads off the backboard that set up transitions, low 50s to buy time. It's these kind of things that most people don't see, but are so valuable at the top level, which is also why I think we're just a good team in general. But what they do, like what they do when what other people don't see, is what really helps me succeed. They really set me up for everything.
Of course, it's RLCS. There's a lot of good players out there. I just want to give you a second to give a shout out to anybody else you think that would have had that runner up for MVP.
Well, 2 players come to mind immediately, and that's AXB and JNaps. JNaps obviously has been one of the best players in the world for a long time, and AXB had such a phenomenal season. His improvement was extraordinary. So shout out to both of them. They played fantastic this season.
Good calls. I got to back you up on those ones. But just looking at today, then, who's going to give that title for the run? You guys get that run back at NRG.
Well, personally, my answer is everybody will because they're all here in the regional championship for a reason. They're all amazing players, and every single one of them is very talented. So everyone will. Obviously, I'm excited for the rematch versus Energy. I think we're much more prepared this time. But also, I really want to win and get back to see if we can throw some revenge at G2.
Hey, you're making me excited about that day too. You're absolutely right. It is going to be an insane day of Rocket League. All these teams deserve to be here. But for you now, this is the last time I really get to chat to you for the end of the season until the next season here. So I just want to give you the spotlight to give a shout out to friends, family, teammates, anybody that's been behind you, org, this entire time.
Well, the org has been fantastic. Obviously giving us a team house to be at, and
Mhm.
just honestly enabling us to be so successful. Obviously, my teammates, as I mentioned earlier, just doing everything they can to help me succeed, and they have the best, comms. They're the best. They have the best mentality. It's all just a beautiful thing to have around me. So it really is the reason for my success.
It's a beautiful thing to have around you and beautiful words to describe it. I love it, Shock. Once again, congratulations on the MVP and good luck in your matches.
Thank you so much, Leaf.
Sorry, I pulled a Gibbs again. We were talking to Shock there because because of course Shock is your North American MVP. It couldn't be anyone else at this point. This man was phenomenal, winning two, of course, Player of the Day awards throughout this entire season. Achieves. I feel like it couldn't have been anyone else. He stood out so good for the Sonics and brought them so much success.
It had to be Shock. I mean, you come out, everyone rates you last place. A lot of us on the desk write the Sonics off at the start of the season. They come out and they put up a fight against the top teams, win a lot of games. Sure, they falter a little bit at the end with the loss to G2 and a sweep, but Shock unquestionably the absolute like you have to pick him. His team did so well, and he was such a massive part of that. But he was absolutely right. JNaps and AXB. I think all of us here on this pre-show put both of those players in some order. So everyone, even Shock himself, agreeing that hey, if it wasn't going to be me, it was going to be one of those two guys. And I think you could make a case for Atomic as well. I think he had a great season, but in terms of number one, had to be Shock.
Gibbs, yeah, like this was something we talked about for a while, and we tried to even see, is there someone else that could fill a spot? We had a lot of talks about this too, but Shock just, edged his way out because of without him, we feel, that success might not have been so successful.
So we look back on the first 5 weeks where he's on the Player of the Day board every single week, and the Sonics, they begin their season fantastically, mostly because of Shock, and we could probably compare him a little bit with the runners up. But when it comes to clutch
Mhm.
games, game 5 overtimes, who is prevalent? It's always Shock. Shock was so clutch throughout the season. And that is why I think he is just slightly above the rest. Sure, the season ended on a down note, but the beginning of
Mhm.
the season was so fantastic for a majority of the season. Shock played phenomenally, really carried this team to a third place finish.
Mhm. Well, I'm gonna move on now to predictions. We're gonna do it a little differently. I want all of your predictions for the entire day, the entire placings for regionals for North America. Jorby, I'm gonna let you lead us off on this one, but it seems like we're generally in agreement for that top. Of course, Gibbs has to be the outlier here, but we all have SSG being that first place spot. G2 not too far behind, and some NRGs, of course, in there. But talk to me about Spacestation Gaming. Why do you think we all have Spacestation at the top?
I mean, did you watch Spacestation play this season? How could you pick? How could you pick G2? Gibbs, I'm tired of Gibbs just being different for the sake of being different. No, Gibbs, you don't get a chance to defend yourself. Okay, it's my turn. All right, Spacestation, AXB, he goated on the sticks this season, man. Sypical and Arsenal, they're a three-headed Goliath. Gibbs, they are unstoppable this season. They were absolutely insane. They capped off their season last season and then just ran into season 9 like nothing changed, and it felt like nobody could beat this team for the longest time. Like, I don't see anyone on this list taking down Spacestation in games that matter. They are too strong, they are too good, and if AXB is playing this well, got third in MVP voting, by the way, yeah, you're not stopping them.
So, all right. So here's my reason, and we talked about this earlier. When G2 is hot, then they can beat anyone in NA. So if they beat the team of NRG, who it seems like we all have playing them, then I think they are hot enough to take down this Space Station squad. So that's why like I have G2, because kids, like, I think it's a coin flip when it's G2 versus NRG. And if NRG wins, then yes, I think Space Station wins this entire region. But if G2 beats NRG, I think they're on for the day and they can take down Space Station.
And that's actually exactly why I ended up picking NRG. Yeah, I know. I put them in second place. I'm the only guy to put them in second place. I think everyone else put them in third, right? But the only reason I put NRG at 2 is because you all make great points. They've been, I mean, they haven't played bad this season, right? They've just not been that knockout, we're gonna crush you team, right? But it's the regionals. This is the one that matters for them. This is where they always come out on top. It's just unfortunate I can't put them in that first place spot like I would always like to do because they haven't been at that same consistent top quality level, but they're still going to lock in. And I think that level of focus is going to drive them into number 2 here. I think they run into Space Station though.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Honestly, I talked about almost any single one of these teams just to people to keep asking me that could honestly end up taking this. It's very tough. It looks like Space Station obviously the favorite, but I just want to talk about a little bit what's on the line for these guys. Gibbs, these guys are playing for a lot extra now. Of course, we had to take a bit of that prizing away from Worlds because we don't have Worlds and putting it into the regional final. So it's not only is it the pride of being the best in the region, extra money now is going into the regional championship.
Yes, and for the top 4, very important. Like, as you see the money jump up, the 100K that was added is only for the top 4 teams. So once you reach top 4, that's $12.5 thousand more per team, money, and that's only if you come in third place. Then it just continually ramps up. Then you get second and first with huge amounts of money. So like everyone is gunning for a top 4 spot, but obviously everyone wants to take down this region.
Yeah, no, there's a lot on the line right now. And again, almost anybody can take it, but Space Station is favored. Please, again, let us know online what all your thoughts are about that. We really want to hear it because it could be anybody. And I know all these teams have fans behind them, but we have to talk about those matches. Let's start, of course, with our second match of the day. It's going to be Cloud9 versus Ghost. Let's actually break down what's going to happen for these guys. This is a rematch now. The last time they played, this went heavily in favor of Cloud9, Gibbs. This was not looking good for Ghost.
See, the problem is Cloud9 is back. They've won 9 games in a row. 3 of those games came against Ghost, where they won in a 3-0 sweep, and it was dominant. And this is when Torment was having all those internet issues. Actually, I think had to drive to his dad's house to play in this tournament, and they still come out on top after this. Like, this was the turnaround. After the Fireburner sub that came in and won Game 5 versus the Soniqs, they played later that day, and the morale is high for Cloud9. They know they can take down Ghost. Gimmick had a great series. Torment had a great series, and that's what you need is those two to play well, because Squishy been so incredibly consistent all season long. So if they're playing well, Cloud9 could do it again to Ghost here.
And that's actually exactly why I ended up picking, Cloud9 to start beating Ghost. I mean, I think Atomic has had a phenomenal season, but you're absolutely right. Cloud9 has chosen the right part of the season to heat up and look like their old selves. And I think even with how well Atomic has played this season, I just don't think they've got all the tools fully in sync yet to really have me pick Ghost Gaming over Cloud9, despite how hit or miss Cloud9 has been throughout the season.
Yeah, I mean, Mist, he's been a great addition to this Ghost squad, but when you watch Cloud9, Gibbs, you said it yourself, 9 straight game wins, and the key difference for me, after watching back some of Cloud9's early games versus their late games, is Gimmick. And despite Gimmick early in the season, he had like that crazy game where he scored like 8 goals. Besides that, Gimmick, Cloud9 lives and dies off of his 50 game. If Gimmick is not winning 50s, Cloud9 are not winning series. And the main difference is that Gimmick, in that dominance, is so dangerous on 50-50s. He just seems to win all of them, all of the time. So, if Gimmick is still feeling it, and I think that he is, I don't really see Cloud9 petering out anywhere except towards the top. Excuse me.
Yeah. And one other problem here, too, is the clutch factor when it matters most. Cloud9, when they show up at LANs or show up in big tournaments, they always do. Ghost, 4 straight seasons in 5th or 6th, and they haven't won the big one yet.
But we have one more match to talk about before we get to a break to get the players all ready for our action today. And that is our first match of the day. So let's talk about it right now. Soniqs versus NRG. Of course, another rematch. That's how league play works and the regionals works. Soniqs versus NRG played way back in the first week of league play. The Soniqs impressed us out the gates. They came to a game 5 against NRG, your reigning world champions. But they just couldn't pull it together, and now we get to see it again. And Shock seems pretty confident that they should be able to take this one. But Gibbs, I'm not so sure. I mean, like, do we think NRG is going to be back in full reigns here?
I think so, but so back in week 1, we thought this might be a fluke a little bit. We see like a turbo own goal, and that's a game that the Soniqs won with zero shots. Yeah, 0 shots, and they won the game. And that's where like NRG kind of gifted them one of the things, but for their shot differential, like NRG controlled most of the series, but the clutch factor because of Shock came up huge. He went on the player of the day board when they lost a series. He was
out of his
phenomenal.
mind.
The only way that Soniqs beat NRG, Shock has to play the series of his life.
But here's the thing: you also cannot continue to be that, classic Soniqs team that gives up that much shot potential. This is exactly why I picked NRG to win this one, because they looked a little slow coming out of the gate back when they played in week 1, and they looked a little hit or miss at the end of the season. But it's like now they're locked in. Garrett had an off week earlier. Turbo had an off week last week. Justin's been, he's been doing Justin things, but he hasn't been like lights out. But now it's the regional championships. NRG's here to win. And that's, I think the Soniqs just don't have the play style to keep them out when NRG's locked in.
Yeah, the offense is still insane for NRG despite the issues this season. Justin and Turbo are at the top of the league for goals scored. Justin at 33, Turbo at 31, and you're not going to survive on that shot differential. It's just with that goal scoring capability, the Soniqs are going to be in that same position that they were in, where they're going to have to rely on consistent heroic saves to keep themselves in the match. I want to see them prove us wrong, but right now I don't see it.
Well, we are going to find out soon how that match is going to go as we get into it in just a few minutes. Before we do, we're going to go to a break, but you're going to join us online in that time on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. But it is almost time now, guys, for the North American Regional Championship. So welcome.
don't try.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the RLCS. We've got the regional championship coming your way. First off, to start things off, we have NRG versus Soniqs. This is going to be such a crazy matchup. We've been waiting to see this rematch since week 1, and I figured we actually could take a look at some of the playstyles we're going to see clash on the pitch from Soniqs and NRG. So to start things off, we're going to pay attention to Soniqs. And this is such an important series for them because it's going to rely a lot on these 3-man passing plays. A lot of times I see from Soniqs is something that starts in the midfield that continues to push forward. They get a touch as the first man off the ceiling or off the backboard, and then the third man crash the net. And also they're going to sprinkle in some demos here and there. Look at Dapper getting double demos, going super aggressive, getting in the face of the defense and causing so much mayhem on the offensive side. So basically what we're going to see here is Shock, incredible shooting. We've got Dapper, great demos, and then Sathu, solid challenges in the midfield to set everything up. So many 3-man passing plays from this team. It's going to be a great play style to watch out for and something to pay attention to against NRG for Soniqs. Even here, you can see, look at Sathu. Everything started for the midfield from him. That touch out to Dapper, then Shock with the finish. The MVP that we have just awarded, Shock. He is going to be a huge role and a huge X factor for this team into getting things started. But then on the side of NRG, this is going to be more solo plays from them so far this season because we've seen Justin, Garrett G, and Turbo doing crazy things individually. We're going to start things off with Justin. Look at this flip reset to get a solid shot on the net. It's things like this that we expect from Justin to open up shots, to open up positions, and set his teammates up from just nothing and create it himself. And then Turbo getting the craziest, most unique goals I think we've ever seen this entire season. We've never seen anything like this goal where he gets bumped, follows the double touch, crazy plays from him. And then Garrett G, I've noticed he's been a second man shooter a lot for NRG, where he'll put a shot on net, forcing the defense to jump a lot and then have somebody crash the net. All three of these players getting involved individually, and then whenever they can connect and click with the passing game, with Justin being aggressive, Garrett G going in for the second man shot, and then Turbo crashing the net. That's a play style we're going to look out for. So it's going to be Soniqs with great passing, 3-man individual plays, as well as Dapper going for some demos, versus NRG, a team who has solo plays after solo plays and can also set themselves up for pretty solid attempts here and there. It's going to be a great match. I'm so excited that we get to see this rematch all the way back from week 1, and it's just going to be insane to kick off the regional championship. And this has been your Get It moment presented by CDW. We've got Johnny and Shogun to bring you the action.
Thank you very much there, Turtle. And yes, we are here for our chance to see who's going to make it to the Spring Series and make it even further to today's regional tournament. So, Johnny, last time we saw these two teams play, we went to Game 5. We're expecting a little bit more of the same this time around. However, for Soniqs, they lost it. What would be the Soniqs' keys to victory if they want to take it against NRG today?
Well, they've got to start well today. You know, a lot of people were wondering, are they going to be a top 2 team after starting off so well this season? For me, I wanted to wait and see if they can perform in the playoffs before making that kind of assumption. This is where it starts. They're up against NRG. A lot of people thought they would be #1 coming into this season for North America, but they're actually having to fight through the bracket a little bit today. Not what they're used to doing. But yeah, it's all about that good start for Soniqs. If they can't get one, then I don't think they're going to have much of a chance against the experience that NRG have on their lineup.
That's actually one of the more interesting things we've seen from this season as well, is that throughout most of the season, you can have a bad result and then you can just say, okay, well, we've got 8 weeks of gameplay. We can get better for next week. None of that today. You have to perform today, because if you lose it, you're going to be taking on the winner between Cloud9 and Ghost Gaming. And the ratio of teams that win in the double elimination bracket after previously losing their last series isn't all that great. So this is a huge one for both teams. For NRG, not the season that we necessarily expected from them in the league play. However, they are riding a 7-series win streak in the regional playoffs over the last 3 seasons. So this is where they tend to shine.
Yeah, this is NRG's territory. This is where they are supposed to perform well. And, you know, even if the Soniqs do start well today, they're still not guaranteed a result in this matchup in particular, because they are facing NRG, who also have been underperforming recently. If NRG can step up and play as well as we know they can, then maybe they're just going to walk all over this one. Get another win against the Soniqs to just add to their playoff collection in game 1 of a potential 7.
Long haul here. It's got Justin looking for an early setup. Teams want to start well today. Seems like NRG have got the good of possession to start us off here. This is something that we're going to see quite often. Soniqs have allowed so much offense throughout this entire season. It's always been about their quantity or their quality of their shots. NRG more about the quantity. There's going to be more flip resets. NRG seem to have a one-track mind right now about how they want to score their first goal, but nothing really going to come of it.
It's going more and more popular these days. Players are just better getting resets on the ball than ever. But being able to do that under pressure, being able to do that in a playoff environment, that's got to be NRG's speciality. Justin in particular going to be trying to get as many of those as possible. Soniqs have not had to deal with anything too difficult just yet. NRG, that's a very nice read by Garrett actually to dissolve the Soniqs offense. They're trying to hunt for that first goal still. Soniqs are just going to try and survive right now. And then once we're into a full rotation in the midfield, I think they might start pressing upfield more often.
The problem for them right now is just a lack of boost across the field. And we have to Shock to try and get something going. The North American MVP. We need to perform exactly like that throughout this series. Dapper going to get enough contact. It's going to leave 2 players left. Shock just dives on forward. Doesn't win the challenge either. And we continue to see NRG putting this pressure on. But no goals for it just yet. This is, you know, if you wanted to give a small showing as to how both teams' seasons have been, these last 2 minutes have been perfect examples. It's going to be Justin. Set up. Turbo's unchallenged. He couldn't get it onto target. It's going to be Turbo. He's not going to miss that, though. 2 minutes it took, but it's been all NRG in game 1.
Cheeky finish by Turbo. He just looked up and saw, oh, wait a minute, the ball's coming right at me. I know what to do. Just a little jump and that'll go in. A brilliant 50-50 setup by Garrett G. He got on the better side of the ball. And, you know, you're a bit lucky for Soniqs not to just concede directly, as they will here. Kickoff goal for NRG. They are ahead by 2 now.
Yeah, just keep an eye on where Dapper goes as well. He picks up the boost and immediately starts darting down his left-hand side, not really paying attention to where the ball was going off the kickoff, leaving the net completely open. For NRG, to how hard they had to fight for that first goal, the second one, all too easy. Garrett.
I feel like that's something we see quite a lot from teams these days, the little cheek kickoff down the line on both sides. And I really wonder if it is necessary to cheat one player down the line, one player down the middle. Where do you really want the ball to go in that spot? Nobody's sitting back. There's a nice air goal by Shock. In fact, that's going to be the first goal for Soniqs. Easy as you like. Right down the middle. NRG with no defense to speak of.
Yeah, Shock just got one of those surprising extra touches that takes it higher than you ever expected to go. There's a lovely open net, and we were talking about quality of chances. Well, they're currently at 1 shot, and they've got themselves 1 goal. Half the game left to play. Soniqs, this is how they need to start turning this around. Dapper for the backboard. Garrett does miss it. It's a lovely little tap from Justin's Shock into an interesting position. We're going to see NRG starting to crowd around that corner. Straight for the net. Dapper will push it away, but Garrett's got a few passing options. Doesn't take any of them. Justin's forced to play his way back.
Looks like NRG might be trying to thread these passes in every now and then, but they don't want to do it too often so as to become obvious. Especially when Soniqs are sitting back with all these members, these passes are dangerous. You've got multiple players ready to cover all the angles. Will they go for it? Yes, they will. NRG connect, but a great save from Sathu. Keeps Sonic in the game, and a save from Dapper will clear the ball afterwards.
There's going to be Sathu off the backboard. Dapper's too far forward, however. It's going to go past him into the net for NRG. Huge opportunity for Soniqs. They got too antsy, and they got themselves caught out.
And that's 3 open nets for Turbo. What a steal. Garrett not able to get on the scoreboard there in terms of goals. He's going to have to settle for 3 assists. Turbo stealing everything. I think a couple of them were definitely goal secures, but that one not so much. Hat-trick from Turbo and all wide open nets.
Soniqs, the playstyle that they've got, they cannot afford to allow open nets. They're going to get many opportunities to try and turn this one over as Turbo easily there first. He had a bit of a tough week last week, so getting himself 3 goals, he'll claim this a confidence booster. And in general, NRG's confidence has got to be riding high. They are dominating game 1.
Wow, is this another wide open net? No one in goal. Dapper is guarding the near post by the looks of things. They really have to improve their goal line defense. If you're going to sit back and let the other team come at you, and the other team's name is NRG, you have to cover your goal at all times because there could be a shot flying on target pretty much any moment. Today, so far, Soniqs haven't defended their goal all that well. That's a nice save. Turbo shows him how it's done. Denying Sonic in the top corner. And again, Turbo just making sure the ball goes wide. Doing some work at both sides of the field.
40 seconds now. Should be an easy clear for Justin. Powers it downfield. Doesn't even look for a pass. Might not need it. Shock. That was a little bit dangerous. Aggressive Soniqs. This is now all about just getting something to go your way. You are taking on Championship NRG. And Championship NRG does not go down lightly. You have got to bring your A game against them. So far, Soniqs just have not mustered that. Up to Garrett. Get an extra touch? Nope. Sathu just pushes it away, but too little too late now. NRG will be taking game 1. It's just going to be a question of what the end result will be. So, Johnny, we were going to be looking at the next game as Dapper tries to force shot on target. Soniqs, pretty simple for them, really. Watch where your rotations are going and make sure you're not losing the challenges.
Yeah, for Soniqs, they just have to improve their goal line defense. If they're going to sit this far back, if they're going to let NRG come at them, then they have to cover the goal. That's actually their opportunity, not just to save NRG shots, but also to score on the counter-attack. And we're not seeing that at all from them. They don't even get to the counter-attack because they can't make the save in the first place. But, this is a long series. There's still a chance for them to figure that out and start to get the comeback rolling. But for now, NRG looking good. As many of us expected, they know how to show up. They know how to find that extra playoff gear. Turbo especially, he's got to be the one with the biggest range these days in terms of how off he can play with his own goals, and then how on he can play with hat tricks like this. It was all open nets, but still 3 goals for Turbo. The stats don't lie.
I mean, having a player like Turbo on your roster has just got to be so useful as well. We saw it actually during the grand finals last season where it took a little while. Justin really showed up in game 7, but it took a little while for him especially to really get up to that level of gameplay. Throughout the earlier games, though, it was Turbo that was the rock, making sure they were at least playing to a consistent level. So having a player like that in these sort of series is just so important. Less so this game. I feel like he didn't have to work quite as hard for some of these goals as he did back in the grand finals. But in terms of just having the confidence to know that he's there for you, for Justin and Garrett, that's got to be so useful.
Yeah, it's very much a mental thing. Having Turbo on the team has it's made NRG so much more consistent and so much more calm under pressure. They went from being one of the teams who were always finishing second and always choking in grand finals to being a team who always perform in these grand finals and who always seem to get there. Early chance for Soniqs. Shock's going to send it high towards the goal. That is awkward for NRG, but they get the clear. Another opportunity perhaps for Soniqs to get something going. An early goal in this second game would really help them settle down in this series. Let's see if they can find that one. More importantly, they can stop conceding at the other end.
Here is Shock on the ball. He can take this the entire way. He's probably still got some boost remaining. Wins the challenge. In comes Safi, but he backs down. Knows he was going to be second to it compared to Turbo. There's one player on Soniqs I really want to keep an eye on here, and that is Dapper as well. You know, he had a quiet start to the season, but he's really ramped up to his own. And one thing I really want to keep an eye on especially is those little boost to boost on the back line, just rotations he does where he tries to take out the opposing goalkeeper as well. He has made those his own as these series have really gone by. So more of those will be required if they want to have any chance of breaking down this NRG defense. Here's Dapper, goes straight for net, fully relying on the bump. That just did not happen.
Yeah, NRG are going to be a difficult team to bully. They're going to be quite hard to bump out of the way. That's a good shot by Dapper, but it's off the bar. NRG, they don't like to play a stationary defense at all. They want to move forward at all times, try and keep constant pressure on their opponents. It's going to be difficult to catch them unawares. I think Soniqs have to be careful for demos at the other end of the field, although NRG aren't very often a team that are associated with demo plays. It would be a good strategy in this matchup where Soniqs like to defend with multiple players in that goal line area.
Garrett, one shot away on target from putting them up 1-0. Here we go, NRG, their first real chance to lock down on offense. Good challenge from Safu. The ball a loose one, but nobody around from Soniqs to really push it away. Give them a little bit of breathing room. So here's Garrett off the ball. Picks up some boost on his way through. Unchallenged for the longest time. Back into the middle! And Turbo will grab his fourth.
And it's a non-open net for Turbo Pulsar. He does know how to score past goalkeepers. In fact, 3 of them in this case. Top corner shot for Turbo. And that predator instinct, that timing with his arrival has been on point today. Always there when the opportunity arises.
You can't quite win the challenge, and I've got just one issue with that goal though, Johnny, which is for the amount of players that were back, there was no challenges that entire time Garrett was trying to set up. You cannot give someone of his caliber that much time on the ball, especially after you saw him just pick up 100 boost in the middle.
It's questionable. Is it ever going to be a good idea to leave NRG and let them come at you? Let players like Justin and Garrett dribble, let them have free aerials uncontested. And that's what Soniqs like to do. They want to play more of a reactive style. Versus NRG, I don't know if it's a good idea because this is one team that are not really known for making mistakes and overcommitting all that often.
You will miss the ball. Another demo as well. That leaves only one player left. And unfortunately, he is going to get wiped off the goal line off this monster bump.
That is outrageous. I mean, I said that bumps and demos might be a good strategy against Soniqs when they commit so many people to the goal line, but I didn't know it was going to be that impressive from Justin. One on his way into the goal, one on his way out, and the ball goes in to the open net that was left behind. That is one of the best bump goals you're ever going to see. Soniqs are in trouble here, Shogun. They didn't get the good start that we were talking about before the match, and even if they do pick things up, are they going to be able to fight with NRG when they're playing as well as they are today?
The issue, isn't it? NRG, a team that can really ride momentum, especially in these sort of regional championship positions. And Justin will take it, has a passing option, but didn't get there in time before he was blocked out by a blue player. But NRG controlling the midfield so far this series. Every single time we see them pick up the ball in their own side of the field, it seems like Soniqs happy to give it to them and just rotate everyone back into their final third. Whether or not that's the right decision has so far been proving to not be the case. As Garrett does win the ball. He's on 0 boost this time, and Dapper will win the challenge, only as far as Justin. A minute left on the clock. Justin for the double! And he's rocking and rolling in game 2.
Well, it looked like Justin accidentally side-flipped after popping this ball up, but he's so fast to recover anyway that it doesn't matter. Still gets a clean hit on the ball, and then the double touch to follow. Just crazy stuff from Justin in game 2 here. This is why you can't give NRG space. That's why you can't give Justin space. Unreal. And NRG are just running away with this one.
Coming into this tournament, Soniqs have allowed more shots on goal than any other team. And against NRG, it is proving to be their detriment. There's number 4. NRG simply cannot stop scoring in this series.
This is just too good for NRG now. And other teams who are yet to play today are probably watching this and thinking, oh dear, if I have to play against NRG later, it's not going to be a lot of fun. This is the form that they've been looking for all season long. Just wonder, can they keep it up for all the games in this series? Are they going to run away with this completely, even sweep the Soniqs? That would be certainly better than I expected coming into this one. And I think better than most people would have expected. Soniqs have been so difficult to beat multiple games in a row this season.
We've seen NRG come into regional championships at a 4-3 record back when we had shorter seasons, and even then they would go on to win the entire thing with sweeps in the grand finals even. So for them, this is looking like business like usual. We can see lesser performances from them at that point, but they always seem to step it up when it needed, as Garrett G will put that one up high. It's not going to matter. NRG in proper control of this series.
Yeah, this is just too good. I mean, the first game, we saw a whole bunch of open nets for Turbo, and Soniqs didn't really have anything in response. Well, now we just saw a lot of very impressive plays in offense from NRG, and Soniqs still don't have a response. And if NRG can elevate or even just keep their level at the current state, then I don't see Soniqs coming back. They don't really have the tools in their play style to match up with NRG. The way that NRG are playing, they're sitting back, they're waiting for mistakes, but they're just not happening. NRG is too good today.
And so far, the only way that we've seen Soniqs actually escape their own side of the field is by having Shock with 100 boosts and just sending him to the air, maybe get a flip reset, and that gives them just a little bit of time away from their own net. But outside of that, NRG have been swarming that final third looking for these goals, and they found them more often than not. We've got to look around now to different ways that Soniqs can now try and transition out. Get somebody on the wall, try and pass it to them. Clearly just trying to hit it very hard, probably not gonna work against NRG, so a bit more creativity and a bit more boost control required from them if they want to start working and getting more territory in this series.
Yeah, they've got to play more aggressive. You're not going to beat NRG if you're just playing a fully defensive style. Well, you're not going to beat NRG today if you're playing a fully defensive style, because they're just playing too well. We've seen very few mistakes, if any. At least none have been hugely costly to them. And they're hitting their shots too well. There's just no way that Soniqs are going to be able to make the saves they need to deny NRG multiple goals in a game. And they're unlikely to pick up goals in the counters when they're not given any counterattacks. They need to start coming at NRG and forcing misplays themselves.
Just into the corner. Shock just forced a shadow for the time being. Pushing it away into it's eventually an easy enough save for his team. Again, we've got to keep an eye on these boost stats for Soniqs and the rest of their ways of trying to escape their own side of the field. Dapper's on 100. He tries to go for the Shock. Goes straight for net. Can't find the target though, and a demo is going to mean that Saku's the only one back, and he can't reach it.
Wow.
Thunderous shot from Garrett.
And that is a punish. Not on NRG overextending, but on Soniqs overextending. But look at that. Saku, he was sitting pretty far back on that one. He was actually at the edge of the box. And even that was too far off the goal line to save that shot from Garrett. Perfectly hit. Great power. The placement was ideal. At the other end of the field, we saw the post saving Soniqs shot, and again they're off target with their last touch. They're just not hitting the target, Shogun. Lots of chances being thrown away.
You're not going to get many of them here. You've got to turn them in when you get the opportunity. Shock trying to chase down, but Justin, the mechanical wizard that he is, he can control this ball for as long as he wants to. Difficult to create, and even to challenge him. Justin now one-on-one against Shock. Looks for the set, doesn't need one. Lightning quick shot finds the top corner.
Oh my goodness. That is disgusting from Justin. To keep that much power on the shot with a full volley takes insane timing. And he just hit that ball perfectly. I think he expected there to be a challenge coming in faster. He made it quite difficult on himself, but he's done it again, this time on the half volley. Justin makes it 3-0. NRG are destroying the Soniqs.
And right now, it's looking like a foregone conclusion. Justin on point this series. As the previous goal as well, we've spoken a number of times about how Justin just creates so many options for his teams. And it was a goal like that one that really showed that off, as Dapper looking to go low. He won the first challenge, but Garrett too strong on the second one. But Justin can be a huge difference maker in these sort of games, especially for a team that is as defensive as the Soniqs have been so far. Because once you open up those 2 or 3 options that he goes for, you know, you need to send a player to cover each and every one. It's going to be bouncing straight into the middle, and Garrett G pre-jumped, unable to reach it, and Justin prevents the follow-up shot, but cannot stop Dapper from getting one back.
And finally, the Soniqs get a relevant goal. This is been a long time coming. A bit of a miss hit there from Justin. Couldn't get that into the corner, and that has allowed Dapper the rebound. Well placed shot by him. But is this too little too late for Soniqs? Not even just in this game, but in the series in general. When you give NRG the confident start that they've had, and like we said, they might just be unbeatable today. And this is the problem with Sonic's strategy. They've given NRG the start that they want, and now they're making plays. What a pass by Garrett. Turbo gets another one.
What are you supposed to do against a team that is playing this well? NRG are sending a statement out to everybody in this tournament, and more specifically to G2, who they could be potentially playing in the next round. And it's looking very, very likely at this point. Over half the game left to go, but 3-goal lead, you would not expect NRG to drop it.
No, NRG, with the way that they're currently playing, looks set to want to quadruple match points after this one. They've been outstanding. We're a bit worried about the matchup stylistically. Soniqs, they like to defend. They like to give their opponent space. I don't think that's how you beat NRG. And it's really ended up being exactly that problem times 10. NRG are like some of the best that we've seen them play in a long time. Soniqs, have they left it too late? I think probably at this point. They need a miracle. They need NRG to, I don't know, maybe if Turbo plays keyboard for the rest of the series, they would have a chance. Apart from that, I don't really see any way back for them from this point.
The major issue as well for Soniqs is that this playstyle really works at best whenever you're getting the overcommits. Maybe whenever your opposing team is trying to outpace you. But NRG have not tried to outpace. I would not exactly describe how they've been playing as overly quick so far. They've been happy to take their time and really set up for the opportunities they want. And it's been working out so well.
Yeah, we can't really put this entirely down to the stylistic mismatches. Also, just a classic case of one team having so much more experience than the other in positions just like this. This is where NRG have performed time and time again. They're the best team in North American history when we just look at all the playoffs historically. And this is the first time that Soniqs as a roster have even been here. So difficult to make a prediction in their favor when you look at it from a historical standpoint. And then when you look at it in the current state of affairs, it's even harder to make a prediction in their favor.
For Dapper, across his entire career, he is 0-4 against NRG. And it looks very likely that he's about to become 0-5 unless something massive happens. They need the team talk of a lifetime in the next minute, maybe 2 minutes if they get it started early. NRG have been rampant so far. Here's Garrett on the ball. Dapper runs straight through him. So far, NRG's defense just too calm. Always leaving someone behind to try and mop up the mess, whatever has been set up from Soniqs. 10 seconds remaining. They are going to head up to 3 games to nothing. NRG have hit championship mode, and it's going to take something big for Soniqs to try and turn it around. 3-0 up, reverse sweep required.
Yeah, championship mode NRG on 4 match points. That is pretty scary. I don't think that many teams would come back from this position, and Soniqs are not a team that look like they're ready to come back from this position. They have to make drastic changes. I think honestly at this point they just have to go and try something different. They should use the rest of the series, or the maybe even just the last game of this series as it currently looks, as a learning experience. They're not done. They're not going to be out if they lose in this series. They're going to be down into the lower bracket to face, or it's not even a lower bracket per se. They'll just be moving into the other side of the quarterfinals to play against the winner of 5th and 6th place. But yeah, they have to change something if they're going to get any success against NRG in a future matchup. Then they're going to need to play better than they currently are.
And it's not just regionals that are currently on the line here as well. The winner of this will qualify for the spring series, and NRG looking like they're going to do that very convincingly right now. But yeah, I 100% agree with you. There is drastic changes needed, because right now what they're attempting to do, they're giving up way too space against a team that is playing as well as they are. That it's basically becoming free play with very strong defensive bots for NRG, because realistically, you're not challenging the midfield. You're not giving yourself a very good opportunity to take control of the game. And if you're going to give NRG that much boost and that much control, you only really can expect one result.
Yeah, when Shogun's comparing you to bots, even if they are very solid defensive
maybe
bots,
not quite the point I was trying to make, but you get it.
It shows you how desperate the situation is. But this is time for Soniqs to just, I think, try something completely different. Try play an aggressive style, because I don't think the comeback is at all likely unless NRG have a pretty major throw from this point. But Soniqs can still learn something from this series. They can try and play a more aggressive game, and maybe they'll see, okay, actually that works pretty well against NRG. That looks a lot better for us. Let's try that again next time we play. But, you know, what's likely to happen is what we're seeing right here. It's just going to be more NRG. They're playing so well right now. They're running off the ball brilliantly. 1-0 already.
How well is Justin striking the ball today? It took no time at all between him controlling and him just slicing it into the back of the net. And it is, you know, just 35 seconds in. NRG could go by 2, as just need that ball to hit the bottom side of the crossbar, and that could have launched itself into Justin. For NRG, this is business as usual. And they have been thoroughly dominant, looking to continue that now in game number 4. And if we were talking earlier on about how Soniqs need to be more aggressive, well, you're a goal down in a must-win game. There's been no better time to do it.
It's just too fast from Garrett and Justin, too clinical from Turbo and NRG as a whole. But you brought up a really good point there, Justin, striking the ball so well, and you can often tell how well a team or a player is playing just by looking at a couple of hits on the ball. If the players are smashing the ball clean as possible, hard as possible, then tend to be quite a confidence booster, and that's all NRG have really needed to do today, is just get solid contacts in the ball, and then they probably think to themselves, yeah, we're playing pretty well, we're good in this matchup, let's just keep on doing what we're doing. Soniqs just do not have the answer. They've had you know, a huge lack of confidence in their striking, actually, besides the other problems that they're currently facing.
One of those problems has been right here. It's Justin, as it always is, just outpacing everybody.
And, you know, I think Justin meant this. I really do give him full credit for that goal, because you saw that he was looking for not just a normal ceiling touch straight up in the air, but he did angle that one just ever so slightly towards the goal, or you know, to bounce into the goal, I should say. Caught it so clean again. There's such hard hits from NRG and Justin in particular. Soniqs have no time to react, even if the ball is taking the scenic route in off the crossbar, or in off the ceiling, I should say. Soniqs just can't get away from their goal right now, Shogun. They're completely lost for what to do against NRG today.
I think this series so far, Johnny, has shown why it's so crucial to have a good start to a series. That's top corner. Justin is up to a hat trick. But I feel like this goal almost proves my point even more. The first game, bunch of sloppy goals, but it was still a lot of space being given over to NRG. And as this series has gone along, NRG have grown into the space that they've had. They've got more comfortable to create what they want to create. And these shots have just been lethal to the defense.
Indeed, it's just, again, way too late for Soniqs to even think about coming back here. I think it was too late sometime in game 2, because they just didn't look capable of outplaying the NRG that showed up today. And you said, you know, it was important for Soniqs to start well, and they didn't. But this is a scary thing. I think NRG could have had a poor start today and they still could have won it. They've got the comeback potential. They've got the experience in this kind of matchup and in this kind of position. And look at this, they're just rampaging around at the other end of the field now, demoing everybody just for fun. Turbo making a run through multiple players. But this is not the end for Soniqs. They're still going to be in with a chance here, but they have to win the next one. This is going to be it. That's close to conceding another goal. This can't be doing well for their confidence moving into the rest of the games today.
The worst part is as well as Justin has played in these last few games, I'm still half expecting him heading into the semi-finals to turn up with a, you know, in a slump Justin sort of name, and that will tilt me more than anything else, as the lifeline has been thrown over to Soniqs. They're going to need to capitalize very quickly, though.
Yeah, it's amazing, humble, and also self-deprecating Justin can be sometimes. I mean, I'm sure right now he probably thinks he is in a slump. He's in a constant slump, at least from his own perspective, because he has such high standards for himself. And that's what enables himself and what enables NRG to be such a good team. Nothing but the best, nothing but a win is acceptable to these guys. And Soniqs, you know, is the fact that they're already in the playoffs a win for them? Are they really looking to make the run in this tournament? Have they already, you know, become satisfied with what they've achieved? I think they should be quite proud of what they've achieved, but of course, with more on the line, got to go hunting for more. There's 2 goals down. There's a chance that they can get a comeback here if they get another goal. NRG just look too good right now, Shogun.
Yeah, these quality of touches are absolutely incredible from NRG. Opportunity to turn another one in. But they're just so clean right now. NRG do not look like they have to have individual players constantly boosting, constantly trying to be fast, because they've just been so quick to find each other. That's another shot, almost in off the crossbar. But this is the confidence NRG have today. This is the confidence that G2 later on are going to need to deal with, because everything they do, they have been confident to try and make it a shooting opportunity for themselves. It's going to be Garrett trying to win the challenge. 10 seconds remaining here, and it looks like NRG are going to secure their spot in the spring series and head on to the semi-finals.
Yeah, huge win for NRG, not just because they got the win, but because the way they've done it. A massive blow to Soniqs. That's the most crushing defeat they've had all season by far. And yeah, G2, they must be a little bit scared looking at what NRG have been able to do. Luckily for them, I think they do have a better matchup stylistically versus NRG. They do like to attack more, and that might force more misplays. It might break the NRG momentum. But if NRG can play like they did just there, I wouldn't be surprised to see them making a run all the way to the finals and even winning the whole thing today.
Well, there we are. NRG taking their overall regional playoff win streak up to 8 series now, Johnny. If they do end up winning this entire tournament, they're going to win 10 straight series in what is supposed to be the most nerve-wracking part of regional play for these teams. It's a team that just always seems to show up. And as you mentioned, G2 are going to have an awful lot to deal with, especially with the quality of shooting. They have to try and find some way to shut that down.
Yeah, Justin in particular were just absolutely smashing every ball. And I personally love to see that confidence. No holding back, just hitting the ball as hard as possible, making life difficult for the opposition and making them understand that that is what you're up against. Because you saw the nerves were starting to take a hold of Soniqs. The further and further we got into this series, they just couldn't hold it together because they know that NRG are playing well. And they know that NRG are going to be hitting the ball incredibly hard and accurately every single time. So they have to be positioning perfectly constantly. They just weren't able to do it today, but they're not done just yet. We'll see them back on stream later today as well.
Absolutely. And they're going to be taking on the winner of our next game. When we come back from the break, we're going to be seeing Ghost Gaming taking on an in-form Cloud9. You're not going to want to miss that.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec.
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
lost my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you break me, but something about it makes us so. Baby, every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. Frozen in my dream, I can't escape the thoughts of you. If I try to leave, when I'm with you I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you break me, but something about it makes us whole. Maybe every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Brody Leaf Exmore, and you're watching the North American Regional Championship. 6 teams fighting to be that regional champion. Alongside me to talk about the match we just watched is Gibbs and Shogun joining on the line. Shogun, that was a stomping, I guess, to say the least.
Yeah, it was just a little bit brutal, wasn't it? But that's just what happens when you take on NRG at this level. They have found their form, and they're going to be the team to beat throughout this tournament.
Yeah, that was Sonic. We were hoping Soniqs would hopefully have a bit more of a semblance to them. We saw them do great throughout the league play. We wondered if it was just like a one-off, and now it seems like they're starting to fall down again. Gibbs, I'm wondering if there's any kind of redeeming thing here. Can the Soniqs pick it up for the rest of today, or are they kind of toast?
I'm concerned because this was like a David versus Goliath when you go into a regional championship. NRG, obviously, 3-time winners back to back to back. And the Soniqs, it's their first time here. My problem with the Soniqs, though, is over the past 2 weeks, it hasn't looked pretty. They go up against Cloud9 and they go up 2-0. They lose 3 straight there. Then they play Flight, the 10th place team. And that was a close 4-game series, which I think that's where the writing on the wall began. And then, of course, last week, the perfect sweep for G2. This is a problem for the Soniqs, and they have one more series to correct it, but they're going to be going up against one of these teams that's coming in smoking hot. Ghost, they obviously took down NRG last week. Cloud9, they've won 9 games in a row. So it's not looking great for Soniqs, but for NRG, they've won 3 regional championships in a row. They are now on a 10-game winning streak in the regional championships. They look on fire.
Well, let's talk about that next match since you mentioned the teams. Anyways, Cloud9 versus Ghost Gaming. Now, the difference with this match is that you lose, you're done. There is no second life for either one of these teams. And Shogun, for you, now looking at their recent history, Cloud9 in the rematch dominated in this series, but Ghost Gaming has still looked like one of the top North American teams. Do we think that story might be different today?
I mean, this is a story that we almost seem to go through every single season with Ghost Gaming, where they look like they could potentially be one of those teams to start breaking in towards the top side, but this is where they falter all the time. Yeah. We usually see them up against Rogue in the last few seasons, and they haven't managed to beat them. This is a much tougher test for them. If they pull out the win, it will definitely be a flipping of the script because they're taking on a team that looks just phenomenal in these past few weeks. So if they can do it, and I do believe they can do it, they've got to step up.
Let's not forget last season. Last season was not pretty for Ghost. They were supposed to make it to the World Championship. Yeah. They played against Pittsburgh Knights. They were up 3-2. And then in Game 6, Atomic, he actually dunks his teammate to set up a pass for Pittsburgh Knights to win that game at 0 seconds. Pittsburgh Knights wins in Game 7. Then you go to the E United series. It goes to 7 games. He scores one of the ugliest goals we've ever seen to push Ghost out of the World Championship. This is 4 straight seasons, 5th or 6th, and not with the same players, of course, throughout, but Ghost cannot win the big one. And when Cloud9 shows up, when they go to lands, they always make day 3s. When they go to the regional championships, they always succeed. So this looks like it's a Cloud9 win, but I would love to see Ghost prove me wrong here.
That's the thing, Shogun. Do you think Cloud9, I mean, like, just had a bit of an extra honeymoon phase this season? Do you think they'll drop back down to the issues they were having before, or do you think they're back? Cloud9 is fully here, and this is the full force of Cloud9 to be reckoned with?
Well, I think you can look at any sort of sport, esport, anywhere, and you can have periods of time where you are playing badly. Heck, if we had the old format, we'd be sat here saying, wow, Cloud9 had a terrible season, didn't they? Because it would be over and done with before we really saw them turn it around. So for me, they were playing bad. Absolutely. They had to change something, and now it looks like they've changed it. They look, like they've actually got purpose with their players again, rather than players who seem to think they know what they're trying to do, but not actually committing or really pulling off what those roles are supposed to be. So I'm looking at them. They're definitely the team that is the favored to win this one, and they are performing more like the Cloud9 we expect to see.
Well, let us know. Is Cloud9 your favorite as well, or is it Ghost Gaming on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS now? Now the question is, can Cloud9 send Ghost Gaming back to the grave? It's now time for the Battle of the Floaty Boys.
Well, we'll either be riding high or taking a stroll through the graveyard, considering whichever fan you are of each of these teams. You know, Ghost and Cloud9, there is no more lives for these teams. This is to play into that final bracket, and with the way Cloud9 have been looking in the back half of this season, James, Ghost have a tall task ahead of them.
They certainly do, but Ghost has also looked quite good themselves at times this season. Everybody knows that this team is talented. They have what it takes to make a run. The question is, will they put things together? And now the time has run out, Jorby. We are at the regional championship. No more lives at this point. If you lose, you are done. So this will be a fun one to watch. Cloud9, like you said, really improving since the start of the season. We thought they might be at risk of either going back to the promotion tournament or even maybe get in that auto relegation spot with how the season started, but they have really turned things around, and that has been a lot of it because of Gimmick. Gimmick finishing in that golden striker position, pulling down the award. His scoring has been on point. His shooting has been on point. And now we'll see if this Cloud9 offense is going to continue to impress or if we see some of the problems that plagued them earlier this season.
And we do get game one underway. Ghost versus Cloud9. Both teams vying to get into final position here in the regional championship. And we'll start with Ghost moving to the blue half, and he'll be carried away by Gimmick. And you know, James, Gimmick was my player to look at in terms of C9's turnaround and what really helped him to do it, because when he's winning 50s, as he does more often than not, Cloud9 typically wins series. And so Gimmick, he's been looking really strong back in his dominance early on this season. He was playing in an Octane and wasn't looking exactly the same. But a new look Cloud9 as they're back on offense. That's a hard pass to Gimmick, knocked away out to the side.
But already some good chances. We saw Gimmick win that 50-50. Oh, double tap chance. It's a good setup for Mist, and Mist gets denied by Gimmick. What an incredible save. I thought that was going in 100%, Jordan.
Yeah, it seemed like they were caught on the transition, but Cloud9 do get back on the orange half. But Atomic's got a little bit of space to make the challenge happen. A Mist is going to have to throw that out to the corner. Ghost forced to wait for Cloud9's touch. That'll be Squishy's. Far side back over to Gimmick. So right now, Ghost doing a good job handling Cloud9's intermediate pressure, if you will. That's light shot turned away by Squishy. And we'll start with Gimmick here from the corner. So Cloud9 not feeling too much pressure yet from Ghost in the first minute and a half. Oh, but they're pressing again. Torment took a shot. Was surprised that he was going up and no one was there to challenge him. Ghost trying to move down the field. That's a good 50 from Aleutian. They'll take this off the ceiling, but the fight is going to be difficult with Squishy right there. And Torment will follow this up, so Cloud9 prevent Ghost pressure again. And it's a good carry there by Mist, but they're having trouble. They do cut off the passing angle right there. And Ghost now setting up in midfield to take possession and rolling through. The shot doesn't come. He gets sent away. Squishy has the save. Oh, a pinch off the wall on the pass. What a pass from Atomic to Aleutian. Ghost strike first. Look at this.
Aleutian even back past that over to Atomic. Would grab some boost to get back into the play. Picturesque passing from Ghost. That is how you do it.
So, despite Cloud9 having a couple of chances headed the other way, Ghosts are the owners of the first goal in this set. The miss off the wall gets a pass to Gimmick, but the shot blocked. Torment's attempt turned away into the corner. Ghost right now. Oh, it's a loose ball, and that's in. Ghost, that's 2 goals. Cloud9, not how you want to start.
So Gimmick had gone up for this challenge, and Mist just pokes it around him, and Torment, while flipping back, flips into the ball. So that was an unfortunate series of events. Gimmick going for the challenge when Mist had the control. By doing that, no one was left back. And then, you know, to cap it all off, Torment, wrong place, wrong time. That is a tough break for Cloud9.
Aleutian able to throw that one away off the back. Another high ball here for Cloud9. How do they approach this attack on offense after going down 0-2? Gimmick can only buy a little bit of time for Cloud9 because here's Atomic on the press again, and Atomic led his team in goals scored and scored 26 goals. That was good for 6th in the league, and he was a little higher in terms of offensive output, 126 shots on net. which is good for third in the league. And there's another one, that one from Mist, and turned away. Cloud9 are feeling the pressure right now on defense.
Atomic is one of those players that can really make a difference on the roster. His mechanical ability is incredible, but you look at the other players on his team as well. Illusion has been shooting quite well, and then Mist, he was a big roster move for Ghost coming in, and he has worked out pretty well for them, I would say, so far.
I mean, there were several games where, you know, it kind of got put in his hands to get Ghost either in the driver's seat of a series or to straight up win them a series. It was a good looking Ghost squad, especially early in the season. So if you're a Ghost fan, you feel like this is almost return to form after really a disappointing 2 weeks to end league play. Cloud9 have just really struggled to control midfield. They're not winning these midfield boosts. At the beginning of the game, it certainly looked like we were going to see that same Cloud9, but now they're forced to play reactive on defense. Torment, he tries to find a pass out, and that 50 might give them some space, but really it's just Ghost ball. And they're playing with Cloud9 in their own half right now as they try to get the pass out. He was a successful one, but then they double commit, and it's going to be missed ball again. So Ghost killing so much time and a good transition, but off the post, no third goal for them. They might not need it.
Oh,
they
somehow
might
Squishy muscled this one by. And this was brilliant from Squishy. It really was. He just goes in, pops it, and then goes for the bump on Illusion. He actually got that bump. Illusion thought he had the save. Squishy going next level on that bump play. And now Cloud9, they can do it. Just need one more.
And the team plays aren't working. Squishy Muffins can splash with a solo play. They're going to need another one. Time running out in game 1. Atomic going up past one off the back wall. Wants a pass to Illusion. He's got his man, and that's off the crossbar. With time expiring, Cloud9, one last chance. Gimmick steals the ball. He gets the bounce off the ramp. It was a good chase by Atomic, but it wasn't good enough. Gimmick flipping back onto the back wall. Doesn't have it. Atomic will kill it, and Ghost will take the first game.
That was a close call. Chance in the final moments from Cloud9, but they come up empty. However, it was a battle. It really was. It was an unfortunate goal for that Cloud9 conceded on that play where Gimmick cheated up. He went for the challenge when Mist was already there. And then it bouncing off Torment, you could tell that's just a tough one for any team to swallow, having to give up a goal like that. And that was the difference. Cloud9, they looked pretty good at times, though, Jorby. They started out hot, getting some good passing attempts into the middle, but they just couldn't keep it sustained.
No, that save from Mist at the beginning, it seemed to that seemed to be where Cloud9's offense just completely petered out. They lost on the transition after that save. That's where Ghost eventually scored on offense, and then Cloud9 could just never get control of midfield. Ghost was constantly locking down the midfield boost, and they were even stealing a boost canister here and there in Cloud9's corners. And it forced Cloud9 to be flat-footed in net. They had to try to go for a read on the wall. They couldn't meet them in the third for a challenge. And when you're in that position on defense, it's always going to be dangerous no matter who you're playing against in the RLCS. So, you know, if Cloud9 can find a way to get back to how they started this series with those quick passes and those good shots, they might have a better look at this series. But I got to give credit to Ghost, man. They did a great job shutting down passing lanes and stealing the pitch from Cloud9.
Especially on the one play where Illusion back passed to Atomic. That was a beautiful play. And the only goal that we saw from Cloud9 was that Squishy solo play.
Oh, Illusion! Starts off with a bang! Look at this setup from it.
Beautiful timing. You saw as soon as Illusion popped that ball, immediately jumping. He timed that so perfectly. That is a tough one to make. If you jump too soon, then you just put a shot towards net that's easily going to be saved. If you jump too late, there's no way that you get up in time to be able to get that backward tap. I cannot believe how perfectly timed that shot was. Gorgeous from Illusion.
During the pre-show, all of us had picked Ghost the moves. This is just based on how Cloud9 were playing at the end of the week. But you know, I kind of had it itching in the back of my head that Ghosts a quality team, and it would not surprise me if they somehow found a way to take this set. It's a long set. It's a best of 7, and another double tap, this time by Squishy to tie the game.
Squishy says, okay, I see your double tap. I can do one. Boom, right over Mist. Mist, you saw him jumping up, trying to get in the way, but it was just off. Squishy executed that wonderfully off the pass from Gimmick.
So Ghost, now tie game, they won't have the benefit of insurance. That's a good pass to Squishy. Shot's too high. Squishy trying to collect that Ghost boost. Couldn't find the state. Cloud9 forced back to their own half. Try to retarget on Ghost half. A good clear. Not downfield. You see Ghost wide on this rotation too. Mist and Atomic have both collectively flipped the boost to Cloud9. He's working with borrowed time now on the transition as Gimmick forced up, but he makes the touch. And Squishy able to throw it back down. Ghost got caught out on that rotation, forced to the back wall. Good progression from Ghosts. The backcourt harder to come by. Squishy's gonna have to carry this ball the whole way. Gimmick got demoed, and Torment wasn't expecting the touch from Squishy earlier. Put them in a tough spot and kept them locked here on defense. This, another pop-up. Nothing.
Squishy's low on boost as well. He's been on just a single pad for so long. Ghost is starving them. Finally, he gets something. We'll see if that's enough for Cloud9 to get out of their own half.
Still struggling to move downfield. Even there, Gimmick, he just needs that midfield boost. Saw him went and go get it. He did. And now he's got some space. Ooh, right on top of him. A good challenge by Mist to keep Ghost in this Cloud9 corner. And even there, Lucian's making life difficult. Cloud9 are just getting caught in this corner. Gimmick, he was racing up towards Squishy, but Squishy one-man armies the Ghost team.
Squishy, he's like a fullback there, trying to break through the Ghost line, and he was managing to do it quite well. Now breakaway chance. Double tap, does he have enough boost? No, and Mist was there.
A much better look from Cloud9, even if it looked a little haphazard at times on defense. It's those little boost steals that they were able to get them back on offense and keep the game tied. I mean, this is really tough for both teams. There's another demo. You might start seeing more of those. They're trying to crack through off the crossbar. No goal for Ghost. Squishy on the point. It's good first touch. Tried to get that bump, but will collect midfield boost still. Atomic's on the point. Gimmick has the save. Here goes Mist. The shot blocked by Gimmick twice. Torment waiting, and he has the ball, but Alucia takes it away from him. Gimmick up now, and Cloud9. Big defensive stop.
This was an unreal stop from Gimmick. He even got bumped in that last play. He was getting challenged. Cloud9 has been playing non-stop defense for pretty much the entirety of this game. Gimmick has 5 saves. Squishy's the only player on Cloud9 with a shot. He's got 4 of them.
Ooh, he might pick up another there. Just was not anywhere close to where he needed it. Torment forced back to his own corner. We've been saying that pretty much all game too. Less than a minute. Nice little bump on Illusion for Torment. He's got to get back to this ball quick, because here comes a shot, and it's denied by Squishy. Missed the key. Cloud9 locked in their own territory. Up again. Up high. Illusion. That's a good first touch. Back to Atomic. The shot is good, and Ghost have a lead.
And it was only a matter of time. Cloud9 was being starved out of boost. Gimmick had 5. Squishy had 12. Torment got boost, but he was all the way back in the corner. And Ghost, relentless on that assault. No time to breathe for Cloud9 whatsoever.
Not at all, and even when you think, and Cloud9 are consistently trying to carry this ball out, like right here. You try to carry it out, but Atomic's there for the challenge. And now Mist on the air dribble. And Cloud9, they're forced to wait, because, and it just goes under them. Mist just pops it over the team, and it's insurance late for Ghosts. Ooh.
You can see there, perhaps they thought he was going to go for a flip reset shot, but no, missed. He might not have gotten it, or he might not have used it. And you can see there, that was enough still to throw off the defense. And Mist is such a good player, and Ghost is such a good team that you're always going to assume they're pulling off the most mechanical shot.
Oh, he almost got that double touch, but Illusion will punch it in. You know, fortune favors the bold here, and Ghost, it's a giant, what do you call it? I don't know. It's just a beating, James.
It is a beatdown. A good old-fashioned beatdown, Jorby. Mist.
I like it.
He was about 5 boosts short of hitting that double tap. He just ran out at the end, but still got the touch, and that was enough to get the pass over. And now you gotta wonder if Cloud9 is gonna start to regress back to what they played like earlier in the season, which was when they get stuck in their own net, they can't get boost, they can't find each other on the passes. And, you know, they're not only that, but they're playing this Ghost team, which is everywhere. They are everywhere, challenging every ball, no matter what. When Cloud9 does get a modicum of boost, they just force them to use that boost to go up high in their own half, and they have nothing for the counterattack. So Ghost keeping them trapped in their own half, and they're looking ferocious.
And for Cloud9 fans out there, there is still hope for you. They don't exactly look like their first half league play selves here. I think the one thing that's still working for Cloud9 is they're not panicking on defense. It's really just the boost game that's killing them, that's preventing them from being able to challenge the ball effectively on their own half. But they're not double committing all the time. They're not getting in each other's way on defense. They're just not finding the passes, James, because like you said, Ghosts are all over the place.
Yeah, they're all over the place, and so Cloud9, their task has to be to figure out how can we get this ball cleared without using all our boost. They need to figure something out. They need to try something. Maybe play it slow, try to force the commit, maybe leave the ball in the corner and just try to go for the 50, because we've been seeing them using up a ton of boost on their backboard, trying, like we saw Squishy going for that air dribble play. They're burning through boost, and they just don't have enough to get any sort of attack going. So we'll see how Cloud9 adjusts their gameplay to respond to that, or we'll see Ghost continue to punish Cloud9 and keep them locked down in their own half.
We do start game 3, and maybe not to expectation. It's a Ghost 2-0 lead in the series, and they made Cloud9 look like Soniqs did against NRG in game 2. We'll see if they can figure it out. Atomic on the flip reset. He'll pick up the first goal. Ghost keep rolling.
And this is why they expected Mist to hit his flip reset. Everyone on Ghost has the ability, a perfectly timed air roll that allows him to hit. You know, it was so well disguised. It was so well disguised. When you're air rolling that quickly, you know, he's not showing his hand that he's going for a flip reset, but he timed it so perfectly and hit the flip reset so perfectly. Cloud9 had no hope. That was extreme control from Atomic. A beautiful shot.
Atomic stopping the Cloud9 transition. Torment high ball for Squishy, and it'll be a tie game. Demo on the backside. Doesn't matter. Cloud9 keep themselves in it.
And Squishy's been scoring everything for Cloud9. Another good pass. Squishy gets up high. And the demo from Gimmick, that was a lovely team play from Cloud9. Everyone contributing. Torment on the pass. Squishy with the shot. Gimmick with the demo. And they're back into it. And it's not too late for Cloud9. Atomic does well to break up that backboard play.
A chance here for Cloud9 to really lock the ball down in the orange half. Squishy coming around, couldn't even find the touch on the ball. I didn't have him on cam to see how he was approaching, but he came from his own corner. And now having to pull off on the challenge, they almost get caught out. If Atomic hits that pass, Cloud9 are in a much more dangerous situation. So now here they are. Here's Ghost. Oh, the miss from Atomic. He almost had it. It was a tough angle. But I mean, even right there, Cloud9, they're just chasing the ball around. And there's a Ghost player beating them 2 steps ahead every single time. Here in midfield, doesn't matter. Torment's having the flip just to make a touch, and he loses the challenge anyway. Here's Atomic.
Oh,
Atomic! Oh, get back to it! Atomic is insane!
Atomic! He destroys Squishy's mind. He gets the flip reset and the dunk. That was one of the most incredible goals that I have ever seen.
Oh, moment of silence for Cloud9's defense on that. That's it. There's a flip reset.
What do you do? How do you
Nothing.
defend that?
You can't. Right now, well, okay. They'll pick that up. They win a challenge clean, or Squishy does, and he continues to be the only player on Cloud9 to be able to score anything.
This is a Squishy versus Atomic shootout right now. Good old-fashioned slugfest between Squishy and Atomic. Squishy sitting up there with 2 goals. Atomic 2 flip reset goals. See if anyone else can step up on either one of these teams to help out. Squishy's been scoring everything all game.
Oh.
And that time, Torment getting denied. Squishy with a hat trick.
And make no mistake, this is all set up by Torment's initial touch here. Atomic makes a great save, but it bounces straight out into Squishy, and he puts it in again. Squishy just doing everything that he can to keep Cloud9 in it. Torment, he's got a playmaker. He's the owner of all 3 assists for Squishy's goals. So now if you're Ghosts, you're thinking, okay, Atomic's been scoring some bangers, and we've had some good pressure, but we blew it in midfield to let Cloud9 tie. Here's Atomic again, squaring up on another 5th. Look at this, just takes the ball away again. He's got Mist. Mist has the shot, but knocked away. And Cloud9 with the lead. Here's Squishy Muffins again. With reset over 1. Gimmick tries to put the shot in, but it's challenged and blocked by Illusion. The thing's starting to slow down a little bit, but I've seen more flip resets in this game than I think I've seen in a single series of the RLCS. That went off the cross.
And Illusion's done almost all of them. And that time, Illusion barely missing on that shot. Cloud9 requesting a pause. The admin obliging. But that shot right there, that was the chance to equalize. It was a beautiful setup. Illusion had an opportunity right in front of net, and he banged it off the crossbar. So that was his chance to help carry some of the load that Atomic has been carrying so far in this game, and he was not able to do so. So Cloud9, they're going to hold on to this lead for now as we get this pause sorted out. But Cloud9, you have to feel pretty confident in Squishy and his shooting ability. Really, that's what's been holding them in here. Gimmick hasn't really been available or been doing much for Cloud9 on the offensive end. You expect the Golden Striker to perhaps be doing a little bit more, but he has been quiet so far in this series.
I mean, in Torment, honestly, I think it was the first goal for Cloud9 where Torment was on point in the attacking third, and he had a couple of options. Like, he could have went across the backboard or tried to hopefully force a bad touch from Ghost, but instead he just wanted to give Squishy the best chance at the ball, so he just pops it straight up. He just gives it a light tap straight up while Ghost are still getting turned around, and it gave Squishy just that half second that he needed to find that first shot to equalize early for Cloud9, and that's all they've done each time. They've equalized, and then Squishy, picking a good challenge in midfield with an over-aggressive Ghost third man in midfield, and then finding that second goal, and then again it was Torment forcing the save from Atomic, which forced the bounce straight out into Squishy. So to me, Torment is instrumental in Squishy's success right now. And Cloud9, I mean, what a way to bounce back. I mean, this has been an entertaining game 3.
It really has. It's had it all. The shots from Atomic, though, have just been jaw-dropping. The flip reset shots, both of them were perfect flip reset shots. The second one was one of the best shots that I've seen. So Atomic having a great game, but Squishy is holding him at bay. And I agree with you, Jorby. Torment, a lot of the plays have been helped by Torment. Torment has been the catalyst in a lot of these plays, even though he hasn't put them in. He has certainly been passing on point. But the question is, when will Gimmick start to get involved? We did see him get a demo, which helped them get a goal. But for Gimmick, you really want to see him in the middle hitting some of these shots. But the challenge has been that Cloud9 hasn't really had many passing setups, because they've been stuck in their half so much. They've been limited to pretty much just counterattacking. And a lot of times when Gimmick is scoring his goals, it's because Cloud9 has pressure. Gimmick has helped wear down the team, and he's waiting in the middle for his shot chance, and then Gimmick will hit those shots. But it seems like when it comes to counterattacking, Squishy is the guy for Cloud9. And so far, it's worked out in this game.
I mean, both of these teams, they're fighting to keep going. They have no more lives. There's no double elimination for them. And if you take a look at the regional championship bracket, you know, it's tough. This has been a crazy season for North America. And, you know, both of these teams, it doesn't get any easier the farther down you go. We watched NRG versus Soniqs, and NRG, James, they dominated Soniqs. It looked like they were just trouncing on champ threes. No disrespect to Soniqs, NRG. Just
no disrespect to Soniqs, as you said, it looked like they were trouncing on champ threes. You know,
I don't know how to thematically like explain how dominant performance was. Did you want me to call Soniqs a rival series team? That would have been better.
You know what, Jorvy? I think now would be a good time to just get back into the game. I think there's no saving you on this one. So we're gonna get back into the game. It'll be 2:20 on the clock. Score still 3-2. Let's get into this one.
Nope.
And you're going to be hearing from the Soniqs, no doubt, Jorby. They're going to be sending you a nice letter.
That's okay. That's okay. Safi loves me. No, he understands. Totally. Cloud9, this lead after the end of the pause, and Ghost already some pressure in the orange half. Feeling the pressure rather. And as we said earlier, right now it feels like it's the battle between Squishy and Atomic, but Torment almost putting one in himself. Gimmick crossing the pitch and stole that boost from Atomic and just harassing Atomic the way back to the blue half. So it's been a better control game where we saw the Cloud9 really struggling for possession and struggling for pitch control, for pitch control. It has completely flipped, especially in the last about 2 minutes of this game. Gimmick's shot just turned away, but Ghosts are struggling. Atomic, he gets bumped out, but then he gets the demo, but gives a little bit of space. Gimmick trying to force the 50 out in front of the box. Shot going to come.
Well, Gimmick's in a lot of position.
Ooh, that one's just off the crossbar. Another shot, and it's blocked by Squishy. He had no boost and jumped at the perfect angle to make the save.
And that was well defended by Cloud9. Gimmick was low on boost and a little bit out of position, but he got back just in time to get the first save. And then another save followed up. So Cloud9 has had to make some pretty dazzling stops on defense. Even earlier in the series, they were making some good stops, but the pressure from Ghost ultimately gets to him in the end. However, we are less than a minute left on the clock. Cloud9 holding on to this 1-goal lead.
Miss, good touch to Atomic. Atomic shot is blocked. Illusion, oh, he couldn't find the touch. That's dangerous for Ghost. Here's Gimmick on the turnaround. Flips it once. Does he have it in front? And Illusion somehow gets back to make the save. Doesn't matter. No! Torment scores! And it's insurance for Cloud9.
And this, you know, the net was open. If Gimmick waits a little bit longer, gets a little more power on the shot, he might have been able to just score it himself, but he wasn't able to. It was a good hustle play to get back in time. However, Torment was there for that rebound, and Cloud9 will lock this one away.
Things about this transition, play that aggressive on offense. That touchdown, fantastic, perfect. You'll get burned, just like Illusion did. And Cloud9, after a stunning 2-0 start to this series of Ghosts, Cloud9 strike back in a big way. Time expires, and it is now a 2-1 series for Ghosts. Cloud9 worming their way back into the series.
And a lot of that came on the shoulders of Squishy Muffins getting the hat trick, the insurance goal coming out from Torment. Torment having a big game, getting the Playmaker Award, also scoring a goal himself, cleaning up. And there was a moment in this game where Ghost was still dominating. We saw 2 early goals from Atomic that were incredibly flashy, but it was not enough. Missed an Illusion. They weren't able to really help Atomic that much on the offensive end in this game. Illusion had a very good scoring opportunity that he clanged off the crossbar in a time where perhaps that would have been the turning point for Ghost, but they couldn't put that together. Cloud9, you know, I was going to be really worried for them if they dropped this game. Again, in best of sevens, you don't really see very many best of 7 reverse sweeps. But Cloud9, they respond here in game 3. Now we're going into game 4, and it's going to be a much more competitive series.
I mean, even this game for me is really critical for Cloud9 because we definitely don't see many 3-0 reverse sweeps, but we also rarely see comebacks from 3-1. So if Ghosts somehow take control of the series here, it'll be difficult for Cloud9. So I think getting to the tie here for a 2-2 to me is critical to winning this series and moving on. But Squishy and Torment, I can't. The tribulations that this team has gone through this season, it's always been the argument, who's the problem on Cloud9? And it was always down to Torment or Gimmick. There was never really a question about Squishy's place on this team or how Squishy was performing, because early on in this season, he was the only one that was able to do anything. It came down to solo efforts. There were so many goals where Squishy just air dribbled across the field and somehow came away with a goal. When the rest of Cloud9 finally start clicking, they are so powerful as a team. This has been one of the longest standing rosters in RLCS history, and to watch them be able to bounce back when they were already down in this series, to see Torment be integral with Squishy, knowing that it isn't just Squishy trying to carry the load, I think that bodes well for them.
It does, but what doesn't bode well is that Gimmick has still kind of been MIA, Jorby. They really need Gimmick to get involved in the offense if they want to climb back in this series. This one was a heroic effort by Squishy, but they need more. They're going to need more help. Torment, he did play well, but especially if Ghost continues to play like they have been, it's going to take all three members of Cloud9 playing at their potential to take down the Ghost team. However, we did see Mist and Illusion cool off this game. Illusion was hitting some shots earlier and then missing in this game. So we'll see how this tide if this tide continues to turn or shift in favor of Cloud9. But I feel like right now neither team is battling at full ability. For Ghost, definitely needs a bit more out of Mist, and for Cloud9, they just need Gimmick. They need him to step up.
I totally agree, James. And I mean, Illusion, there were a couple of times where he just missed touches when Ghost, they really want to play aggressively. They want to push all three players up into the attacking third. They want to beat you to every ball. They want to make the challenge. They want to force you to play reactive on your own back wall. And when you start losing those challenges, you have to adapt. You can't just keep trying to force the same thing. Cloud9 have you read. The aggressive play isn't working like that. And when your touch has to be perfect, and when Illusion and Mist haven't made some of those touches that put them back in their own half, you got to relax the rotation a little bit and at least force Cloud9 to start wondering what you're going to do next. The mix-ups are absolutely necessary against Cloud9. Players are checking out the lobby as we get set here for game number 4. And once everything is set, we'll be right into the lobby. We thank you for your patience. But this series right now, living up to it, if we get another Squishy versus Atomic highlight reel game, I'm not going to be upset.
Well, I mean, I wonder how many flip reset goals we're going to see. We're seeing flip resets, double taps. We've got it all. I guess the only thing left would be a breezy flick or musty flick, double tap. Who knows what these guys? Who knows what these guys?
We start getting the flip reset counter. Just every time we see a flip because I'm telling you, man, that last game, I think there were 7, 8 attempted flip resets, and I think max in a series I've seen is like 4 or 5. So if we can go for and it's also try to get 20 flip resets in a game, James. That's what I want.
It's incredible. It's incredible to see the flip reset used so effectively. We saw Atomic, he used them to perfection. A lot of people will say flip resets, they're more for show, but in the hands of a truly skilled player, they can be a tool to do things that are just they can allow you to score in positions where if you don't know how to flip reset, it's just not possible. And we saw Atomic do that last game. However, Ghost still fell short.
And I mean, we've seen it all this season, how many options a flip reset gives you. You don't have to use it, but players have to respect your ability to use it. And that is what makes it so deadly, especially in the attacking half. And we are back underway. Game number 4, Cloud9 continuing the comeback. Ghost trying to get to series point. Start with Illusion. In his own corner, getting bumped out by Squishy. Atomic, good pull off, playing it a little slow, flips it over Squishy. There's good progression there from Atomic. He'll also steal the boost and take this ball, so a lot of value for Ghost on this offensive push, but how do they use it? Illusion is forced to keep the ball locked in midfield where you thought Ghost were going to have a push. They're back on defense. Good challenge, back over to Gimmick. That shot is just saved. Knocked out to the side. Torment trying to make another 50 happen. Cloud9, they were working on limited boosts. Torment had stolen one. Gimmick picks up the midfield boost, so now they're refueled, ready to go. And this has to play it slow, but he gets demoed. Now Squishy pops it over another, just can't get it by Atomic. Right now, Cloud9 are keeping the ball away. Ghost finally break out. Illusion, good touch, corner shot, he missed! Bounced off the crossbar!
And that was as close as you can get. Cloud9 doing a great job of breaking out of their own half. Squishy denying the shot. Chance for Atomic off the backboard, drops it down, and Gimmick's there. Cloud9's defense has been making so many goal line stops. You wonder if they can keep it up.
Now missed in midfield. Trying to get back on top of that ball. It's actually a miss for Illusion. Picks it back up. Now Atomic in front. He had to back up a little bit. He wins one challenge, finds the next touch, out of boost. Chance for Cloud9. Actually, it's a chance for Ghost. There's Illusion back to miss. He will not waste the rest of his boost, and he'll try to get back. Cloud9 back to Ghost territory. It has been tough for Ghost to break out. They only have a couple of times. Atomic, that's a high pop for Mist. A good start for Ghost. Back to Atomic. But no good. Illusion on point here. Mist is going to pick it up. Mist off the back wall. There's nothing. Torment and Gimmick are both committed, so there's some space for Atomic. A high ball, but only for Gimmick. Quickly up for this is Squishy, but he won't get a chance at a double tap. Spoon back downfield. But even there, that stop there just stops Ghost for 1 second, and then Gimmick makes two great touches to keep Ghost locked down. Ghost with a chance to push forward. They only have 3 shots on net, but Cloud9, to Ghost defensive credit, only have 1.
And there have been a few well-timed demos for Cloud9 that allow them to really prevent the Ghost counterattack. They have been doing so much better at boost management, and we see a bump from Squishy in the air as well. The aggressiveness from Cloud9 paying off.
Oh, that's a good pass. The shot's denied by Gimmick. Now turnaround. Here's Squishy, so dangerous on the ground. Flick off the backboard, no good. The shot still too high. Torment, last man. No goal, denied again by Mist. Ghost hanging on defense. As here comes Squishy again off the corner. Pass to Gimmick. Goal! Gimmick scores! Cloud9 with the lead.
And this all dates back to right there. Illusion touches the ball, was going for the clear. Atomic could have had the clear easily, but Illusion, the panicked touch, and that takes 2 players out of rotation for Ghost, and it was punished immediately by Gimmick and Cloud9. Ghost starting to fall apart a little bit on defense. Cloud9 gaining traction.
Steam getting hotter for Cloud9. Squishy with no boost, but just try to manage the touch, and he does so well. Back over to Torment. Cloud9 trying to play keep away from Ghost. This has a chance. Wrapped around the corner. This might be a spot for Illusion. Flips over one, wants the bump on the Gimmick. He will take the ball. Good pass to Atomic. Atomic up. He's got another touch. Back to Mist. Mist denied by Torment. Cloud9 in goal are a brick wall, and nothing can blow it down. Illusion, nothing. Torment has the save. Mist trying to keep it close around the corner. Another chance for Atomic. He actually gets it by Gimmick. Atomic the Gunslinger strikes for Ghost.
He is so fast. Look at how quickly he gets up. Gimmick started halfway up the wall, and Atomic still gets up in time and beats him out. Fantastic speed. Gimmick didn't think there was a chance that Atomic gets there first. Wow.
Finally stopping the Cloud9 train, but gets back on track with that pass and denied by Ghost. Time running out. With the way Cloud9 have been looking, this next 23 seconds are going to be the longest of Ghost's life. Just barely a save for Atomic. Cops right on top of it. Ends up barely winning the 50 against Torment, and he ends up losing the boxing match, but that's a win for Illusion. He missed. He cut the angle too hard on the launch. Atomic has to manage business for Ghost on defense as time is running out in regulation. Illusion go forward. Mist has to get this next touch, and they will let that touch the ground, and we got overtime in game 4.
And I was saying Cloud9 was really struggling on the boost game, but now it's been Ghost who's been struggling The adjustments coming out from Cloud9 have been wonderful, going for those bumps, going for those demos, but now quickly off kickoff, Squishy's forced to make that save. Cloud9 in trouble early.
Gimmick gets a nice hard touch. Back down to the orange half. Ghost. How do they handle this on defense? There's been a lot of pressure from Cloud9. Squishy's got a little bit of space. Squishy still with control. Makes one miss, but then gets top try on top of it. But it's still Cloud9 ball. A lot of splits for Torment. Will make that 50 happen, and Gimmick a huge whip. Squishy will respawn. There's miss to Illusion. Trying to keep it away from the defender. Cloud9 back on their own wall. Ghosts rekindle in game 4. But can they cap it with a golden goal? Give themselves a series advantage. 3-1. Atomic quick reset available. It's just to slow down Gimmick. Illusion, no 50 for him. He'll be boom back downfield. Squishy trying to stop it. Oh, what a demo. It net wide open. Atomic high. Does he have it? No, it bounces straight down. Illusion shot. Good. Ghost. 1 series. 1 game left. What an overtime.
And that was close. It hit off the crossbar, and Atomic couldn't read it. Fortunately for him, Illusion with a massive shot. What a cleanup from him. Atomic making some wonderful plays, great challenges. He generated that chance. The demo also started that counterattack. Demos were so critical in this game. They allowed Cloud9 to get a foothold in Ghost's half and prevent them from boost starving them like they did in the previous games, but they also came into play for Ghost, getting that key demo to give them that counterattacking window. Torment was the last one back. He was being harassed as well. So a brilliant game all around, a physical game, and a close one.
I mean, it wasn't even just that demo. There were several demos for Ghost that helped relieve pressure on their own half to give them a little bit of space. If Cloud9 were given any kind of leeway in the physicality department, like if they were the ones getting those bumps, and if Torment was able to, or it was Squishy who got demoed first, and man, Illusion, it's got to feel so good after you hit the crossbar a couple of times in game 3, getting your confidence back with a game-winning goal, and now you are 1 game away from eliminating Cloud9 from the regional championships. They took advantage in those first 2 games. Cloud9 weren't looking good. They were losing that boost battle on the ground. Cloud9, even when they started winning that, even when they were doing seemingly everything right, Ghost, they mixed it up. They got those demos. And now, James, we're on match point heading into game 6 and our game 5, excuse me. And whew, this is fun. That last overtime.
Yeah, that last. I mean, I'll give you a break because the amount of goal line stops we've been seeing Cloud9 forced to make, they've been scary. And then also just the shots that we've seen from Atomic have been quite amazing. And also, I just want to say for Illusion, that was a very important ending for him because he could have gotten discouraged by that slight touch that he had made that led to the Cloud9 goal that could have been disastrous for Ghost. But Ghost, they hold strong. Atomic, he made a smart play by delaying that bounce off the backboard to get an opportunity, but the bounce was not what he was looking for. It hit off the crossbar. He was trying to get a backboard bounce so that he could read it and put it in. Didn't make it, and Illusion cleaned up, and that was a very well-placed shot from Illusion to the far post up near the upper 90s. So a well-placed shot. Illusion, that was what they needed. That was exactly what Ghost needed, and now they are in the driver's seat, up 3-1. It seems like this might be too much for Cloud9 to come back from.
I mean, despite losing that game, I thought Gimmick looked a lot better than he did in the previous game that Cloud9 actually won. So if Gimmick can continue to look like that, I think that they still have a chance. But I did say before that last game that, I don't think Cloud9 could have afforded to go down 3-1 in this set. It hasn't happened that often in the RLCS, and I'm not sure how, if anyone could do it, Cloud9 are definitely one of those teams. And we are working to get all the players back into the lobby for game number 5. So we'll be underway with that game shortly. But I certainly, it's been fun to watch Gimmick play so well again in the back half of the season. And nice to see him recover just in this series alone. But, Ghosts are just proving that they are a top team in this league. And North America, we're just beating up on each other. And it feels like we can't get a solid read on anybody this season. It's like sometimes G2
Everyone's
are
coming
playing
out of this
insane.
season, yeah.
Yeah,
Everyone's
it's
coming
kind
out of this
crazy.
season battered and bruised, Derby. They're coming out battered and bruised because all of these teams are so close. And Cloud9, even if they do lose here, I think they're going to be happy that they turned their season around. Their season had a disastrous start. Disastrous. They did not look like they were able to beat anybody until they turned things around. So finishing top 6 is going to be enough for them. They were in the relegation series last season, so this is still something they'll be happy with. Ghost, they're hungry for more. They've continued to kind of finish near the middle of the pack in North America season after season, and perhaps this could be the difference for them. Coming in, getting a win against Cloud9, maybe they can get some momentum. But like you said, Jorby, with how close it's been in North America and how hard it's been to get a read on anybody, it feels like anything could happen. Anyone could win the entire thing. Not even just this series. We're not even talking about this series, but anyone left in this tournament seems like they have what it takes to potentially pull down a North American title.
Ghost would love to get this curse off their back where they get so close and then just can't seem to get over the hump. So, they've retooled this roster a couple of times. You have a lot of outstanding young talent. Picking up Mist this season proved to be the right move for Ghost. And Mist had a couple of player of the day performances himself. I actually don't remember if he won one or not, but I know he's been on the board a couple of times this season, and he's had some crazy shots. This series, it's been all about Atomic, but Mist has been that reliable back end, that reliable third, sometimes the reliable, whatever you need Mist to be. He's been able to be that for Ghost. That's been the main difference for me. Obviously, every team just seems to be getting better, but so it keeps getting harder.
It is. Players are getting more mechanical with every season that goes by. You see more and more of mechanics playing an important role. You look at it in Europe with players like Astral and Alpha who have come up and not only have made it to the RLCS, but they are making huge impacts on the best teams in Europe. You see it even here in North America. Players like Atomic, who are just so mechanically skilled that they elevate the team. Justin did the exact same thing for NRG when he first got there. Mechanics are so critical, and the further that we go on, the longer we play, and the more we have these seasons, the more that these types of players are going to dominate, and the more crazy the goals we're going to see happen in RLCS. We saw already previously with Atomic those 2 flip reset goals. We're seeing Squishy with flip reset, double tap goals, everything. So it has been a treat to watch, and it makes you, but at the same time, you wonder how it's going to shift teams around and how it's going to change the landscape in both North America and Europe when you've got these new players coming up. We've already seen how these rival series teams and how these new players can really shake things up.
Yeah, and I mean, even just individual talent in rival series that seems to get plucked every now and then up into the RLCS for teams trying to retain their spots in the pros. It's impressive for a team like Cloud9, who have been together for over 1,000 days, ever since they formed as the Muffin Men to play in DreamHack Atlanta the whole way back in 2017. The fact that Cloud9 have been able to resist this changing of the guard that's happening, the second generation of talent, this team hasn't made any changes, where changes are happening all around them. And you had a feeling that this season might have been the season where it really bit them, where they would have to make a change if they wanted to stay competitive. But then something just clicked, and this Cloud9 team continues to look like their old selves. And it helps to have such a mechanical talent like Squishy on your team, who just always seems to stay at the forefront and always seems to stay up there with the best mechanical players in the game. And Torment and Gimmick, Torment has always been a smart player, and he's always been a great fill-in for Cloud, or a role filler really for Cloud9. Wherever they need him to fill, he's fit that role. I'm continually impressed by the longevity of this Cloud9 squad, and even if this season was the season where they had gotten relegated, it doesn't take away from how impressive this roster has been, how you know, the amount of accolades that they stored. They went on a run where, 9 straight majors, they placed top 4. This team continues to be a danger every single time they hit the pitch. Even when it looks like it's over for them, they somehow crawl their way out of it, and we're underway in Game 5. Ghost trying to take out that very Cloud9 team here in 5 games. And it starts with a goal from Atomic. It just does not stop for this man. It is Atomic going nuclear.
And it was a wonderful challenge from Illusion. You saw him positioning for that 50-50, and it stopped right in the middle, leaving a juicy ball for Atomic to come in, really, and just blast into the corner. We saw a defender on the goal line, but when Atomic has that much time to line up his shot, it's going to be almost impossible to block. Now we see an overcommit, wide open net, and an easy goal for Ghost. 20 seconds in, a 2-goal lead. That is not the start you want if you're Cloud9.
Torment and Gimmick double committed on the play. Way high up in the third, and you just cannot make that kind of mental mistake in this situation where you're talking about trying to stay alive in regional championships where, you know, talking about qualification for top 4 for the spring series in a high prize pool tournament event like that. And even, you know, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars of difference just in this tournament alone. You can't afford these mistakes if you're Cloud9, and an early 2-goal lead for Ghosts. It's gonna be a hill for Cloud9 to climb. How the Cloud9 now approach this beat down? Get a long pass to Torment. Gimmick, he wanted the double tap, and that demo will
doing a good job.
Cloud9.
Doing a good job, Jorby. We saw Torment get a demo, and he was getting the corner boost steal. We see Mist low on boost. Atomic's trying to air dribble to buy time, but he just takes it all. Unreal. Atomic with an air dribble, full field.
Air dribble, James? That's an air strike. Target locked, and it was pinpoint to the top of the net. Oh, squishy on one side, but Atomic is winning this duel. There's another.
And another one.
There's another. That's a hat.
Oh my goodness. Another kickoff goal for Atomic. Torment in net. Atomic gets around the ball, blasts it by him, and I think this has really just been a highlight reel performance from Atomic. A lot of eyes on him. You know, he's really looking like one of the best players that North America has to offer in this series.
And, you know, during
oh my goodness. Jorby, this
James,
was sick.
It was sick. Go for it.
Look at the wave dash. He wave dashes to the side to kick the ball up the wall, and then has just enough boost to get to it in time. The amount of control that Atomic has over his car is unparalleled in this series.
5-0. I almost want to come to series with 3.5 minutes left. And just 5 goals, man. That is insane. You know, Shogun said during the last series, NRG has just put the entire tournament on notice. Ghosts, they're starting to cause some sweat to drop from some of these teams.
I don't know if it's as much. I don't know if it's as much Ghost or if it's mostly Atomic. Yes, we've seen some good plays and some good shots, but what I've seen from Atomic alone is frightening. He is playing with so much confidence, and his ability really is something special.
And you know, all the credit to Atomic. 2 of his goals were off of great Illusion challenges. That very first goal that Atomic had found off the kickoff was off of an Illusion challenge. And Illusion wants one, but the crossbar has been his best friend this series. And much to Illusion's dismay. But, I mean, I'm sure he's not too upset about that crossbar. And Cloud9, if they have any hope of wheeling their way back into this game, they gotta score now. You can't... It's so tough to score quickly on this Ghost. You gotta buy yourself some time to build pressure, to break down the defense, and I just don't think it's gonna happen. Ghosts are playing with house money, James. Trying to to force his way around to the side. Squishy will make another challenge, but Atomic going over one. Gimmick, he's got a good touch out. Torment, this could be a good start, and Atomic will continue. Squishy back over to Torment. They get one, but you're a minute 42 left. You're talking about a goal every 20 seconds.
And we'll see if Cloud9 has what it takes. This certainly is a step in the right direction for Cloud9, but they conceded 2 goals in 20 seconds. They've been letting Atomic walk all over them. You know, and I wouldn't even say they let them. Atomic has just decided to walk all over them. I don't care who you are. When Atomic is making shots like that, it's going to be tough to deny him.
He's cracked, James. It's, what do you do when a player just takes over a game? We see Justin do it. When Justin or when Astral, when those players take over a game, can you expect any team to fight back when those guys are just, it's like they got future vision on the pitch. They just see the game, the whole 5 minutes before the first kickoff ever happens.
And that was a chance for Gimmick as well. He had the read off the backboard, but the shot went wide. Cloud9 wanted any hope to get back in the game. They needed Gimmick to hit that shot.
And still time ticks away for Cloud9. And it started rough for Cloud9 in games 1 and 2, especially game 2 where they conceded 4 goals to Ghost. I mean, this isn't even an anomaly when you consider how some of the other games have gone in this set. Cloud9 have struggled in different areas in each quarter. It was like one game, it's just they can't control the boost. This game, it's Atomic just popping off. Atomic, that is 5 goals for Atomic. He's 5 for 8. Illusion has a playmaker, and you can't do anything. This has a savior. This Ghost team are unbeatable in this series.
And a lot of it is just Atomic. He has been incredible so far. Really unbelievable plays from him. And what a game to have on the resume. What a series to have on the resume for Atomic. He is going to have fun rewatching this one.
It will certainly be fun, and Ghost fans everywhere are leaning back, hands behind their back. Atomic, the double hattie. It's hats, it's stacks of hats, James, for Atomic.
And you know what else it is, Jorby? 7-1.
That's the old-fashioned Brazil, James, and not too often we see that in RLCS anymore. Oh, especially against Cloud9, of all teams. The rest is a formality. The ball touches the ground.
A tough way to end their season. Cloud9 losing in 5 games to Ghost, but Ghost will be moving on. They'll play the Soniqs now, and if Atomic can play like he was playing in this series, that certainly is going to be a tough series for the Soniqs. They're going to have their hands full.
Especially after what Soniqs just went through. They just went through an offensive beatdown, and now they're going to have to go through another one? Oh, man. Atomic, he got 1,000 points in this game. We're seeing more and more individual standout performances. Fairy Peak had, 1,500 points in a game last week? Defense seems to be taking a backseat this season in both regions. It's one team just dominating another. It's one player absolutely popping off. Atomic, he's always been an up-and-coming player. This time, maybe in this regional championship, he's cementing himself as one of the top talents in North America.
I don't think you can deny it after a performance like this, Jorby, with the shots that he was hitting, the way he was hitting them, and the stakes that are out there today and this weekend for the regional championship. I think Atomic really is, like you said, building that legacy.
And, where to go from here if you're Cloud9, heading into this offseason. You obviously have the open qualifiers for the spring series, but they'll be sitting on the sidelines for the rest of this regional championship. Ghost will be moving on to play Soniqs. Can Soniqs bounce back after a disappointing performance against NRG, or will Ghost continue to roll? Find out after the break.
At CDW, you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, at CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec.
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I am your host, Brody Leafx Moore, and you are watching the North American Regional Championships. And today it was a high-pressure zone as Cloud9 was dissipated by Ghost Gaming 4-1. Alongside me are Gibbs and Johnny Boy. And I do just want to apologize. Of course, we are working through some ISP issues. As you guys have noticed, we're working very hard to make sure that we keep the stream going and deliver some exciting Rocket League throughout the day as the North American Regionals continue on. Now, let's talk about that match that we just saw there. Johnny, I'm going to start off with you. We saw quite the opposite of what the analysts expected out of that series.
I mean, nothing really makes sense today with with Ghost performing this well. I mean, that's actually, I think, the less surprising thing. The most surprising thing is just the result with how well Cloud9 were playing in the run-up to this. I also had them as the favorites to win this, but Ghost just stepped it up, and Atomic especially playing on another level today.
And about halfway through the season, I said that if you take out the NRG players, and we had a top 5 for NA, that Atomic would make that list. You can include those NRG players for right now, because Atomic is playing world class. He's one of the best in the world right now. He just showed up with 6 goals in that final game with the mechanical plays. It wasn't even easy goals. He had that insane flip reset earlier. He had 2 flip reset goals. Atomic playing out of his mind throughout the series. Cloud9, their defense was holding up for a while throughout the series. Ghost, though, they continued that pressure, and then Atomic was just a huge finisher.
Well, speaking of good players, or players playing good today, let's take a look at our Player of the Day nominees. Gibbs, who's up there?
We got to go Atomic. He's probably on all top 5 plays right now. And then Johnny, for you?
Yeah, Justin, definitely from earlier today. He's got to be in the conversation. We have to remember that there's more matches to come, so we're going to see more Atomic, we're going to see more Justin, and more of everybody else as well who's still in contention in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like for NRG, for me at least, Gibbs, I could have seen probably any of those guys. It looks like they're stepping up. We've seen quite a slump for them throughout the season, and that includes Justin. You know, sometimes he'll tweet it out saying, guys, I'm in a slump. And you're like, no, you're not, man. You're still looking good. But I think definitively now he looks like he's in full form, and the whole team is as well.
And this is NRG. When it comes regional championship time, when it matters, they show up. They've won the last 3 regional championships. You cannot count them out today.
And Johnny, for Atomic, how long do you think this is going to go? I mean, I guess we may as well talk about the next match, because Atomic will be playing it. Soniqs versus Ghost Gaming. You know, are they going to be able to carry this momentum through? Are the Soniqs going to figure out what they did? Because they lost pretty badly to NRG 4-0, a full stomp. Didn't even get a game in that series. Is this a easy win for Ghost Gaming, or do they have to watch out?
I don't know if it will be an easy game per se, but I do think that they are, heavy favorites coming into this. Ghost Gaming just smashed Cloud9, and Sonic just got smashed by NRG, so the Ghost guys have the momentum coming into that. And even, forgetting about momentum and forgetting about the, current state of affairs with the bracket, I think Ghost just look better today. They look like they're playing phenomenally well, and Sonics are going to have their work cut out to deal with what Atomic is bringing to the table.
Gibbs, for you, for the Soniqs, what did we see earlier that's going to have to change here? Because obviously something is going to have to change. You know, we have Shock as the MVP for the season right now. His team needs to get behind him, and they have to do something to take down Ghost Gaming because they're clicking really well.
Yeah, what do we need to see? Well, we need to see them on the field. We didn't see that when they played NRG. We didn't see Shock on the field much. 0 goals, 1 assist in that entire series. For these past few weeks, the Soniqs have not looked that good, and we are always concerned about whoever won versus Ghost versus Cloud9. One of those teams would be coming in hot to this matchup. Ghost has shown all season long that they can beat the very best when they're on. They're on once again. The Soniqs, things have to change. Shock has to lead that offense. They need to get some early leads, because if they get pushed back on defense, we saw Cloud9. That just happened to them, and then Atomic had space, and he made them pay. So they have to find some offense here.
Will the Soniqs redemption story continue, or will Ghost Gaming shut them down? Let us know what your thoughts are online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. As we continue on, it's going to be Corelli and Turtle in the commentary booth to bring you the action.
Do or die for the Soniqs and Ghost Gaming. They have to stay alive here in this bracket. And for the Soniqs, coming off a pretty rough game against NRG. Turtle, do you feel confident about this team coming in against Ghost Gaming, who played pretty well against Cloud9?
Man, these are like two polar opposite teams right now. You know, previously, if we had talked about this maybe in the middle of the season during league play, I would say that the Soniqs have the upper hand in this matchup. But with how both these teams are now looking in this bracket and in this regional championship, I have to go with Ghost Gaming, because for Soniqs, you know, even the last weekend of the last weekend of the season, it was super rough against G2. They got completely shut out, and they're continuing that trend. Meanwhile, Ghost, they are just looking absolutely lights out.
It is an interesting thing because we have seen these teams perform over the season, but what really matters is how they're performing today. And so far, all signs point to Ghost Gaming. See if they can do it here in game 1 against the Soniqs. And can the Soniqs really bounce back? Because that really is the question. You have the MVP on your team, and he tried his best against NRG, couldn't get things going. So see if they can do it here.
And I mean, you mentioned MVP, and I think for a lot of people, you know, if Atomic had been playing this well throughout the entire season, I think he would definitely be up there on the list besides just Shock. Atomic had a stellar series, to say the least, that we just saw against Cloud9, just completely popping off, being the guy who's going to start everything. So it's really a 1v1 between abilities of Shock and Atomic right now.
And he really capped it off with that last game, scoring so many goals. I believe it was 6. And finishing off that series strong. Certainly the Soniqs don't want to go down without a fight, and there's a back post shot. It's saved by Atomic in the end. Almost snuck by. And the Soniqs starting off with a close one.
And that's what I'm happy to see. I want to see aggression out of the Soniqs. I mean, you know, they had a lot of pressure, I guess, coming into this, you know, tournament. I think a lot of people expect a lot more compared to the beginning of the season. I mean, to think about it, the pros had them ranked as 10th on the power rankings for them. So, you know, to have more pressure and to deal with that, I think it's great to see them come out here with aggression. Hopefully we can see their mental, you know, abilities be less tilted, and they can show that amazing passing trio that we've seen all season long.
And Shock's been a name that we've heard and mentioned quite a bit throughout the season, but Dapper has been right there with them. Them two on offense have been so strong. Here's a shot from Atomic, starting off where he picked up from last game, and he gets the first goal for Ghost.
He is unstoppable. Dapper, I like the idea to get that hit out, but it was just a little bit too plain and too centered. You want to hit it to the corner, try and stall out for your teammates. Instead, it just bounced off the backboard, almost like a pass to the enemy team. It led up to an easy shot for Atomic, who, if he's been playing that well all day, he's not going to stop.
He certainly has been a special player ever since he entered the league, and he's trying to keep Ghost going here in this regional championship. Odessa talked about it quite a bit. Ghost has been really unexciting when they get to this point so far with a win over Cloud9. First goal here against the Soniqs. There's Atomic. Thought he might have an option and missed downfield. Instead, gave it away to the corner to Shock, who dangerously takes it across. That was not hit hard enough to clear the net. Still gets away with it, and Shock trying to carry this one down the field. Sathu very slowly into the corner, navigating this Ghost defense. They do hold strong and are able to break out. Soniqs, their offense has been strong at times throughout the season, but it's games like these where they do feel like they slow down that could come back to hurt them a little bit, as Ghosts have been putting up a good fight on defense and already with the lead here.
If you're a fan of Soniqs, I think the thing you're really trying to pay attention to is going to be their transitions out of the defense. If you want to see them set up an opportunity or get a solid goal, it's going to start in their defensive end, where you can see Sathu or even Dapper usually getting a solid challenge like that into the midfield with a pass. Great setups all around, and now Shock being aggressive as the third man. It's probably the one opportunity we've really seen out of Soniqs to get something going. But thankfully for Ghost, you know, they bounce back.
And Ghost were able to break out, but only for a moment. Here comes the Soniqs once again. Dapper to push it down. Shock off the backboard looking for Sathu. He does go for it. Gets dunked by Atomic back down to his own backboard, and the Soniqs have to restart. Good defense here from Ghost to keep this one away. Aleutian trying to fight in the corner for it. Now Atomic boosts to work with Dangerous in this position. Tries to go under Dapper to bait him in, and Dapper does get the touch.
Atomic getting scarier as we progress through the day. So dangerous in the air. We saw some great plays. Still You know, we're seeing him be lethal on the offensive side. But Sathu, I want to see him pick it up a little bit in the midfield. He starts those challenges. He's the guy who I think really has that spark, who can lead to, you know, maybe Dapper hitting up Shock or setting up a play here. And we've just been kind of a little bit, I guess, bored. And now we see almost an own goal off Dapper. Off the defensive side, what was this?
And unfortunate, Sathu was up for it, couldn't get the touch, and Miss drops it down. It lands on Dapper's head, it into the net. And a 2-goal lead now for Ghost. An abysmal start for the Sonics after a horrible series against NRG. It's not the start they wanted.
I mean, really, Sonics, it's been a quiet game, you know, to say the least. Still, we're looking for better plays. It's just crazy to see how uncharacteristic a lot of these defensive mistakes have been. We've known, and here's another one from Illusion, we've known Sonics to be a team that can withstand so much pressure on the defensive side. They can take shot after shot all season long. They were handling the pressure so well. And then now to come out here, you know, today and also the last weekend of league play, they've been shaky on the defensive side, failing under pressure. And they've just been kind of hesitating on when they can go for a challenge.
Matthew almost able to get one back. And with 40 seconds left, it looks like the Sonics might not have much of a fight here in game 1. 4 goals now, 2 in favor of Atomic, and Ghost running away with it.
And this time, it's Ghost doing what Sonics do so well, moving the ball down the pitch, that transition back to Mist, then to Atomic, and back and forth. This give and go duo that we've been seeing today has been great to watch. Ghost looking so clean.
And really time just a formality at this point. Sonics, they've been on the offensive third, but really haven't been able to break down the defense. There's only been a couple times where it felt like Ghosts were uncomfortable, and this could be one of them, but Illusion there to stop it up. But the Sonics,
oh, here it is.
Here's one now as Mist turns it away, and you have to give credit to this Ghost defense. They are standing strong. 6 saves for Ghost in this game. And they have kept a clean sheet, and they will continue here in game 1 in their winning ways.
Yes, and to, I guess, the favor of Sonics, this is a best of 7 again. They have a chance to, you know, kind of regenerate a bit of their energy, figure things out from that NRG series, because we're seeing the same exact defensive style, the same mistakes. While we have seen a couple of opportunities from Sonics, none of these shots have been too impressive to the point where it's not even savable. And like you said, Carilli, Ghost Gaming have done a great job on the defensive side to get in front of that ball, to make crazy saves. Even at the beginning, we saw miss, and towards the end, get 2 incredible saves. So far, Ghost Gaming, how do you break them down?
That really is the question. And like I said, the Sonics have had opportunity on the offensive third, but it's missing that last touch to beat that first defender or that last defender. And for Ghost, they've been able to hang on, especially on their goal line. So for the Sonics, it's about being more creative and having that third man come in and be more involved. We saw 2 or 3 times that third man was coming in for the big shot, but got dunked away. So for the Sonics, I think that this game, the scoreline, it looks pretty bad, but there was opportunity for them in this game. They just weren't able to capitalize.
Yeah, and I think we might actually start to see a little bit more of some demos come out from Sonics, because what I've noticed really as I've watched Sonics kind of carry out their playstyle and learn a few different tactics to implement, normally whenever they start kind of failing things out and they really don't do well with winning those challenges, they'll go for some demos to kind of mix it up. And you know, they are a very versatile team. It's just, I think, like you said, Carilli, that creativity, and that's going to come down to solo plays. I think NRG is a team that on the 1v1 side, they're great, and that's why they were able to shut down Sonics. So Sonics, Dapper, Sathu, Shock, one of them has to put that first step forward, make a solo play, open up some space, and set up your teammates.
And that demo game is perfectly acceptable if you're the Sonics, if you can get it going.
Yeah.
But you certainly don't want to give up a couple goals and put yourself in the hole early and then have to fight your way out for the entirety of game 2 here. Sonics would love to start with the first goal, get some of that confidence back, get things rolling on offense, prove to yourselves that you can break down this Ghost defense. Here's Sathu as he's taken away by Atomic. Dapper, not a lot of boost to work with, still fighting for it. Shock, going to take it himself here with the amount of boost he has, and he's going to go all the way to the corner. Gets a defender to go from Illusion. Soniqs slow to transition this one into something towards the net. Good fake by Atomic past another. Shock just having to slow that attack for breakout there.
Yeah, and look at the way they're dribbling out of the defensive side. They're taking a patient approach. Ghost Gaming recognizing when they have space, when they can take it a little bit slower, and it's working out for them. Mist, he has all this space in midfield, now he can transition forward. They've been so strong on getting that dribble out, you know, taking it calm and collected so that they can carry it out, find a pass in the midfield, keep their possession going, and also find some solid passes across the pitch like that one to Atomic. This is the Ghost Gaming that we've been waiting to see all season long. Things are finally clicking for them.
And it's the Atomic that you expect to see, just a monster on the field, and give credit to Mist on the pass. But Atomic has just been scoring left and right, team over team, game over game. He is just not stopping. And Ghost, the beneficiary of his prowess so far here today.
And I mean, if Ghost can win this series and make top 4, that'll be the first time that we've seen Ghost make a step up like that since season 4. But Shock is going to cut me off, finally get the ball rolling, and get Soniqs on the board.
And Safi was the one to pop this one up. Shock to put it on target, but really it was just a backflip, or side flip, excuse me, by Mist. And he wasn't able to make the save. The Soniqs will take that goal and answer, finally, to Ghost here. Can they keep it rolling? Can they find another goal and take the lead? Atomic might have other plans here as he gets it over to Illusion, and you can see that defense of the Soniqs being spread out by Ghost. It's a methodical attack by Ghost Gaming, and the Soniqs are just having to track it back and forth.
It's a routine play on the defensive side for Soniqs where they wait for a shot to come out from Ghost Gaming. You know, I talked to Dapper. He said he's fine completely with just letting shots come on net so long as they're not too threatening. But right now against Ghost Gaming, it seems like every single opportunity and every shot really is something that's lethal, like that one right there. Shock barely gets the save, but thankfully they managed to hold on.
And you are seeing something that the Soniqs were doing against NRG is they feel a lot of pressure, and then they're just forced to boom the ball down the field without much of a follow-up. And that's really been a detriment into their offense for a team that wants to put a flurry of shots on, who wants to utilize a player like Shock, like Dapper on the offensive front. Really just resorting to this boom ball downfield and hope you can get after it is really slowed down the attack. Ghost still holding on in their own end, really undisturbed in front of their net. Here's Mist. Looking for help on the left side. It was Illusion. Back across. No one there for Ghost. Dapper trying to deal with Atomic. He's been a handful for everyone, and the ball is given up. Illusion there. Back down to Atomic. He plays it down and missed too far back, and I think that was a safe play for Ghost. You don't want to overcommit when that demo comes out. Drop down to Atomic. Shot left side. Comes just wide of the net. They're going to let it go for Mist. And that attack, you can see Ghost, everyone, just back out. As soon as it gets a little awkward for them, they all back away, play it safe. You don't have to force things. They know that their chances are going to come, and this could be it. Atomic to pop it up, looking for one more. Illusion's there to put it home, and Ghost back in the lead.
Ghost Gaming are completely infiltrating all of the defensive side of Soniqs. They're taking the boost. They're getting these great, fantastic plays and passes, and they're also positioning themselves in front of the ball, getting away and blocking every single clear that can possibly come out from Soniqs, keeping the pressure forward, and it's allowing them to starve them out and then keep continuing onward with the pressure. And I'm happy to see them not get too desperate to look for a solid goal, because they haven't been overextending themselves. Like you said, Corella, they're all pushing back when they need to and when they need to get back on the defensive half.
Dapper looking for some magic in the midfield. Can't make it happen. Here's Mist going under the ball, looking for the duck now. It was turned away by the Soniqs. Sathu couldn't get a hold of it off the ceiling. Makes Dapper go for it now. It's a little awkward for him as he's slow to get to it. And Illusion going to carry it over Shock. He just gets a touch. But now an opportunity for Ghost. Time certainly becoming a factor here. Shock. Excuse me, Sathu and the Soniqs need to get something going. Sathu again from the midfield, just popping it up. No follow-up from the Soniqs here.
Oh, there's space.
Here's a pass from Dapper down to Shock, back to Dapper, and the shot was immediately put on Mist. But a good play from the Sonics. Now you have to convert. And you might only get one more go here. 10 seconds left. Dapper all the way across. Can Sathu get to it? He can't. He ran out of boost. Dapper again following it up. 5 seconds left on the clock. The Sonics just need one. That's a great demo. And a shot from Aleutian to put it away. 0-second time now. Can the Sonics go the full length of the field?
They got to keep it up.
Missed. Gonna drop it down back post. And it will be Ghost to take this game. And the Sonics, again, it just felt like they're so close to putting one away. But that defense from Ghost holding strong.
And I think you just have to compare the quality of shots between both these teams. Sonics, they're trying to do that classic playstyle where they hold on a lot on defense and they can transition it out. But then on the offensive side, while we just saw, a nice little passing play between Dapper and Shock, it is not nearly enough because we're not seeing that sort of play, that sort of routine style pass, give and go opportunity as much as we would love to see. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ghost Gaming, they're passing every chance they get. We've seen Mist in this game alone get a bunch of demos, mix it up a bit, try and get in the faces of Sonics, and they're just attacking them from all different angles. Meanwhile, Sonics, they're just trying to get on offense right now and start something, and even then, they can't do it.
I think for me, looking at this game, I want to see more control from the Sonics from their final third and the middle field third of the field, especially just on the halfway line. Because it feels like when Sonics get into the final third and they start putting shots on, they feel a lot more comfortable. You can see Shock and Dapper doing their thing in front of the goal line, and they expect and have Sathu on the back front or on the back line looking to put shots away. It just feels like Sonics, through their defensive third in really just the back half of the field, they don't control the ball at all. They just want to throw it downfield, and they don't make anything tough for Ghost to read. They don't have any passes to look out for. All they have to look out for is the big boom downfield, and that's all they have.
I mean, granted, it is very difficult too, as a player to be in the defensive side and go for an option that isn't just booming the ball down. Because, you want to provide relief to your team, give them some time to get some boost. But at this point, if you can't find possession after you get the boom clear, there's really nothing you can do. And at that point, Corelli, you're right. To that point, you have to start dribbling, controlling it a bit more. Try and focus on carrying it out instead of just panic clearing.
We'll see if any adjustments come out for the Sonics here as Ghost looking to put on more of an attack here. Aleutian just staying in front of the ball and still fighting for it. Dapper says he's had enough and takes Aleutian out of the play. And now Dapper himself will try and carry it out, and that's the control we're looking for. Force a defender to come to and open up space behind him. Missed. Great pass. Find Atomic. And away he goes towards the Sonic side, and he does get the 50 on Dapper to keep the play alive. It lets his teammates come through, back on rotation through the midfield, and also Missed to at least challenge that ball. Sonics, this could be their opportunity. Dapper turned away by Mist, and immediately downfield is Atomic with no boost. Does steal away the corner, but lets Shock go.
I love that play as well from Atomic. You can see he's being aggressive, but he's being smart about it. The Ghost Gaming right now, their decision making is really on point with how they tend to attack with aggression. Atomic, he just took another corner boost, but now he realized he has space. He goes in, he gets the demo, and he's still being annoying. It's these little decisions as to when to rotate out right now that are making Ghost Gaming such a special team.
And Ghosts really are playing so smart. I mentioned it a couple games ago how they know their opportunities will come. They don't want to overcommit. They're letting Atomic do his thing and playing off of his solo plays. And it's been so fruitful for this team and been so good here against the Sonics, who quite honestly are making a lot of mistakes and giving up a lot of the possession. Here's Atomic from his corner. Time and space. Gets by one. Has Dapper in front of him. Looking for more options and couldn't get over him. Here's Shock. Can he do it himself? Can he carry it all the way? He's got so much boost and Missed. Able to make the save.
Shock, we're waiting for it. That one spectacular goal, the MVP. I mean, we need to see him step up. He almost did right there. It's a good look so far from him. But Ghost Gaming still hammering down on the net.
Aleutian lightly taps one off the back wall. Sathu quick to the ball here for the Sonics. Dapper looking to follow up. Shock waiting for his time to go. Chooses now. And Aleutian does clear it away. Sonics looking for some form of offense here. Haven't seen much. Here's Miss trying to get a second touch. He does on target and in the Ghost Gaming take the lead.
All of this stemmed from Atomic's challenge there. He was aggressive, he got the demo. He might not have won the 50, but even that demo, the aggression, the slight panic that he induced and caused on the defensive side of Soniqs is what opened up space for Mist. He got the double touch. Mist has always been a great third-man shooter, and it's no surprise here that he can get that goal and finally put Ghost up in lead.
Ghost still putting on the attack here and showing more and more control. Soniqs just having to chase after it here at this point, and Shock will get demoed by Illusion. Sathi way up for this one, place it off the ceiling. Dangerous spot now as Ghost comes marching down the field. Atomic tries to go through Shock, and a shot comes out from Illusion, and Atomic couldn't get a piece of it. Ghost just peppering the net and all over it, and keeping control here as the Soniqs are way spread out, and it's getting a bit dicey on the defensive end for the Soniqs.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks like an energy-less team right now. Against G2, excuse me, in the last season or last weekend of league play, they couldn't even get a single game out of it. Now they just got swept by NRG. We're looking at possibly another sweep as they force themselves on defense. Can't break out of their own half. Finally, Shock gets clear. But like we talked about, the possession too strong from Ghost.
Coming up, less than a minute now. Only a 1-goal deficit here for the Soniqs. But the Ghost Gaming have been knocking on the door here quite a bit. This one boomed downfield. It's gotten Dapper to go up for it. Here's Illusion now to just fight in the corner. Atomic might just take it himself here. Drops it down on target, and Sathu controls it on the goal line and calmly dribbles it out.
1v1.
And now he's bought himself a bunch of space. And on the left side, tried to put it past. Missed there to make the save.
Sathu, the mechanics on the dribble, if he just turned a bit more, but a good give and go from Shock and Dapper. Great job going down the field. Now Sathu with the shot. What a save on the upper corner from Mist.
This is where the Soniqs do best. The demo comes out. Dangerous ball still floating in front of the box here. Sathu fighting for it. Shock goes. It's just Dapper back. He goes as well. Last-ditch effort here for the Soniqs and cleared away by Miss Ghost. Gonna take another game.
My God, this is just so frustrating to watch right now for Soniqs. I mean, while we are not seeing the best offense from them we've ever seen this season so far, they have chances right there towards the final seconds. It was upper 90 shot, a great precise hit towards the net, and then it just gets saved by two players on Ghost Gaming. The defense, even when they're getting tested, even when they need to make those incredible saves, they can do it. Ghost Gaming, I'm a fan now. I'm completely impressed right now with this team, and I think it's stemming a lot from the challenges. But Mist, just to compare points, he had 530 points that game. Second in line was Atomic with 166. Mist doing a lot of the heavy lifting, the only goal as well for this game.
Yeah, and 3 saves to his name as well. So, and you know, looking at the scoreline too, it's a 1-0 win for Ghost, but it's very calculated. I was really impressed by how reserved this team was and not just going crazy with it, because we know that all 3 of these players can be quite mechanical, obviously including Atomic, who has shown his prowess throughout the 2 series that we've seen him play. But it just feels like Ghost, for what they can do individually, they're very reserved and just going balls to the wall and flying everywhere. It feels like Ghost is doing a great job of knowing when to go and when not to go. And I think that's paid off, especially when it's just a 1-0 game. You know, they're not blowing Soniqs out of the water here, but they're certainly controlling most of the game.
And I think a great example of that is all the back passes that we've seen from Ghost. Even when they rotate out of the corner, you'll see multiple times if you pay attention to it, that Ghosts are trying to keep that possession even whenever it might not lead to a scoring opportunity, just to starve out Soniqs. You know, Atomic in the corner might hit it back, even Illusion. And the 50-50s as well. Everything looking so solid for Ghost Gaming right now.
So, the Soniqs now really need to find something in the final third. They've got to figure out the Ghost defense. They've got to put something together to show signs of life. It's been close games, but not close enough for the Soniqs as another one goes high. Ghosts have done a stellar job on defense, but the Soniqs have certainly had opportunity. Here's Miss, though, for Ghost's own opportunity as he tries to just dunk past the first defender. Atomic in the midfield, given a lot of space here. He does turn around and throws it towards the Sonics. Shock returns the favor to the Ghost side.
Oh, big
and now
mix.
here's a chance. Shock did want to control that, but immediately jumped on. A minute come and gone. Back and forth, as it's been through most of this series. Until Ghost decides they want to make something happen. A big bump on Sathu, and everyone from the Sonics had to go. Once that bump came through, the panic set in, and here's a shot from Miss Ghost. Knocking on the door once again. Sathu struggling. Dapper backwards, and Sathu still having to make goal line saves and off a Shock. And somehow the Sonics come out with it. They don't give up a goal.
And it's such a clean play, though, I think a lot from Ghost. While they didn't, like you said, end up with a goal there, I'm paying attention right now to Illusion and Atomic as they're aggressive. And even that in that instance where you think you threw everything you had at the defense of Sonics and you come away empty-handed, they don't get frustrated. They don't overextend themselves. And they're fine with just rotating back. They say, look, we'll keep the pressure up. We'll keep trying to make enforced mistakes because eventually we're going to find something. And there's Illusion. He does find the back of the net after a mistake has been caused from Atomic.
And I was scared. I thought he missed it, and Atomic forces the issue, diving through that ball. And it comes off the inside of the net there. And up and down it goes and in for Ghost. Defense again struggling for the Sonics when the pressure's on, especially when things break down. And now a 1-0 lead opens up for Ghost once again. Still plenty of time for the Sonics, but they've had plenty of time throughout really every single one of these games aside from the first one. Here's an opportunity, but cut out by Illusion. Missed, gets a fake, has an open net, and it's a 2-goal lead for Ghost.
Ghost Gaming, to say in one word for what this level of play is, it's just polish. Every decision, every attempt at going for a 50, they are doing something with it. Even if they can't, say, win that 50 or even beat somebody to the ball, they might go for a demo in the midair. They do something always extra to try and throw off the defense of Sonics. They're putting in that extra effort, the extra hustle to make a play out of nothing, and it is working out beautifully. The save from Mist. Sonics are coming away empty-handed with every single attempt.
And everyone went on that play for the Sonics and still couldn't get the job done. 2 minutes left to play. A lot of Sonics fans asking where the offense has gone for this team. They have looked good through the regular season. Here's one now, pass out to Sathu, and they finally get one on the board here. And with 1 minute and 57 seconds left, plenty of time to get back into it.
It took a solid midfield pass. They recognized Atomic and Mist both on the back end. And this time, Sathu, he has the precision. He finds the other side of the net on an instance where maybe earlier on in the series, we would have seen a save come out because of the poor adjustment or placement of the shot. But this time, it's Sathu there to sink it.
Here's Sathu and the Sonics looking for another one now. They need it now more than ever. Dapper towards the midfield. Nobody there to receive it. It was just Ghost. Illusion going to take this one across and try and go for a ridiculous angle there. Dangerous ball here for the Sonics, struggling to keep it. Sathu to throw it to the left side. Dapper's downfield trying to get in the way of that first oncoming defender from the Ghost side. A weak touch here from Sathu gives up possession. Dapper tried to go for it as well. Ghost now down the right sideline.
Nice midfield pass.
Sonics looking for more, and the Ghost defense a little disorganized here, and this could be it for the Sonics so they can get a hold of the ball again. No boost for Sathu means he can't follow up, and Ghost to get back control. And as we've said in most of these games, time now really becoming a factor for the Sonics. 45 seconds left.
Oh.
Illusion gonna take this one up. Sucking up a lot of time and gets the dunk off the back wall. 2 go from Dapper and Sathu. It's up to Shock to clear it away, and he does so quite nicely. Illusion back down to Atomic. Immediately shot on target. Shock makes the save. Less than 30 seconds to go. Illusion can't get by Dapper. Shock and Dapper next to each other, moving down the field. Sathu's got to keep this one in for the Sonics. This could be their last gasp of air here. 10 seconds left. They've got to put something on target. Dapper to put it away. It's up to Shock. He's going to pick up full boost here. What can he put together in the last seconds? He's dunked away by Illusion. Ghosts just have to kill this one down, and that's it. Illusion off the back wall. Shock still keeping it alive for the Soniqs, and nobody goes for it on the Soniqs, and Ghost will clean sweep here against the Soniqs 4-0 and a commanding win.
Wow. Huge performance. Can we say it even more? Ghost Gaming are looking the best we've seen them all season long. They make it here. They do so well in both series that we've seen so far. And I think personally, Ghost Gaming, if they can continue this, they might be our regional champions, because this is an incredible patient game, incredibly smart decision making. I love everything I'm seeing out from them. I think it's just such a clean performance.
I agree that Ghosts have looked extremely good here through 2 series, and this one even more so than the last against Cloud9. Ghost, look, I mean, because look, Sonics can pull off some amazing things. Their offense has been quite strong throughout the season, and it just wasn't the Sonics' day here today against NRG and against Ghost. They just couldn't get things going. And at the end of the day, Ghost was the better team here in this series. It felt like they were controlled. They were reserved when they had to be. They knew when to go. They knew when not to go. And they utilized Atomic to his fullest potential, which is what we've always wanted out of Ghost. Because we know how good Illusion and Mist are. They've been consistent. And I think that Atomic really has shined through 2 series here. And Ghost has shined through 2 series. It's been so strong from them.
Yeah, I think personally with Atomic, one of the most things I've been the most impressed with, has been the fact that he doesn't get too overconfident. You know, he's been having a great past 2 series, and oftentimes is whenever you see a player like that start to pop off, their mechanics are perfect, you'll see them get a little bit too, cocky and kind of push up too much, be too aggressive, and you'll see that start to cause a lot of mistakes on the defensive side. But actually, I saw the opposite. There are multiple times, even in this last game here, where I saw Atomic turn back around, take the slower pace. That's really what helped them keep possession, keep that calm atmosphere, and led to a huge 4-0 sweep here against Sonics.
Big win here for Ghost. They stay alive in the regional championship. NRG taking on G2 coming up next. Stay with us.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet friendly. Maybe a little too pet friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec.
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
I do need you. I do need you.
Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it.
I can remember all the reasons why we went separate ways. Feeling all alone in your company, keeping you captive with guilty chains.
We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. We won't, we can make it as real. Maybe we will go, give up the ego. Making it feel go. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future, we won't, we can make it as real. Maybe we will go, give up the ego. Making it feel go. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. We can start again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. As always, I am your host, Brody Leaf X Moore, and we are witnessing Ghost going on an absolute tear right now. And to join me in on the action is Gibbs and Jamespot. Jamespot, wow, Ghost is surprising us right now.
Well, I mean, I witnessed it firsthand in the Cloud9 series. Ghost is playing Inspired Rocket League, especially Atomic. He is lights out, and I honestly would not want to be in the path of Ghost right now.
Yeah, we saw it where like Atomic is pulling off things like top of NA worthy, top of the world worthy. But on the other side for the Soniqs, that's 11 games lost in a row. And if you take out that flight series, They've lost 14 in a row to top 6 teams. They kind of just fell apart towards the end of the season. Shock didn't really get anything going for this team. And when he's not going anywhere, it seems like the Sonics fall flat. The defense was just not up to par today. Ghost, though, made them look bad at times because of how good Ghost is playing throughout today.
Yeah, for Sonics going forward, though, is this a team that we're now going to see into the next season, James, that's going to have difficulties? Or do you think that they had a pretty good debut season in the RLCS Season 9?
I mean, you can't doubt that they had a good season. They finished near the top. They were very close to finishing top 2, just an overtime game away from it. So you can't deny that they had a fantastic season. Did it end poorly? It didn't end how they were hoping, but I think this team has shown a lot of promise. They've shown a lot of ability, and you have to respect the performance that they made this season. But it is going to be tough. They did have some close series that could have gone either way this season. We'll see how they play moving forward, especially with this spring series or spring opportunity for them right in front of them. So we'll see.
I just want to remind people that we have a few more matches to go, but I want to get you guys caught up to date on what you've missed so far. If you're just tuning in now, here's the bracket for the North American Regional Championship. Every single match is a best of 7. So far, we've watched NRG beat the Sonics 4-0, and then Ghost Gaming beat Cloud9 4-1, and then Sonics 4-0 as well. That bottom part of that bracket is all single life. Once you lose, you're out. The only extra life was NRG there. That's Sonics. That's why they ended up playing against Ghost Gaming. But from here on out, it is do or die. If you lose, you are gone. For you, James, are there any obviously Ghost Gaming win everything, surprises for you?
I'm surprised at how one-sided it was in both of Ghost series. I'm surprised at how little of a fight the Sonics put up. Those were probably my biggest surprises. Am I surprised by the overall result? No. I honestly thought that Ghost was going to beat Cloud9, and I did expect NRG to beat the Sonics. It's just surprising how much of a stomp that those series were.
Well, 10 teams entered league play, 6 made it to regionals, and now we're ended up with 4 teams left. So let's move on with our matches. G2 versus NRG is going to be our next series. This is a classic one, a tale almost as old as Rocket League itself. These two teams clashing against each other, but of course roster's a little bit different with Turbo Pulsa coming over from Europe. He's done wonders for this team, but they've had a little bit of difficulties, a couple stumbles along the way, whereas G2 their offense has been looking get stronger and stronger as they go on. And I'm wondering if NRG, the previous world champs here, or the current world champs, are going to be able to take down this ever strong G2.
This one's really interesting because obviously they played in league play and went all the way to 5 games. A lot of wide open nets that G2 gave up. But NRG, when it comes to regional championships, they know how to play. They've won the last 3. They've won 8 series in a row. The last time they lost, though, 2 years ago versus G2 in Game 7. So, and that was in the grand finals where G2 won their first title for North America. But this G2 squad is vastly different. This NRG squad is vastly different. It really comes down to me, how is G2 playing today? With that glass cannon offense, they can't give up the wide open nets. They probably would have beat NRG, like as long as they stopped maybe 4 of those wide open nets. But it was an incredibly close series. I'm expecting G2 to come out hot, but NRG looked great as well.
And then for you, James Spot, any early thoughts on this one? A quick clash or another 4-0 like we've seen today? Or is this one finally going to bring us to a Game 7?
So I'm not sure about Game 7, but I think it's at least going to get to Game 6 potentially. I think it could go the distance. These guys are very well matched. And I'm just going to be keeping my eye on Turbo. Turbo has been playing, or he's been struggling a little bit recently. So if he can bring his A game, I think NRG have a great shot at potentially even taking the whole thing.
Well, we'll find out if he brings his A game right after you guys get online onto Twitter. We want to hear from you guys at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. But now, at G2, NRG, can G2 take down the world champs? We find out right now.
G2 and NRG, you heard the desk, or I guess our panel at home, talk about it, and they're absolutely right. This is a matchup. It's a classic matchup. It's a matchup between historically 2 of North America's best teams, the quote big three as it used to be. And it's exciting to see them match up here at the regional championship. And they also they touched on when they played during league play as well. It felt like NRG really ran away with it in a very strange series from G2. I certainly do not expect that to happen again here.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. I think that, going into this tournament, I would honestly have picked G2 over NRG because while NRG, they haven't looked completely dominant, they're still, you have to respect their potential. But overall, G2 have had a much cleaner season, overall throughout league play. But with how we've seen NRG so far today with that 4-0 sweep against Soniqs, it was looking clean as can be as well. It's them and then Ghost right now that have been really impressing me. NRG looking like they're back into that world championship form. So that's a scary thing to go against G2 right now. So I think this is going to be a nail biter of a series, neck and neck, both teams so close. The skill gap, you can't even see it.
I certainly agree that this will be a very close series, and what we've seen before from NRG, at least today, they've been extremely strong.
Yeah.
Justin's looking crispy. Turbopulsa and Garrett doing everything they need to do to make this team look so good. It's our first look at G2 now today. Let's see how they do going up a very hot NRG in game number 1.
And I think Turbo, he's a huge factor. We expect to see the creativity, the defensive prowess. And then also on that, I think NRG, puts a lot of faith into Turbo to, ease the comms, make them less nervous, make them have fun. And we've seen what that can do to NRG whenever they're goofing around and not taking it as serious as possible. Even if you pay attention to their comms video, they're crazy with how they really go about doing things. And it's going to be crazy to see how Turbo can get those unique Turbo goals that we see all season.
Yeah, I'm sure he's planning on it as usual, as he has gotten some interesting goals throughout the season and really even last season as well. Things starting off pretty much a stalemate here. G2 are on the offensive third, but it does feel like these teams taking it slow. They're very well versed in how both of them play. Seen these players season over season. As again, back to the G2 side. Chicago looking for options in the midfield. It was Justin who turns it away. J-Naps dunked away, and it comes down to Justin in an open net room to put it home. NRG on the board first.
You love to see the reaction from Justin with that pinch across. Garrett G hits Justin right in the perfect spot. He's ready and somehow prepared for that pinch across. A bit of a fortunate position for Justin, but nonetheless, he takes advantage of it and makes use of it.
So NRG on the board first. G2 looking to respond back as Turbopulsa to take this one from the midfield. Garrett also goes up for it. Now Rizzo. Dunked away. Garrett trying to force the issue for NRG. Pass off the sidewall. Here's Justin. Didn't have much boost to work with, but does get to it. A follow-up from Garrett. Puts it away, and NRG a 2-goal lead.
This time it's Garrett actually being the one with the better positioning instead of Justin. Look at the speed. Justin got up to that aerial. Chicago needed to get a touch there as well. He couldn't find it, and Garrett G crashes the net beautifully. So far, we're seeing the results of all this pressure from game 1 on the side of NRG.
And NRG will take advantage of the space and time that you give them. I heard in the cast before, Shogun and Johnny talking about how NRG don't give up too many mistakes, and they will punish you on the mistakes that you make. G2, a team that can make mistakes if they're not playing up to snuff for that day, but generally a team that has looked good through the midfield. Right now, NRG doing a great job of disrupting that and just not letting G2 into their own game plan, and there's Justin once again to put it away.
You just talked about it, Corelli. It's all about punishing these mistakes. Garrett G, he's given so much space. And I'm looking at Rizzo, who had needed to make a decision. He only had about 28 boosts remaining. Still just enough to go for a shot, pushing himself maybe into the corner. But either way, you just talked about it. Winning midfield for G2 has been their thing. But so far, we're seeing them get outpaced and outclassed right now.
2 minutes and 30 seconds left here in game 1, and it's all NRG. They've just been quicker so far, especially in that final third. G2 really haven't been given a chance to play their game.
finding themselves on defense quite a bit. Chicago and Rizzo link up to put it downfield. Here's Turbo Pulsa to pick it up. Had boost to work with. Side flips to let Garrett go through. And a dangerous ball comes out straight to Justin. Back post shot off the crossbar save from Rizzo. And NRG, they were way backed up on that play. They did not want to overcommit. Garrett and Turbo were way back. And it is coming down to the control game for NRG. They don't have to run up the score if they don't need to. Turbo to his right corner. Here's G2 looking for them to put something together. Haven't seen much of that passing game that's been so magical for them throughout the years. Here's Justin trying to pick it up with Turbo Pulse. So a little disorganization, but in the end, Chicago comes out with it. Back post shot cleared away by Justin.
Yeah, and it's just a slower game, really, from G2. I've been watching Rizzo's perspective a lot of this time, and like you talked about, you know, we're waiting to see those passes, those midfield hits. And for Rizzo, he's positioning himself really all the way across. The spacing has been really great here. We can see him right now taking advantage of it finally as they get a pass across. But that's about the first one we've seen so far. Rizzo, while he can position himself forward, as they just run away with it now. Mistakes have been made on the side of G2. NRG are always there to punish.
And that one hurts to watch because I'm pretty sure JNAPS was just get back at that point. He didn't think that was actually going to go so cleanly for Chicago straight at him. And it comes off of JNAPS and sets up a counterattack for NRG. Now a 4-goal lead for them. And like we've been saying, NRG, when you give them a chance, they will take it. And they convert once again.
Yeah, and their defense has been solid so far this entire game one. While they haven't been pressed a little bit too hard by the side of G2 with those passes, it's just been kind of basic shots towards the net, maybe some booming clears that they have to receive. We haven't seen any mistakes, and their speed has been phenomenal. We can thank Justin and Garrett G for that in the aggressive side of the field. They've been being aggro, getting in the faces. Even here, look at Garrett G. He's winning out in the midfield, creating space, and wasting a lot of time, and now his teammates have boosts on the defensive side. They can get the save. So many opportunities wasted from G2.
There's G2, a chance. Rizzo, hard shot on target, but at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter here in game one. Down 4 goals with 5 seconds left. It's just not going to happen for G2, and you might just chalk this one up to a slow start if you're a G2 fan, because it certainly was slow as NRG ran all over them here in game one.
Yeah, definitely just throw away that entire game one, really. I think that they had some good looks so far. Like I said, I like the positioning of Rizzo. I was watching his perspective. He was spacing out the field rather well, but I think moving forward, we can expect a little bit more from JNAPS, as he basically had full donuts across the board, all zeros, no assists and nothing really from him. And he's a player who this entire season has been a huge contender for that MVP slot. I think that he definitely had a lot of potential to even earn it. He's been playing amazing not only on the shooting side now, but also on the passing. All that started, you know, last season in the promotion tournament. He's carried it out here. So we want to see more involvement of JNAPS and the Chicago duo, where they can have Rizzo come and crash the net.
I think it's just more involvement across the board from G2. We saw a couple passes here and there, maybe just dropping off from the wall to the midfield, but not really into those combination plays through the midfield that we know and love from G2 here against NRG. And that might just be because NRG knows it's coming and they're able to cut it off, and they're smart enough to read what G2 want to do. But that's what G2 needs to figure out. When NRG adapts to your play style, what else do you have in the bag? Because right now in game one, NRG read you like a book.
Yeah, I think it's those solo plays, and NRG, they took advantage of it even against Soniqs. It was Justin, Gary G, even Turbo sometimes would go for those solo plays, create space even when they didn't have the midfield pass. So for G2, I think you have to outflick, out-dribble Justin and Garrett after winning a challenge. So let's see how they can bounce back here in the second game of the series.
A new clock and a fresh start for G2 here in game two. Rizzo already getting a demo on Turbo Pulsa, and Rizzo had a couple chances last game and couldn't convert. NRG already this close to getting their first goal. JNAPS off the back wall. Chicago's there, and Turbo Pulsa had to go. Garrett, heavy touch towards Rizzo, might leave G2 some opportunity here. Turbo there to just slow it down off the back wall. Now G2 looking for a shot. It's Chicago, but it was light and turned away by Garrett. Rizzo tried to salvage it. It does pinch it back towards JNAPS.
Oh, the flip reset.
Flip reset. Over. Second touch. No, turned away by Justin, as he was able to stick with that play throughout the antics of JNaps.
Love what I'm seeing so far from G2. This has already been, you can tell from the first minute, so much more threatening. JNaps, like I talked about, those solo plays, we want to see those flip resets, those little moments of opportunities that he can create. And also the passes have been on point. Chicago, he had one chance, he had a little bit of a light shot, but that has been the best look so far from G2.
Rizzo gets beat just over his head, and Justin to put it away for NRG.
And he did it all himself. He started out in the corner, won the challenge, beat out the defender, carried it slowly, and caught Rizzo completely out of position. And that's a little bit frustrating because Rizzo in that situation, he would expect somebody to maybe get a touch, you know, give him some time to get back. But Justin just made it look too easy and embarrassed the defense.
Now G2, 3.5 minutes to find the equalizer here. As it is Chicago, back out to JNap shot. Got 2 to go from NRG, but they do make the save. And NRG now pressing Justin, looking for a double tap. He can do it off the crossbar and in. NRG a 2-goal lead.
He is too clean with it right now. Justin, look at how fast he is into the air and then gets the double touch, perfectly reaching off the backboard. It's one thing to beat out the defender. He already made the great play, the great move, but then he followed it up himself. Justin doesn't need anybody right now in this series to score a goal.
Justin looking quite a bit like Atomic, and through his 2 series, just scoring goals left and right. A strong start here for NRG in game 2. And NRG really, or excuse me, G2 really haven't had any answer. They've had a couple opportunities, but they haven't been that strong. NRG's defense have been able to get in front of it, and they've been able to set up plays downfield. That's a dangerous one coming off of JNap's own back wall. And Justin gets the dunk on Chicago. Rizzo forced to make a tough one as he plays across the box. Here's Turbo pulls it back down to Garrett. Shot upper corner, couldn't find it. And great passing comes out from NRG, and they're just that close to finding their third.
Yeah. It was a lovely play, a lovely setup from NRG, where Garrett G, or no, excuse me, Turbo, I think, went for that midfield pass out to Garrett G. And I love the selflessness of a lot of those plays where they don't actually go for the shot when they had the chance. Instead, they're trying to set up their opponent. But good passing from G2 as we clear the pitch to find Chicago on the other side.
Yeah, great shot there from Rizzo. Hit with pace. There's time and space now for Chicago. He's got to get by 1. Justin gets a piece of it to slow him down. G2 attempting those passing plays and attempting the solo plays as well. We've seen JNaps and Chicago both bring the ball down. Here's Rizzo. Can't get by Turbo. Plays it over to Garrett. Couldn't get over Chicago. Time running out for G2, and that one's unlucky for JNaps as he misread it, and it slips under him. Chicago plays it down for G2. Can they find something here late in game 2? JNap's trying to force the issue. Rizzo was there. And for NRG, they're happy to see this one out. Not much of a disturbance on the defensive side for NRG. It's been quite easy for them to play this ball out, and they're just really throwing it to the midfield and say, okay, go again, G2, try again. Because right now, they're not doing anything.
Pay attention to a lot of those shots. You're completely right on the mark, Pirelli, because for instance, all those shots that we just saw recently were just tossed to the NRG defensive side. They weren't intentional at all. No second touch as Garrett G punishes another mistake on the defensive side of G2, where it feels at this point where it might just be a mechanical issue as Justin also gets the thing.
Yeah, and it looks like the defense of G2 thought Justin was going to get that ball. JNaps was trying to read his touch, and he didn't, which slowed down the defense just a beat for Garrett to catch back up to it and put a shot on target and in. And again, NRG capitalizing on those very minor mistakes from G2. That's what's led to another goal. Here's Justin. Hard shot off the crossbar. Follow-up from Garrett goes high. Turbo happy to put this one up. Garrett lurking around in the box. He'll take a boost. Turbo all the way back. G2 need to rally real quickly here. Less than 30 seconds to go.
They need something.
Big clear from Garrett. That might just do it here in game 2. And a demo will slow things down for G2. This ball comes straight out to Turbo, and at this point, it's really just about over for G2. NRG, once again, have just been the better team through 2 games, and it feels like G2, that slow start has continued into game 2.
I mean, it's completely the mechanics and the speed aspect of the game right now. And that honestly could come down to the boost. I think next game I'm going to try and pay a little bit more attention to who's being the most dominant right now with the boost, because it seems like G2 for the most part, I mean, we're seeing 8 shots out of them. It's not bad. 8 shots to 10, which means, you know, they are having a lot of pressure put forward. They have opportunities, but compare what we've been seeing from G2 out of NRG. We have players like Justin. We saw it where he's so fast on the offensive side. He gets the double touch. It's mechanical plays like that that are making the difference for NRG, because they're outpacing and they're out shooting everybody right now on G2, who are not looking the best mechanically.
And that's, I mean, Justin's always been so fast. It's no surprise to see him play so well and so quickly here, but for G2, it's really about that offense that I'm worried about. They've been able to slow up a lot of NRG's touches and offensive tries. It's been mistakes that NRG have been able to jump on. But for G2, it's that offense. You know, they did put up 8 shots, like you said.
Yeah.
None of them were very memorable, really, from the G2 side. There was a couple chances on the goal line that NRG had to make a good save, and credit to them, they did have quite a bit of saves. But it just seems like G2 have got to get a bit more creative, because right now NRG are expecting everything that G2's throwing at them.
Yeah, I think it really is the speed of how you hit the ball, because G2, I think they look the best with their passes when they are completely booming every single ball they can get as fast as possible to the other side of the pitch. Because while they might be a little bit predictable with their midfield passes, I don't think they need to switch up their play style so long as they can at least speed up those hits. Because so far, Chicago, even last game, he had a chance to put one on net. It was just a weak hit. And multiple times we've seen that across the board from JNAPS and Rizzo, where the hits are just a little bit too soft, where they need to be really trying to find that mechanical speed.
So we're off to game 3. And right now it's been all NRG. They are controlling that midfield once again. G2 very wrapped up on their own side. They will get a welcome clear. Now Justin looking to beat the first defender, couldn't do so from Chicago. JNAPS picks it up, shot on target, just a bit high. Follow up from Rizzo. This is G2's chance. Could they put something away? Tough touch here for Chicago, and not enough boost will slow down the attack. And NRG gets out.
Chicago there. It was a soft touch. I love the idea to go for it again. It's just the execution. You know Chicago's trying to control that, maybe get a double touch or at least stall out for his teammates, but it's just too easy, too light for NRG to recover.
It does feel that way. G2 looking to press the issue once again. Or maybe they couldn't before early on. Free ball for Garrett. He'll boom it downfield. 2 demos for Rizzo.
Now there's space.
To Chicago off the ceiling, looking for that shot near post. JNAPS, it goes over his head, gets Rizzo to go. So everyone from G2 involved on the play, and they do get back. NRG attempting the counter downfield, and Turbo will demo JNAPS out of the way. This game getting quite bloody here as demos coming out. Now here's JNAPS, just Turbo pulls it a beat over the back shoulder, and G2 on the board.
This is it, the classic G2. Look at that, Rizzo, the side touch to Chicago, and then he clears it across for JNAPS where there's space. We saw earlier Rizzo was getting involved. He had a double demo to cause a lot of the panic initially to start out and flood through the minds of NRG, and now G2 have got themselves on the board here. In game 3, we're looking at a huge comeback that we could be seeing. They're energized.
Big shot from Justin, and that could be it. Like you said, Turtle, you need some energy from G2, and this first goal could be the proof that they need, that they can score one against NRG, but Justin comes barreling through and sends the defense into a tough spot. G2, I like seeing this from Rizzo, bringing this one down, but didn't keep a hold of it in the end. Turbo looking for Garrett, and NRG setting up a play through the midfield, and Garrett's touch is a little bit too heavy. A counter now for G2. Chicago's touch is too far, and now Garrett, if he could get the touch, had a free shot and couldn't do so. Still, G2 hanging on to their 1-goal lead, but that was scary.
Now the mechanics really plaguing a lot of NRG as Garrett had a clear shot at the net. You gotta be frustrated, to say the least, at this point, while G2 are making some heroic saves on the defense.
Garrett didn't have much boost on that play, so it was a bit tough, but in the end, you feel like he should have had it. Here's Rizzo, has an opportunity. Tough spot for Justin off the back wall, looking for follow-up. Rizzo, once again, might just carry it himself. Almost a beautiful goal from Rizzo. Here's JNaps and G2 pressing the issue. Chicago top corner, and a 2-goal lead now for G2.
The JNaps Chicago duo set up from Rizzo. You saw that beautiful backboard triple touch, clearing the ball all the way across the net. It set up his teammates to have a lot more space to work with. Rizzo, a true starter to that play, as Chicago and JNaps can finally start to get some passing going between them. Now G2 really stepping it up on the mechanic side, but Justin, he's going to try and get one here. He does, and finds the back of the net.
What a shot from Justin. I was not expecting this, because you saw a player in net and he just slips up the wall like that. So smooth from Justin. And I think the player in net just had no idea it was coming at all.
Yeah.
So NRG do get on the board here finally, and plenty of time to make the comeback. G2 do not want to let this one slip out of their hands. Down 2 games already in the series. You do not want to be put on match point so quickly. Feels like G2 has hardly gotten in this series at this point. This ball floating into the NRG corner. It's up to Justin to clear it out. Couldn't get by Chicago. G2 doing a better job of commanding that midfield presence. Doing a better job of holding on to this ball into the final third. Can they crack the code that is the NRG defense? And they do again. It's Chicago on the weak shot. Goes in right side.
And you can tell now they're starting to get more involved. Rizzo, look at him. He's falling. If you can see there, he actually got a little piece of Turbo, who is rotating into the net. That's why he was slow. He would have gotten that clear, but Rizzo just barely skimmed the side of his car. And now G2 starting to get up some energy. This is what we want to see from them, momentum being built. And I'm still watching Rizzo. He's getting more bumps, more involved on the offensive side. They're getting warmed up. This could be their comeback story right now into the series.
That is what it's shaping up to be. G2 looking to take game 3. Not over yet. NRG could very easily get 2 here with 40 seconds left, but they need to get out of their own end. G2 doing a fantastic job right now of keeping the ball, and even when there's a miscalculation there on the touch, G2 salvage it with a back pass, and they get back onto offense. Here's Rizzo. He's got JNaps right behind him, and they'll be happy to at least waste time if it's not a goal. Here's Justin, twirling through the air, can't get a second touch. Rizzo's touch a little bit dangerous, as Turbo was there, but picked out from JNaps. And NRG looking dire now in their own box. Shot off, or no, it doesn't come off the crossbar, just slips under it, and JNaps a 4-1 lead now for G2.
And at this point, you understand the aggression. You understand why everybody in that instance was pushed up so far for NRG. They're trying to get desperate, trying to force something onto the net. It's their last chance, as G2 are now going to run away with game number 3. A much better performance, a huge comeback this time for G2 as they put up 15 shots to NRG 6. This is the possession, the pressure, and the mechanics we've been waiting to see. They just needed the first 2 games to warm up, and Chicago finishes it off with the 5th goal.
Yeah, great way to cap off this game 3 for G2. They get back into the series before they're put on match point, and more importantly, they're looking a whole heck of a lot better here in this series. Yeah. Everyone contributing. Like you said, the pressure was there, and I think that G2 finally getting into this series. NRG now, I look to them as a team that needs to make some changes, because this was a blowout.
Definitely. For NRG, it wasn't just, Justin now, who was just outpacing everybody. He was even struggling himself to really outbeat G2 in a lot of their instances on the offensive side because of the bumps, because of the aggression, that possession, and probably starving in a lot of boosts like I talked about. They were actually infiltrating those corners a little bit better. And for JNaps, Rizzo, and Chicago, this is the pace you want to go at. NRG, they just got to bounce back a little bit, get things a little bit sorted more. I think they weren't expecting that big of a comeback in terms of play style from G2. So now the playing field is definitely even at this point.
16 shots to 6 in favor of G2. You mentioned it before. That's the final count here. And it does speak to what this game was for G2. Now, how do you string this together throughout a series is the question. Sure, it's great to have a good single game, but now you have to carry this through the next two. You know what NRG is going to be bringing to the table. And I'm very curious to see, can G2 keep this going? And what answers do NRG have now to this pressure that G2 is bringing?
It's going to be a difficult task for G2, especially, or for NRG, excuse me, especially when you got Rizzo getting involved in the physical side. That is my favorite part about Rizzo, whenever he can push in and do those kind of, I guess, hassle works where you have to throw yourself and get the bumps. Nobody wants to do it. Nobody wants to do the petty work and the dirty work where you're getting those bumps, being physical and getting aggressive. But Rizzo, he does it confidently. And let's see if he can keep it up here in Game 4.
To get things kicked off, G2 trying to put another win on the board, and Rizzo was looking for that block on that last defender and the shot to be put away, and here comes Turbo Pulse, so back the other way. JNaps and G2 would love to see the first goal. Here is something dangerous as Justin's going to get a second touch and down. He just does not miss those shots.
He doesn't miss ever. It's off the backboard. And I want to say that it's routine for Justin, but I don't want to take away from how beautiful and how perfect of an execution he always makes it look. He does make it look easy. He makes it look routine. But the simple fact is those are difficult reads to hit, and he does it consistently. Justin, the perfect start for NRG.
It absolutely is. For a player that has been scoring so many goals for this team throughout the season, and even today, a great start for him. A demo for Rizzo. Can he turn back around? He'll do it himself. He opens up the gates and then pushes through.
Rizzo says, you know what, Justin, you got a mechanical goal. I'm just going to take out your defenders and completely destroy anybody in my path. He also has the turn in position to get the goal himself. Rizzo, a great rotation and a great play.
So we're all tied up here in Game 4. NRG, you get another one. Here's a demo on JNaps, and Justin off the back wall. Garrett's got to follow up, and he cautiously approaches this one to slow down that G2 offense. JNaps still chasing after this one, was looking for possibly a defender that he could bump out of the way. Justin.
Double commit.
Gets popped up, and Chicago's got to bail out his team. You can see Rizzo and JNaps got tied up a little bit. Now Garrett gets the bump, gets 2 bumps. Rizzo still gets a piece of the ball. And you can see immediately, as soon as it got dicey, G2 jumped all over it. Just collapse onto the play so that everything gets suffocated, and NRG can't put anything else together.
Yeah, G2, they're ready to get in the face of a lot of the shots as the defense has been picked up. But now, more physical plays coming out from both teams. I think Rizzo kind of kickstarted that off, but I've seen Turbo get more bumps. Garrett G actually went for the aerial bump play as well, where you pop it up, go for that aerial on the goalkeeper. And so far, it's been more of a dirty, gruesome battle between who can get physical, but Rizzo, he's not bumping anybody. This time he's shooting.
And I love seeing these types of plays because the pass off the wall comes off so quickly, and you know Rizzo knew it was coming, and quickly up to it he was and puts it away for G2. So smart for them. And again, everything is a pass for G2. They're always expecting it. And that touch out to Rizzo is exactly what we're talking about. G2 now up by 1, but maybe not for long, as this one's going to come off the back wall. Justin calls it off to take it himself. Turbo Pulsar there. It's too high. A scramble on the G2 goal line. And they are able to get it out in the end. This ball comes back to the NRG side. Chicago looking for control. Had all of G2 in front of them, or excuse me, NRG in front of them. JNaps, a second touch down to Rizzo. He is there and cleared away by Justin. Now the attack's on for NRG. Quickly down the field. Stopped up by Chicago. Back and forth right now between these two teams, as they're really just trading blows at this point. Turbo does get the touch. And plays it downfield. Garrett in pursuit, as he knows G2 is in a bit of an awkward spot. Justin backflips, has to let JNaps come through. That shot is wide. Scary situation there once you give up the midfield, but NRG deal with it quite nicely.
And it's been a solid defense so far from G2. Rotation has not broken out at all, really. Saves have come out whenever needed, even with the bump plays and the demo plays. They've held on strong, unlike NRG, with Rizzo being aggressive and annoying. But so far, it's been good plays that I'd like to see from G2, where they're keeping it calm. They're not really overextending too much, but they're, like you said, finding passes whenever they get the chance.
It is getting a bit scary here on the G2 side as NRG were cutting off a lot of the outlet passes that G2 were trying to find. Rizzo has options to his right. It was Chicago. Garrett knew it was coming. Now it's up to JNaps. Tough shot from Garrett. JNaps does get up to it. Demo comes out, so it's just Justin back with the ball given away. 1 minute to go, and G2 holding on to their 1-goal lead, and they'll be happy to if it gets them another win. Justin was going to play that one off the ceiling. NRG's defense holding strong since they gave up their last goal. Turbo trying to find Justin. It's still salvageable for Justin if he can get up, and Garrett's going to go. G2 now on the quick counterattack. They have an opportunity to put this game away. And a good bump as Justin goes flying. Rizzo gets 2, 3, 4 touches across the box. NRG has 20 seconds left to make something happen, or will it be G2? Rizzo making the immediate shot to just follow it up. A pitch down from Chicago. This ball
this could be
popped
it.
up. Garrett looking for Turbo. It's JNaps to cut it out.
The demo.
Just need 1 goal here. Turbo does get the demo. Chicago's touch is missed, but it goes down to the ground. You might have thought you were going to get a bounce, and G2 hang on in game 4 to tie up the series.
Just in the final seconds, G2, they were lucky with that bounce. I was almost positive that was going to bounce.
Yeah.
Just unfortunate timing for NRG, as they actually looked really strong. They had that demo, had the space opened up. But for G2, I saw multiple times where in the first 2 games, they'd go up for a clear, they'd go up for a hit off the backboard, and it'd be a difficult read where they have to beat out the the attacker from NRG, and they would do exactly that. They would outpace him, get in front of the shot much earlier this time. And so I think they've really picked up not only the speed, but also the aggression and the way that Rizzo has been getting involved too. Everything so far has been elevated to that next level, and I think it really was just a warm-up. NRG did come into this with a series already being played out earlier. G2, this is their first series, so as things kind of progress in the series, we've seen a much cleaner and a much faster game from them.
Absolutely agree. It does feel like G2 just needed those first 2 games to get things going, and this game, I think, all things being equal, probably would have been how the first 2 games would have been. Very close, very tight. Not saying that G2 would have won all of them, but very tight game here. And this is what you expect from this series between G2 and NRG. Tight games, 1-goal games, both teams putting together great passing plays, both great individual plays as well. And that's what we got here in game 4. And I expect to see that through the entirety of this series.
Yeah, and I love this matchup, Corelli. NRG and G2, I think almost every single season throughout league play, throughout the regional championship, no matter what, we always get a great series out of both these 2 teams. And I think it's because both of them know how to pass. Everybody here is a veteran of the game. Everybody's been experienced at this point. They know how to flood the ball forward, how to get these crazy passes. And we've seen that. We've seen a lot of, team plays. But then now we've got a battle between Justin, his solo plays, and maybe even Rizzo right now and his solo plays, because he's been the one who's actually been setting up his teammates with his solo efforts. We saw that part where he got like the triple touch off the backboard to set up his teammates. Plays like that are really what make this series between NRG and G2 always so special and fun to watch.
Yeah, I think Rizzo has been a huge part of the offense here in this series in particular. Not only the solo plays that you mentioned, we've seen a couple times throughout this series, but also the demo plays that open up a bunch of space as well. So for G2, they have certainly been a beneficiary of that. And right now, just going to resolve a quick connection issue as we get everyone back into the server. But for G2, things looking bright for them here in this series.
Yeah, and I think that they need a response from Turbo. I want to see Turbo get more involved on the field, because I think Turbo is the equivalent of what Rizzo brings to his team on the G2 side. And if Turbo isn't matching that pace or that level that Rizzo can provide, I think it's going to be more of a struggle for NRG, because Turbo, he's the player who's going to be rotating in, getting that extra weird hit, that creative, petty work to put in and getting those bumps. I even saw during the season, I was watching the replay of NRG versus Soniqs. A lot of goals in that series were actually caused from Turbo being aggressive and getting bumps on the backboard. That's what we want to see from him. So I think if you can evolve Turbo a bit more, get him kind of being a little bit more aggressive, and then also have Justin go for those solo plays, Gary G as the second man shooter, you've got a much better looking NRG who can match right now at this G2.
And I mean, you expect Justin to pull off the solo plays. We've seen it
Yeah,
time and time again. We
always.
don't have to say it. We've seen it ever since he came in the league. We saw it when he was in Rival Series. He's been able to do it every single season, no matter what team he's on. So the expectation is that Justin brings that every single time you're on the field. And I agree. Turbo and Garrett, they could find their spot in the rotation here against G2, which honestly, that last game, I don't really think there was much of a problem for NRG. I thought it was just quite close. G2 came out on top. I think if you run back that game a few more times, it's go the other way pretty evenly. So
coin flip. Yeah.
It really is. And that's what you expect from these two teams, NRG and G2. I mean, with the caliber of players that they have on their team, it should be a coin flip, in my opinion. And so far, it's been back and forth, 2-2 series, obviously, in this best of 7. I think really it's about how do you respond game to game. You can go through every single time and say, okay, G2 had a rough start in the beginning. NRG then G2 bounced back. Now NRG has to respond. And that's what we're seeing now here in this series. What do NRG bring to the table to adapt to what G2 has?
Yeah.
Because a G2 has very clearly made changes from their first 2 games.
And the reason why this series is such an entertaining one is because it's really a match of tug-of-war. Both these teams, like you said, Crow, that's a great point. They are constantly responding, constantly adapting as the series goes on to what each other are doing. The demo started to come out from G2, so what did we see more? We saw more aggression, more demos than from NRG. It's a response. It's a give and take. And that is what I love about watching both these two teams play.
It certainly is entertaining, to say the least. And as we get into this next game, I'm curious to see what both teams bring, but in particular, what NRG do to find some more offense and create a lot more dangerous plays, because they had G2 on the ropes a few times, but they just couldn't find the mark. G2 was scrambling on defense. Here's JNaps into the midfield, gets bumped away by Garrett. Rizzo looking for the back wall. Does get it, and everyone went back to the net, leaves space open for Justin, and you simply just cannot do that.
And this is a fantastic touch from Garrett. Look at the side touch to Justin. Garrett G. I can't express how difficult that is to maintain a pass like that into the midfield that is soft enough to set up Justin, but also with the pace to beat out the defender. And then obviously the accuracy from Justin is always perfect.
And you can see the way that G2 were positioned. It was going to be tough for them. Here's Justin again, the follow-up for Turbo Pulsa. Justin gets in the way, and Turbo Pulsa gets the credit.
Turbo being the player to crash the net, that third man, as Justin can force the defense, force a goalkeeper to jump, and then flip into JNaps to get a little disruption on the defensive side. Justin doing all the heavy lifting there to force an open net for Turbo.
A very scary situation here for G2. You talk about the adjustments that NRG needed to make. Well, you're seeing them already. Justin running awry here. G2 have got to slow him down, put NRG on the back foot. And here's Chicago, maybe a chance off the post and in for Rizzo. And as soon as he say it, G2 takes care of business.
Chicago, look at the placement. I thought this was actually might be a goal, and so did Justin. You can see Justin assumed that it was going to maybe bounce off the post or the side post and then go into the ball that upper 90 hit, but it bounced off the post, waiting there for Rizzo to finish it off. It's a little bit of a response, forcing the defense to get in an uncomfortable situation, and now we've got a classic game where G2 are just trailing by 1 goal. That's it.
Sometimes the best passes are a missed shot, and that works out for G2. Chicago gives way for Rizzo, and G2 come marching down the field, maybe for another one as it comes out to JNaps off the crossbar, looking for one more. Chicago back post, and it goes in past everyone from NRG. A tie game.
The one instance where I'd say hitting a slower shot is actually the best possible outcome, because you can see everybody from NRG assumed Chicago was going to destroy that ball into the back of the net.
And everything happened so fast for NRG. You could see them trying to stay with the play, and they run into each other as well. And that's the attack that you expect from G2. So quick. The passing play, the follow-up, it's all there for G2. and now tie the game up. Halfway through game 5 here in this best of 7. It's certainly looking like it's going to go 7 games. But we'll have to find out. Here's Garrett. Boost to work with here if he can get back to it. Rizzo's there to meet him. Now Turbo looking to keep possession. Very slowly approaching this one as he's looking for options across the box. Tried to go under and put it into the box. Couldn't do so. Turbo again. Just pass down to Rizzo, over to Chicago. Chicago comes around the side. Follow up from JNaps off the inside of the woodwork there. And Turbo's going to slap it downfield.
That whole play really stemmed from Rizzo being aggressive and getting in front of the passes. I think he's reading it well. Now Chicago going for the bump. Plays getting set up left and right for both these teams. The constant fight of shots. Who can set up the best opportunity right now? As JNaps has a great clear across. Look at the passing from G2.
It's what you expect from G2, finding those lateral passes across in front of the net. This was going to come off the ceiling. Dangerous ball. Rizzo waiting for his turn, gets faked out, and he follows up. It goes into the NRG corner. G2 looking to reset the attack. JNaps out to Chicago. Justin's going to be there. And Rizzo shot on target. Turbo's got to make the save. He does so. Things looking good for G2, but they've got to convert, and this one's going to get NRG out for the time being. Rizzo picks up the ball. Touch from JNaps. Off the post again for G2. They're so close. Just off the mark. A minute left. Still a tie game despite the pressure that we're seeing, despite the shots and the passing that G2's putting on. It looks great, but they're not converting, and NRG might be able to punish. Everyone's flying for NRG as they didn't think that ball was going to go so far out.
That was a huge double commit. Turbo barely got a touch there. As like you said, Corelli, it has really been a lot of G2 knocking at the door, waiting for an opportunity. But I think at this point, they haven't been able to score whatsoever, so it's going to really come down to, will G2 get that final pass, that execution, or can NRG find some kind of transition? They need that perfect counterattack. They need to catch G2 off guard when they get aggressive.
15 seconds left. Tie game, overtime looming here in game 5. Chicago looking for Rizzo. This could be the last attack for either of these two teams in G2's favor. Garrett might actually have another thing to say as he throws it downfield. Nobody up for NRG. G2 just looking to see it out, and NRG be happy to let it drop and go to overtime. Kickoff goes in favor of NRG. They're looking to keep this ball in the midfield. Garrett picks it up. JNaps does get a touch. Pass out from Garrett. Nobody there for NRG, and Chicago blasts it downfield. No options there for Rizzo, but what a touch from Chicago. Makes something out of it. Not able to put it away in the end. The defense was able to react. Chicago again gives it up to Turbo. Pulsa, could he put it away? No, the shot's wide. Turbo can't put it away, and a follow-up now for G2 as they go on the counter. That was the opportunity, though, for NRG.
I mean, back-to-back chances, both these teams. You saw it, Rizzo, or excuse me, I think that was JNaps who almost got that crazy goal, but now Turbo off the backboard. Does he have the double? No, he got bumped. These teams, the opportunities are always presenting themselves, but they're just pixels away from finding that hit, that last touch.
Demo comes out. Turbo can't go up. Dangerous spot. The bump comes through. The shot from JNaps is wide. Another opportunity for G2. Things getting very tense. Both these teams know they've had opportunity that they didn't convert. Both teams giving up chances, and this could be it for NRG. Chicago does get up. Another shot turned away. G2's defense holding on strong. And a clear from JNaps does slip by the defense of NRG as they're forced to now make the save. Over a minute and a half, and dangerous there's Turbo. What looked like he almost own goaled there. It would be the Turbo way, and now an opportunity for Turbo back on offense. Garrett plays this one across. NRG hunting, trying to find that gap in the defense. Time and space for Garrett, and a bit of boost.
Look at the 50s from Rizzo. All the way in the corner, he just destroys Gary G on that 50. Gets a clear out of it, and now he has space to set up JNaps off the crossbar. Now Rizzo the finish, it's not there yet. Gary G, now they've got the counterattack. That's what NRG need, because G2, they're pushing up too much, and then finally, they do get the finishing shot. It's Chicago to find the bottom right corner.
And that's what it takes for G2. They finally find the gap. They play it across, and those lateral passes are just so deadly from this team. Puts it away in a very tense Game 5 here.
Wow. Looking for the organization from NRG. They had the defense set up, and there were chances where they could just flood the ball down, go left and right, get some give and goes to get through the midfield, and that's when you get the counterattack. So it's about how you respond to G2 whenever they miss those midfield passes, because right now NRG, while they had some chances, it wasn't too quickly moved down the field. G2, oh my, so much pressure from both these teams. This was one of the best games so far of this series. So close, it really could have gone either way.
A very, like we've been saying, a very tense game here for Game 5, and G2 now take the lead in the series. One more will push them on to the finals, and it would be an exceptional storyline for NRG to now fight back and force a Game 7. It would be NRG's way, and they have historically done well here at the regionals, so I would expect them to bring their A game here in this game in particular, especially against this G2 squad who has just been ramping up and looking better and better and better. And that's really not to say that NRG has looked worse, but it does feel like G2 are really starting to sort things out on their end.
Yeah, without a doubt. After those first two games, they started to pick up their speed, their mechanics, their positioning, and Rizzo as well. I think he stepped up huge, waiting to see what he does more with the ball. And Chicago JNaps, we always see those assisting duos. And I mean, it's even crazy to see G2 in this position to start things off. Last season, G2 fell down into the promotion tournament, and now they're here fighting against NRG to go into the finals to become regional champions. A huge turnaround, and it's all been thanks to that player JNaps. How do they respond, and how do they take this match point towards themselves, and if they can get the advantage right now early on?
We'll find out if they can. G2 might actually get it. JNaps is going to put it off the crossbar. Just a delicate touch, and it drops right in front of his face.
JNaps, I don't even think he expected this to not go in. It bounced out. Thankfully, he landed there. Had trust and confidence just to keep going forward. A beautiful midfield clear as he goes up 1-0 in the game.
30 seconds have come and gone here. And then the shot comes out from Justin. The turbo pulse to Demo opens up the space, and we got ourselves a tie game.
I love that it was Rizzo that turbo demoed to really take out that player, because it's Turbo and Rizzo. They're fighting right now on that third man spot. That player who's going to go for those demos, open up some unique creative space for his team. And this time it's Turbo getting the upper hand against Rizzo. A great instant response here.
G2 fighting for it in their own corner. Dangerous spot as Garrett looking for his flip. Does get it back. Shot comes off the post from Justin. NRG were that close to finding another one. Here's Rizzo trying to relieve pressure. In the end, it comes right back out to Justin. JNaps throws it downfield. Rizzo was hunting for demos, but in the end gets demoed by Justin. Rizzo one to always try and put the defense in disarray. Rizzo plays it across. JNaps couldn't get to it, didn't have boost. Here's Chicago looking for JNaps downfield. JNaps back to Chicago, and Turbo does a great job to read that passing play. Rizzo with the shot off the post, though. Follow up from Chicago. He puts it off the post. Huge missed opportunity for G2.
Chicago wide open. It was a tight angle, but at this level, at this point, where you have the opportunity, especially against NRG, you gotta sink those shots. Let's see if he can make up for it right now, as he has positioning in the offensive side. No, it's NRG to take the ball away and clear it.
And what can you say if you're G2? Huge missed opportunity, and now NRG might make you pay off the back wall. No follow-up. As Garrett played it down off the ceiling. Justin couldn't get a touch. Turbo's beat. This one's going off the NRG back wall. Looking for one more. JNaps is there. It's too high. Looking for one more. It's Rizzo's turn to go, and it's just too weak. The defense got back for NRG.
getting away with murder. NRG, they're leaving the net open a couple of times, giving chances to G2, but thankfully, if you're an NRG fan, G2 are missing that open space, that open angle to find the net.
Halftime here in Game 6. G2 have had plenty of chances to put this series away. Maybe Rizzo's now going to get a second touch, and he does off the miss clear from NRG.
Rizzo, you can tell he positioned himself that Justin was going to get this hit because he went above the ball, expecting to get a dunk here. Justin, way too slow up in the air to get the touch, to even follow up with a clear. As Rizzo, they finally capitalized, and that's off a situation that I didn't even think was possible really for a big miss on defense.
There's Justin and NRG. They've got a little bit of work to do here. They don't want to let this one slip away. In a series where they started 2-0, haven't won since. They've lost 3 straight. Big clear from JNaps. And Rizzo's there to receive it into the NRG corner. Justin calmly picks this one up. Now Garrett looking for a second touch. Does get it. The shot was wide in the end. NRG looking to be a bit more threatening now. JNaps looking to boom it away. Couple booming clears from G2 have just landed in the laps of NRG.
At this point, I mean, the question is, are G2 going to kind of be a little bit passive here? Try and just stall this one out. They got a minute and a half, or are they going to keep that level of aggression, the midfield passing? Or will they keep pushing back? Just let the clock wind down.
Here's Justin. Bit of space to work with, looking for help. Down to Garrett, shots high. Turbopulsa, can he put it away? Down, up and over Chicago. It does go through, and NRG tie it up.
And a safer hit from Turbo. You love to see Justin finding Garrett in the midfield. And this is almost a recap, a replay from the shot that we saw Rizzo just get to take them and G2 in the lead. A similar shot where the defender just misses that read off the backboard. Nobody's there to get a hit. And now NRG, they've tied up the series. We've got a minute left to go here.
Justin, he's going to land on this one and let Garrett come through. NRG looking to put on the pressure immediately after scoring. Garrett. Rizzo almost let that one go over him. He does get the touch in the end. Turbo backing up, can't get it. And again, this game feeling very, very tense between these two teams, especially what's on the line here. Garrett, second touch. It's bouncing on the goal line. Can he put it away? And Justin comes through, finally for NRG, a 3-2 lead.
Garrett G off the top. I thought it was Justin with the way I saw him moving his car, but it was Garrett G, in fact, who had the beautiful play, the beautiful setup off the backboard. And that ball just stalled in front of the net for so long. Finally, we saw a finish as NRG are looking to run away with this game.
And another shot from Justin, turned away by Rizzo. Things have really ramped up for NRG at this point. G2 have been locked in their own end. Justin with no boost. Picks up one pad, and Rizzo does get a piece of his shot. NRG just keeping G2 stuck in their own end at this point. JNaps. G2, do they have anything left here for Game 6? Are we going to a Game 7? NRG looking to make it so as Justin almost getting one more. Chicago actually does pop it up. Still very delicate situation, and finally put away by Justin. And NRG will confirm a Game 7 here and put G2 on the brink. And what a close series.
Yeah, that was so close, to say the least. I mean, this was great. I loved how NRG actually managed to respond here, because it felt at first like G2, they were looking like the much more dominant team. But every time G2 would go up and score, or at least have a solid chance, it seemed like NRG were right there with them to respond. I think back to the initial goal that G2 managed to get. NRG responded instantly after that first goal. A great performance here from Justin, but then Garrett G, that clutch play where he was able to get multiple backboard touches and set up his teammates. That was the difference maker for this series.
And Garrett had 5 shots alone, 12 in total for NRG. And for them, like I said, I think it really picked up here at the end of this game. It felt like NRG all of a sudden just figured out the G2 defense.
Yeah.
They were quickly getting to the ball. They were putting things together. They were so dangerous, especially off the back wall. And I think that just comes from the faster pace, obviously. The boost starvation that they were giving to G2 was just, it was too tough for G2 to stay with it. And eventually they cracked.
Yeah. And NRG, I mean, while the scoreboard says 4-2, it really felt neck and neck the whole series. You could tell that both these teams had those midfield passes. And Rizzo, Turbo, going for the demos. We got Justin, Garrett G getting the backboard touches, JNF Chicago doing the passing. This is probably one of the best Game 7s we can ask for right now. Both these teams neck and neck with playstyle, with positioning, mechanics. G2 have picked it up, but so have NRG. This is going to be such a great Game 7.
I mean, this is what you expect. NRG and
Definitely.
G2, Game 7, everything on the line. You love to see it. Who comes out on top? That's the question. And if you ask me, Turtle, I have no idea, honestly, at this point. It has been back and forth.
Yeah. I mean, at the beginning, Go on.
I was going to say, NRG have looked good as of late, but can they hold on to it here in this game?
Yeah. I mean, the first 2 games, you would have asked me what would have happened. I would have definitely said G2, or excuse me, NRG, excuse me. G2 were not looking great, but it was that warm-up. They picked up the pace. Everything looking beautiful so far from both these teams. The question is, who's going to show up where it matters most in Game 7?
It certainly has been a far cry from what we saw in league play between these two teams. G2 certainly picked things up. There's a big miss from Turbo, but Justin there to bail him out. JNAP's shot blocked. G2 are putting on some pressure here. Can Justin carry it over? Rizzo, he can't. Looking for follow-up. JNAP's isn't going to go. He knew he was beat. Here's JNAP's again. Garrett to win it in the midfield, and back and forth these teams are going. Trading midfield possession. Justin trying to stay with it. Here's Garrett. Goes straight back to Chicago. Chicago gives it back to Garrett, and Garrett gets by 2. Now it's just Rizzo, and he does make the clear through the corner. And Chicago just booms it into the NRG corner and and looks to see what comes out of it.
And this is
Dangerous
really passive.
Ball. Rizzo, shot on target, and this one floating across the net, and NRG just couldn't stay with it. Rizzo saw it all the way.
And Rizzo stuffed the moon pinch as that ball just went flying off the backboard. A frustrating hit for NRG. Nobody expected that out of the challenge in the corner. And then thankfully Rizzo is there for a great punish, a great use of space as he flies across the net as they go up. Let's see if NRG can respond so fast like they did last game.
This ball dangerously bouncing around in the NRG side. G2 doing well to give space when they have to and making it tough for NRG to break out. Here's Turbo. Trying to push this one across off the back wall, and it goes just a bit too far. Justin was there. Got a little bit more than he wanted on it. Turbo off the back wall again. Garrett's there. Tough one to save, but it was shot directly at Rizzo. And again, Rizzo doing well on the back line to clear it away, but NRG certainly knocking on the door at this point. Garrett, second touch. Rizzo just going post to post right now, clearing it away for G2.
I mean, the defense from Rizzo, these past 3 to 4 shots have all been saved by Rizzo. His rotations in that have been spot on. And these shots, while they haven't been the best, they have been threatening right now. And Rizzo is still able to find that save, maintain his boost, a player who picks up pads all the time. He's being very efficient on the defensive side. So G2, you have to break that defense. Maybe go for a demo. I can expect Turbo to flood the net right now.
G2 looking to put on the pressure, and a big miss there from NRG. Can Chicago get around? And Turbo still clears it away. My goodness. Very sloppy sequence there from NRG, and they are able to get out of it. There's Turbo. Navigating through his own corner. Can't get by JNAPS. Minute and a half left. G2 only up by 1 goal here. NRG would love to get one now instead of the last seconds of this game. JNAPS is going to carry it all the way, but a big clear from Turbo on the goal line. G2 still putting on the pressure here as NRG are really backed up. Here's their chance to break out. Turbo shot on target, turned away by JNAP. Justin goes, Garrett goes as well, and a second touch clears it away for G2.
And we're in a similar situation as we have been most of this series, where it's G2, all the pressure and possession on the offensive side is really theirs. But then NRG, it's coming down to how they move the ball out, how they transition, and get the counterattack. But it's JNAP's here to get the second goal. We've got 50 seconds left.
And he comes out with 40 boost, and the ball just pops out, and Justin's stuck in no man's land. He knows he can't challenge it because he's completely beat, but it's tough to save a shot from that angle. JNAP's barreling down on the ball. 50 seconds left, and G2 looking to take the series.
Needed a better touch from Garrett G. That has got to be painful to experience and to go through right now for Garrett. He needed a better touch. What we're seeing, if possibly there's a chance here, 35 seconds for NRG.
Dangerous ball as Justin was there, gets the demo. NRG need one now if they're ever going to get it. This ball bouncing and cleared away by JNAPs. G2 looking to put one more away. 18 seconds left now. Turbo needs to get this block. Good fake by Rizzo to make him go. 2 from NRG. And 10 seconds left. It's looking all G2. That might be it. Chicago puts it away. 3-goal lead with 8 seconds left. And G2 are going to take them down in 7 games.
And their matchup in league play, NRG and G2, it was actually NRG who slept away with the series, who got that Game 5 performance, was just running away with everything. But now the tables have been turned. It's G2 to look dominant here, but it's Game 7. They've looked really great all series long besides the first 2 games. They picked it up, and now they're here to take themselves into finals.
What a series here between these two teams, G2 and NRG. What can you say? A humongous win for G2 after a very slow start. And it really was all that they needed. Those 2 games were really a warm-up for them, and all of a sudden they were keeping the games a lot closer. They sped things up, and a 3-0 victory here in Game 7 gets G2 to the finals. What a fantastic series. And for NRG, you know, I don't think this was the worst series in the world from them. I think that this one kind of slipped away a little bit. But for NRG, they came out hot, like you would expect for this team. But G2 made a lot of changes throughout this series that let them come back into it.
Yeah, and with those changes throughout the series, I can't help but reflect on how G2 have come so far since last season. Last season was by far one of the worst we've seen out of all 3 of these players. The whole season was just abysmal for them. But then they were able to respond, come out here, and that was a big issue, with their playstyle last season, was they were failing to adapt to new playstyles, to the demos, to the aggression. But now they come out here against NRG. They're changing their playstyles. They're changing how they're approaching the ball every single game. They're matching the pace of NRG when they need to, and they're also getting involved with great solo plays. This was such a great series, but G2 really had the advantage there.
Yeah, fantastic 7-game series. We got more Rocket League coming up. It's going to be Ghost taking on Spacestation. To take us out, I am certainly going to pet the cat.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Brody LeafX Morin. In a clash of titans, we witnessed G2 taking down the world champs in a game number 7. Joining me to talk about that match is Gibbs and Turtle. And you look excited to talk about that match, Turtle, so I'm going to let you start.
I mean, to say the least, that was one of the sweatiest series I've ever casted. I was literally sitting there drenched in sweat because it was so close. I feel like every time G2 or NRG would make a step forward and do something crazy, we'd see the opposite team do just that and take a step forward in their own playstyle, make a change, adapt, and react. And it was just such a fun series to watch.
And look at these stats, so incredibly close across the board. At the end of the day, though, the execution plagued NRG. Normally, that's what happens to G2 with their the high-octane offense. But towards the end of the series, some big misses late. Turbo had a few, Garrett had a few, and that was the only difference between the series. G2 at times had good possession. Like, I thought the series was over, like, after 2 games when NRG kind of controlled the pace. I'm like, if this continues, G2 doesn't have a shot. They need to get that offense going. But slowly but surely, G2, they found that offense. They still put up over 10 shots per game versus NRG. So incredibly close. But whenever you can take down NRG in the regional championships, they own this region. G2 should be proud.
Well, just a question before we move on here then to Turtle. We just saw offense beat the defense. You look at the stats, everything else was incredibly close, but that offense eventually won. Or do you think we're going to see more teams try to adopt more of that G2 play style? Do you think it is still a little too volatile?
I definitely think it's more important at this day and age to have a much stronger offense with how you're moving the ball and how you're passing, because defense, I feel like, is something that just comes down to a lot of rotational play. But whenever you can have a special offense or something that can really spark a lot of great creative plays, that's something that's so unique and so valuable that any team should try and adapt that play style first.
Well, with 2 more games down, we have more players up on the Player of the Day nominee board, Gibbs. And I think I'm seeing double here.
Yeah, we're seeing 2 Atomics because that's how good he has been so far today. We'll see him coming up against Spacestation. But Turtle, for you, got to give it up to your boy Rizzo. Really put on a great performance on the side of the field. Yeah. He was captain for his team. And then NRG, they fall short. But Justin earlier today looked fantastic. And he looked really good versus G2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was really impressed so far with Rizzo. And I was expecting, honestly, even though I called, Rizzo MVP way earlier on in the season, I was expecting JNaps to be the guy who comes in and carries the team on his shoulders. But it really was Rizzo. It was him going for the demos, doing that extra bit of work that really is what made that slight difference to give them the edge.
Yeah, no, I think overall I've been really impressed by what we've been seeing out of both those teams, but Ghost Gaming specifically, I have to focus. Like, I'm going to agree it's 100% that Atomic being on there twice is something that maybe we're going to see him again. Honestly, that he's playing so well for his team right now, but his team is supporting that as well. So let's talk about that team because they're going to be playing Spacestation Gaming. It's Ghost Gaming versus Spacestation. This is an interesting matchup because I did not see this coming. I had either Cloud9 or even the Soniqs ahead of Ghost Gaming in my predictions before. So having Ghost Gaming going up and looking so hot, I'm legitimately getting a little worried for Spacestation Gaming, Turtle, even though Spacestation Gaming is the favorite coming into this whole tournament.
Oh man, I think Ghosts are looking fantastic right now, to say the least, because really it feels like with Atomic stepping up, who I think offensively throughout the whole season, Atomic has been perfect, has been the best you could ask for. But then on the defense, I thought he lacked a lot. And whenever he would be offensive and do really well on the offensive side with his shots, he'd get too aggressive. But what I saw from Ghost was that they were fine with being aggressive, but then also taking the smart route. Their decision-making was on point. When they turned, they'd be patient. They'd wait for the hits to come to them. And I think if they can adapt that playstyle going in against Space Station, it's going to be a really close series and one that I expected SSG to wipe the floor with.
So Space Station to me, Leaf, is this is the perfect trap series where everyone's like, Ghost is coming in so hot, but all throughout the season, teams were hot and cold throughout. They would come in hot versus Space Station. Space Station shut them all down outside of one series versus the Soniqs. The #1 defense by far for this region. They shut down teams. I think they shut down Atomic, and all three players are so good. Like XP didn't win MVP because I think for a lot of us, you could have put Arsenal up there. You could put anyone on Space Station. All three players played so incredibly well. Space Station is the #1 team for a reason. And since we began this format for NA and EU, #1 seeds have always won this matchup. I'm going Space Station easy here.
Well, loser is going to be out, so we're going to find out who that is, but not before you guys give us your opinions. Get behind your favorite team online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. Will Ghost continue their hot streak, or will the Space Station remain out of reach?
The hot hand of the regional North American playoffs. Next test comes to the best team this season in North America. It's Ghost versus Space Station, and Ghost have been incredible today, Chiefs. They have just wiped the floor with the last two teams they have faced, and it's all thanks to that high-powered Atomic.
Oh yeah, the guy's been absolutely lights out today, and yes, Atomic definitely the big reason they've gotten through the first two series in fantastic fashion. The other guy, though, who's impressed me today, Illusion. The guy's putting a lot of balls in the back of the net. Mist actually hasn't even had to really do too much today. So I think Atomic and Illusion combined are having one heck of a day. And if they keep on clicking, Space Station's going to be tough. The last time they played, obviously, a long time ago, back in week 1. But every single game was a 1-goal game. It went 3-1 to Space Station. So Ghost Gaming definitely got the chops, and they seem to be in rare form today. And Space Station, you got to keep your guard up if you don't want to make any big mistakes, because Ghost are looking to take everything today and have their first shot at a North American title.
Yeah, they're like one of those playoff hockey teams where the expectation was low, but then a player or a goalie just gets hot and they just can seem to do no wrong, and all of a sudden they go through a ridiculous tear. That's the Ghost Gaming team we're looking at right now. So for Mist, Illusion, and Atomic, can they continue this incredible run? Because you got Space Station on the other side with a runner-up for MVP, AXB, and honestly, you can pick your poison on Space Station for whatever team you want to play, or for whatever you get it. They're all three ridiculous. Arsenal, AXB, Cypical. We're underway here in game 1, and Illusion will kick it in to start it off 14 seconds in.
Arsenal trying to do the right thing, dish the ball back for AXB, but he kind of limps it back toward his own half. Doesn't really get the power on it, and Atomic just runs right through it. Puts the squeeze on Space Station, and Illusion, as I said, he's putting balls in the back today, delivers another one. That's number 98 in his career.
Getting close to that 100 mark. On the turnaround, Cynical has a shot. Atomic will pick up the save, and not all talked about in their previous series, but Mist, the reliable goalie in a few of their last games. Here's a nice flip from Arsenal. High-powered indeed. Space Station tied up.
Arsenal steals the boost and shows Atomic you're not the only one who can make people look silly on defense. A little fake to buy the extra real estate across the box and get Atomic to hit the brakes in the middle and then just go right behind him. Beautiful mind game from Arsenal.
We might be in for quite a shootout between these two. And if so, like for Cloud9 versus Ghost, it was Atomic versus Squishy. It might be a spectacle. We'll see. It started out just like that. Arsenal on the point for Spacestation, back over to Typical. And Spacestation, really aggressive position here for AXB. And will be moved out by Mists. Right back in.
Typical with a beautiful fake challenge there, just to force that counterattack from Ghost to think about how do they want to approach that. Forced Ghost to actually end up giving away the ball because they just decided to go try and steal the boost away.
And Ghost just doing a good job cutting off Spacestation on their transitions, but Demo's returned on its side. And so the challenge will be nobody. Atomic will actually get some value out of that as he steals the boost and he'll leave. Put Civical in a tough spot. Arsenal now too, but can get it back over to AXB for a long booming. And so far playing boomer ball. Ooh, good touch from Atomic. Back to Illusion. The connection, and it's solid. That's a Ghost lead.
How about Illusion to just have faith in this ball getting there? I mean, he just kind of waits around to the top of the block, says, hey, maybe it gets through. Voila. Atomic delivers. I mean, there's really nothing special about that play. Does Atomic win the ball? Yes, I'm going to make sure I'm there.
And if Atomic doesn't win the ball, then Miss has got your back. Illusion.
Exactly.
It's a low-risk positioning for Illusion. And there is another one off the double, but Miss couldn't find the net. The Ghosts. It has been an excellent performance today. That time, it was two good 50s from Atomic on that last possession. Now they're on defense. AXB trying to keep it close. That second touch will be Cipicals, but Illusion hopped right on top of him, used the rest of his tank. Those are kind of managing resources, but a long booming clear will put them back in the orange half.
I think you're absolutely right. I think Ghost are absolutely winning the resource game. Missed with a chance, gonna actually have to let it go, but everyone kind of falls on it from Spacestation. That was almost a disaster in front of the orange goal, and AXB will get a big clear. But I think you're 100% right. Ghost are just winning the boost battle, and that's really forcing Spacestation to back off.
Another good win there for Cyclical. We'll buy some time. AXB's out of boost. He will pick up his zone and get this next touch off from Arsenal. Illusion just trying to keep the ball away. Ghosts just look annoying to play against. When you think you finally win a challenge, Illusion just uses the rest of his boost to smack the ball into the ground, and all of a sudden you lost the challenge.
And that's actually something that... go for it.
I was just saying, Spacestation struggling to find any kind of space against Ghost. But that's a good double, a triple, it's in! No, it's off the post! And it's stays off the line! No goal for Spacestation!
Disaster. Third man trying to rotate through and just smash that ball with everything they had, but it got tipped and they had to leave. And actually, they're very fortunate that the counterattack from Ghost didn't come through, but now maybe Spacestation with a great push, ripped into the left side. AXB, how about that shot getting all the way around it?
His first goal of the set, Cypical gets a great touch out to him. Somehow shovels the ball out and back away. Yeah. And Arsenal. Great. Go for it, Chiefs.
Oh, it's just, I just didn't see the bump from Arsenal. I was wondering why that ball didn't get saved at the back post, because Arsenal got the bump on the guy. That was all that popped into my head.
That was what was good about this station. Despite Ghost really doing a good job controlling the pitch, shutting down angle. Spacestation, really dangerous spot on defense. Somehow they get it out, but midfield's locked down by Close. Apply off the back with nothing. Cynical will try to carry this out. Arsenal next on the point. Ghost done a really good job today shutting down passing lanes, playing a solid aggressive game, but the times that they've gotten caught out, he's been too aggressive, either creeping up past the midfield line as third man, and it puts them in some tricky transition situations. And they've gotten themselves in a few of those against Space Station, though they've been able to get rid of a lot of them. Still got to be careful. They've gotten burned a few times today, and Space Station could absolutely punish them. But time ticking away here in regulation. Space Station's still on offense. Another touch, but they can't get to rank the box. AXB kicks it again. And Arsenal trying to play it slow. It's a breakaway opportunity for Atomic. He rolls it, and
he had it. He had him dead to rights. Space Station was doomed. And the bell saves Space Station and forces an OT. Arsenal in a bit of a weird spot here. Off the kickoff, but Aleutian's just trying to hang on to the ball. And boy, if he hit that one for number 100.
Juicy. But not yet. AXB keeping it close. Space Station have really struggled getting this ball in front of the box. One time they did have a solid opportunity. It was actually before they tied the game. Somehow Ghost kept it out. The Space Station doing a better job managing things in midfield. Here's Arsenal back on his own ball.
And a great catch from Arsenal. And the big bump to open the door for the clear. Oh, Arsenal is working some magic in overtime out of the corners on both sides. And oh my God, you're kidding! Oh, that would have been the biggest rabbit out of the hat. Talk about magic.
We have seen some very creative plays out of Space Station, not only in this series, but also this season. Those are putting together some good progressions as well. This is shaping up to be quite a series. This is only game one. We'll trade back and forth. Ghost back on defense. Uh-oh, they got caught out. Atomic got caught, and AXB punishes. That's 2 for him and a game win for Space Station.
Yeah, Atomic just rotates forward, and I think Aleutian wasn't sure if he was going to go for that or if Atomic was going to go for that, because you kind of saw Aleutian cut left as he hit the middle of the box, and Atomic hit the brakes at the same time. So I think they both were kind of saying, I got it, and no one ends up going for it, and neither of them's on the goal line. So AXB just has to go to the right side of the goal, and it's an easy shot for him. Brutal for Ghost Gaming.
That's Ghost's first loss in the regional championships achieves. They swept through 2 teams. And Space Station, it looked like they were about to win game 1. I mean, the first half was theirs. And again, it was the thing that's been killing Ghost. It killed them in a couple of games against Cloud9. I'm totally wrong. I said that I'm getting my stuff mixed up, man. I said it was their first game loss, but it wasn't. Cloud9 beat them.
Oh
so,
yeah, they did. Back in
I think
game 3, whatever.
I was getting all mixed up. That's how good Ghost have looked. I'm like, there's no way they could have lost. But for Space Station, a great job handling what was a really tough defensive battle, and like they were panicking a couple of times on defense when they were low on boost, but keeping the score low, which ended up being crucial for them to get to that overtime.
Yeah, I think the ability to definitely stay within their means. Yeah, they were definitely tongue-tied more than a couple times back on defense on the Space Station half, and a lot of double commits and a couple weird scenarios that Ghost definitely put them in. So you got to give credit where it's due. Space Station Gaming able to hang in there, and then the overtime settled in, and Arsenal was trying to do all sorts of kind of crazy things, and we'll see if that continues there in game 2. But AXB with 2 beautiful balls just delivered perfectly into the goal. So well done to him, and he will earn his team the game 1 victory.
And now up high. Ooh, Atomic ended up side flipping out of it. I wasn't on his cam, so I wasn't sure if he just didn't like the angle or if it was an error on his part, but he was in a spot where he could have took advantage of Ghost. With control from Aleutian, he gets a couple of good touches, but won't really be much. Yes, go on boost himself. I'll actually be able to get a small touch on the ball. Now Ghost are on defense, and they're forced to just kick the ball out and away back to Space Station territory.
And really what you're looking for out of Ghost here in game 2 is the adjustment on how they stop that Space Station offense. I think that all kind of goes back to Atomic, because he's always been that mastermind of getting delay touch like this right here. I mean, that's a tough ball to make by time, but after he gets that, Mist and Aleutian are set for whatever Cyclical throws at him. And it's all on Atomic. Can he stop Arsenal out of those corners, I think, is the difference maker.
Ooh, Atomic, he ended up double jumping there, and Aleutian dunks through to the corner. Ghost's first goal.
Number 100 for Illusion. Arsenal with a weak clear, and Illusion play a little pinball to knock that one through. But he knocks it down, and again, goes with an early lead in game 2.
Spacestation are definitely proving difficult for Ghost's offense in previous series when Atomic has been popping off. Here's Atomic again. Just couldn't stay on it. Shot reset he was looking for, so he'll pick it up again.
The interesting thing about that is I was wondering why he was twisting, but that doesn't matter. Sipical, real nice job, just comes through. Did they pinch this? Let's take a closer look. Definitely slow playing it to get under Mist, and they did not.
It kind of looked like it.
It was close.
It was close. It was pretty close.
Either way, Space Station. Nice bit of play there. The delay on the shot is really what beats the defense, and the quick gap close from Sipical is the thing that gets it done.
Now Ghosts are struggling to keep consistent possession. Something they were really able to smother Cloud9 and Soniqs on. There's a pass. Shot is blocked by Mist. Again, up. That's a high ball, and it's sent away by Illusion. But now Ghosts are forced into this. They're just booming the ball away on defense. Even though Space Station, like the boost battle, it's been pretty even. One team hasn't really choked out the other yet. And it looks like Space Station are actually working in low boost situations more than Ghosts are in this first minute. But it's Ghosts constantly booming the ball away.
That's just because you're absolutely right, Space Station using a lot of boost. There's that demo on the goal line. AXB, if he gets this touch, it could have been dangerous, but Typical with a great cover-up. And I think it's just Space Station using a lot of that boost, running interference, forcing Ghost into some suboptimal spots where they don't have many options to trap it, but how about they find a seam? And how about this one?
How about it? This is a great pass first to Mist. So Illusion sets up the whole play to begin with. And then Mist gives it right back to him on the give and go, and Illusion owns every Ghost goal.
Yeah, 4 for 4.
I mean, it's big for Illusion, especially, earlier today he had a couple of struggles, but then he had finally started to figure it out. And it's really where you start to see why Ghosts are so dangerous today. If it's not Illusion, it's Atomic. And Mist is really starting to heat up. He has both assists. Yeah, fair enough. But I mean, even Mist, he's really starting to wake up today. He has those 2 assists in this game. Quick pass, and what a block by Atomic.
It's that perfect delay touch right there, because that double commit on defense put Ghost in an awkward spot, and the only reason they get out of it, Atomic made a big diving stop coming out of the midfield, but now they bumped him out of position, and thankfully, Sipical didn't have a clean dismount from that wall, and neither did Illusion, so Space Station get it right back.
That's a long ball. It comes for free on the rebound. Barely picked up. Double commit by Ghost. AXB had a free read off the side, but it will be moved away by Mist. There's a breakaway opportunity for Atomic. Keeps it slow against the back wall. Wants one more touch. Mist jumped early, so it will be a dead play and an open net for Space Station. Rolling up the post and in. It's a tie game.
Illusion definitely got caught a little close trying to pre-jump that pass from Atomic, but unfortunately, Atomic got a little too much of it well over Illusion's head. I thought maybe AXB might have rolled that one up the wall on the long shot, but just able to sneak it off that post and have it roll up the wall and in. So well done to Space Station capitalizing on that over-aggression.
Ghost have to figure out a way to relax this rotation a little bit. Figure out the communication, whether it's your language on the field or your language in comms. Either way, that's several times now that the third man has just been blown up either by a double commit or just by cheating up too far. So, you're not gonna win games against Space Station. Continue committing those errors.
Sipical had a nice idea there, just pop it back out across the space, because you're right, Ghost Gaming starting to crowd each other. You can see all of them sort of just pushing right up that pitch into the same quadrant, and they all immediately spread out because they realize it. They know. They can hear you, Jorby. They're trying to fix it.
Yet another double commit, though. Mist has a good touch over to Atomic. We'll see if Ghost can move downfield. Or at least towards the box. A lot of these touches are just to a Space Station car. They're able to manage the sides well. Illusion gets in the way, but that's a Space Station ball headed back to Ghost territory. Nice catch for Mist to buy himself some time and space. But it's Illusion's turn. We could have 2 straight overtimes. Regulation slowly coming to a close. In the final seconds, the ball rolls up the wall. AXB doesn't have the read, and we will have overtime in game 2.
Hopeful for AXB. And I like Mist back on his own half. Even though he got stuffed, it's the right idea to try and trap that ball and bring it down, because as you alluded to at the start of this game, they're not done yet. Arsenal trying to knock it down. Sypical somehow gets a touch there, and
Arsenal with the bump. How did Space Station turn this into a goal?
Oh, Arsenal gets this touch. Gets out of the way, bumps the only player that possibly could have made a save on that. There's nobody from Ghost in net. And Space Station, they stole game 2, Chiefs. They completely stole it.
Why would you be in the net if you're in Ghost? The chances that a
expecting
goal's
that to
about
end
to
like
happen
that.
right there are like 0.
3%. 3%.
It's the crazy bounce off the ceiling, and then the person coming down from the ceiling hits the ball and pinches it, and it goes straight off the sidewall, and Arsenal's in the perfect position to bump the only guy that can make the play. What are the odds of that happening? Like, none.
Like, what? To me, this game was lost in regulation again. It's the over-aggression from Ghost, and they had so many good progressions down the field, but then it's unearned optimism achieves in the offensive half of the field by Ghost against Space Station. The positioning is I guess I did say it, overly optimistic. And for Ghost, they have to relax it. Space Station are killing them multiple times on transition, and that's so dangerous when you have a player like Arsenal, who sometimes, inertia wins and he gets the bump because, that's fun. But he also goes for that stuff all the time, and you're asking to get scored on by Space Station by letting this happen. They have to figure this out. They can't continue to be aggressive because it's not working.
And here's the fun thing about Arsenal is you never know exactly what he's going to do, but it's always the same thing. It's the same progression every time, right? You don't know exactly what's coming, but if Arsenal's in the corner, he's going to try and get the ball into the middle, and as soon as that ball gets into the middle, he's going to just sweep the goal line and try and demo you. That's Arsenal 101, be a mechanical wizard in the corner, and then demo the goal so that AXB or Sypical could score. That's how Space Station has so much success, and because Arsenal is the facilitator of all things good, and that's exactly why you could make a reasonable argument for Arsenal for MVP over AXB. But what are you going to do? I mean, if Arsenal's playing hot,
Space Station.
Yeah, he's just going to come through, chop your legs out from under you, and then you're going to be in trouble. Because now you're not going to have the resources in place to deal with the loss of a car on the demo, and that's a problem for Ghost Gaming because, as you've said many times, they're getting caught all in the same place. They're double committing. They're not quite in position. Atomic and Mist and Illusion are all doing their best in a lot of awkward scenarios, and Space Station just have the positioning to capitalize on it when it goes wrong for them. And Ghost, unfortunately, when they've gotten onto the offensive side, it's gone just wrong enough to where Space Station bounced right back and put the hurt on him.
Well, I mean, this is really tough now for Ghost going down 0-2 in the series in a tournament that has looked like it would be theirs. Granted, this is definitely their toughest test yet, and they have to find a way to adjust. To me, achieves for a team like Ghost, when you're getting beat like this is the mark of your resilience as a team. How do you adapt? Because with like teams with NRG, G2, and Space Station, what makes these teams so strong is their ability to adapt mid-series when they are struggling and then end up pulling out the victory instead. G2 just showed that in their series against NRG. So if Ghost have a chance here, they need that atomic magic. And the connection to Illusion has been scoring nice goals. When they put it together for Ghost, it's looked good.
I mean, they actually could have won that game too. You're right. The only reason they lost that game or even were in overtime at all was because they got a little overly optimistic and let in basically a free goal, and that forced an OT. I feel like kind of the same thing happened in game 1. I felt like Ghost were kind of crushing Space Station in game 1 for a while there, and then out of nowhere at the end of the game, bang, bang, that Space Station offense came to life. So if you're asking, like, what do Ghosts need to do or fix, I mean, it's minor things right now, right? In game 2 is just one step too far, a little hit or miss on the defense. I think they actually had a lot of the right tools. Miss trying to go for the catch, bring the ball down, force possession, instead of getting trapped in the boomer game where you're letting Arsenal get the long clear and then work the wizardry out of the corners and stuff like that. And then you get into those situations. where that speed of Space Station out of the midfield is really a detriment. And the only player on that Ghost Gaming roster that can match that speed is Atomic. Unfortunately, you got 3 people like that on Space Station, only 1 on Ghost. So the trap on their own half and forced challenges, I think, is Ghost's best way to try and get out. You can see Mist going for it right there, and already Typical in his face with the demo.
Yeah, Atomic getting the bump as well to give Illusion some space, but it was a high ball, couldn't be followed. Mist looking for Atomic on the side wall. It will be a difficult touch for anyone to get back to. Definitely not the touch Atomic wanted, because here comes AXB, and it's bounced off of a Ghost player. Forced own goal. AXB credited another goal.
Yeah, Typical, nice job getting in the corner and not trying to force anything. Just got around the outside of the ball, threw it into the middle. AXB, do your thing. And unfortunately, Ghost caught on a... They were kind of in position, but they weren't like set and fully ready for that counterattack. And AXB put that ball in a dangerous spot. And Illusion just trying to save it, ended up own goal.
AXB on top here in the blue half. Illusion do what he can with no boost. And Mist is forced to take a quick turn. Knock the ball downfield. He does win a favorable 50 here, but AXB just continues to touch. Back down to Ghost back wall. Simple another pass. It's 1-2, but a save. Up high, though, is Arsenal. He gets to the ball in time, keeping them locked down. Atomic doing what he can, but there's only so much you can do with no boost. And Ghost right now struggling to clear.
And you see how this entire sequence has come about, right? It started with a big long clear from Space Station over onto the Ghost Gaming half. And unfortunately, they're not in position to trap it. And right there, Illusion just trying to go, I think, for the punch off that backboard. Just kind of got a little too far under it and floated it straight up. And it's just, watch the clears from Space Station's own half and look how hard they are and how far forward Ghost are and how they aren't in position to handle that, because there's Arsenal with the demo and it forces Mist just to get this weak clear, and now Space Station close the gap and get the map position.
Arsenal's just such a nuisance. He creates all of these opportunities for Space Station, and Ghosts are forced into a perfect defensive rotation to keep the ball out of their net. They do so with Atomic. Atomic's actually got the net, and he has a goal. Ghosts are in.
And Ghosts sneak out. Typical, clean loss. Atomic just dunked him, and AXB not respecting the speed of Atomic. He had 2 choices: try and challenge, wrong, or just go back to net and let Atomic do whatever he's about to do and take your chances. And that might have been the better play. We'll never know.
Fun the theory craft for a second, but we got a game to play. Less than 3 minutes remaining. Ghosts trying to get their first game win, but Space Station making it difficult. Atomic coming up with a save in midair. Up high. Ooh, Arsenal wanted that touch, but it's still Space Station ball. Next is Arsenal, who gets the goal.
Oh my gosh.
It was the change-up shot achieves. It totally threw off Mist on the back wall. Or Illusion.
And Illusion. Illusion's just waiting for it and go, oh dear. He was expecting the top right shot. And you're absolutely right. Arsenal took something off of it, and Illusion jumped out, and the ball just died, went straight under him. The change-up actually worked.
Oh, rarity indeed. But for Space Station Gaming, can they do anything wrong? Doesn't feel like it right now. With a high ball for Atomic, but then AXB just cuts you off in midfield. Ghosts. It's been a struggle in the possession game. And Space Station boom this back to their territory. AXB will pick up that boost. There's a quick pass to Typical. Shots denied by Illusion. And again, Ghosts are forced to ration their boosts, because there ain't a lot of it left. Space Station have been taking all of it. They finally get some.
And look, there's the trap, but unfortunately, that's that over-optimistic approach, right? They get the trap, they start working the ball out of their own half, and all of them go for it. So now, Mist is set. This is the right idea. You can go for the long touches as long as they're to teammates. And look, the boomer of a clear, and it forces Illusion to tip that ball into the corner. And it's just, those Space Station clears are so good.
Finally, a good continuation for Ghost to get out of their own half. They're forced into every awkward touch, even that one from Mist earlier. And then, even with AXB, he's just downfield constantly on these long booming clears. It's AXB making these touches that just make Ghost's life miserable. Here's a chance down the field, but they can't put the shot on target, and AXB will take it off the backboard. But Ghost are in the orange half. Can they get some more pressure? Far side is Mist. in the corner. Atomic wants this and missed up again, but it's just to the opposite side. Illusion has no boost. He's got to go back.
And Mist had to make that touch. He was the last man back. He was the guy in the midfield line, and Atomic is trying to cover a lot of angles there, and Mist, he couldn't really put that ball anywhere else other than over to that corner because it was just trying to knock the ball down to stop a counterattack from Space Station with nobody behind him.
There's 40 seconds left for Ghost. Going down 3-0 is as close to death as you can think of in a best of 7. Now, I'll take obvious statements for 500 Chiefs, but AXB will flip that up. Ghosts are going to try one more progression down the field, running out of time. Pass to Atomic, denied, but it was a double kill by Space Station, but Illusion was too far forward. That will buy Space Station time, and Ghost have to try again from their own back wall. AXB in front. Mist forced to try to clear this out. He's got no juice on it. Arsenal cuts it out. Space Station cutting out the heart of Ghost. Atomic denied. Almost missed off the corner and booming clear. AXB kills the ball, and Space Station are 3-0. One more to go face G2 in the final.
And you know, I know I'm gonna sit here and beat the dead horse, right? I mean, one step too far. Illusion, again, he is on the macro level, on the wide scale, big picture level, he's in position. On the micro level, on the zoomed in, this specific scenario, out of position. One step too far forward, ball gets over his head, cost them 20 seconds before they could try another chance. And it's just, that's so tough for Ghost. They're doing everything right. I think they have the right approach. It's just Space Station. There's one thing you can do if you're Ghost, right? At this point, you can choose leave that third man farther back. Understand that you don't have the hammer put away, and it's gonna be, unless it's an obvious third man can be aggressive and come up and try and score it chance, you're gonna be working with a 2-man offense because you gotta stop those long clears from Space Station. They're coming all the way off the backboard, over that midfield line into space, and Space Station are getting so much map presence. They get to press forward, and they're willing to play with 36 boost past the midfield line because they're going to close the gap on you. You just force that challenge and get in your face and make it tough. And you got to be able to have someone further back just to handle that initial clear to give yourself a better opportunity to get back on offense. And that's a double-edged sword, right? You take away the booming clear and you give yourself a chance for possession, but you allow Space Station to have field position to work with in the midfield. And
you have to force them to change it up. You can't just keep doing the same thing over and over.
Is it a risk you're willing to take? And I think down 3-0, Ghost gotta take it.
And maybe that's how Ghost feel. And maybe they, Space Station are an incredibly dangerous team with space. But, like I said, you've had 3 games now where it just hasn't worked. You're getting killed. So we'll see if Ghost adjusts, or we'll see if their aggressive positioning ends up working out for them for a game.
And the worst part is, again, Ghost have only lost these games by 1 goal. This is a series. 3-0 down does not speak to how tight Ghost are playing this. They're battling.
It's the difference. But it's the difference.
It's the difference.
No Ghosts. First minute in, they've been locking Space Station in the orange half. And they are taking a bit more of a wider approach here. There's Illusion back to Mist. Slow ball, but they still are pushing up here. Atomic, a very close third man. He does keep it going. And this works for Ghost if they control midfield like Illusion does here. Good pop, but then he gets bumped by AXB. Mist, with that challenge, will keep the ball in, and Atomic is forced back. All of Ghost are forced back, but typically you saw that boost spawn for Atomic right as he crossed over it.
Ooh. And look at the respect. Ghost expecting another banger of a clear from Arsenal right there. And of course, once you start expecting it, that's right when they miss it. You're not there to capitalize on it. And that's just such an irritating feeling. And it's got to be tough for Ghost because, this is their 3rd series of the day now. These guys are used to playing 2 in a day max. They've played a lot of Rocket League. They played lights out for the first 2 series of the day. And now they got to come back in here and do it all again. And there's that mental fatigue aspect of the game as well. and it could be drawing on Ghost. They might be running out of gas here at the end.
It could definitely be a major factor right now. Space Station, we're back on the Ghost half. You see with an Illusion carry, it's a hard ball, Atomic undercut. And that's one you definitely need to connect on if you're Ghost. You have clean space past midfield. You gotta find a way to make that connection and put some pressure on Space Station. But we are halfway through. It's 0-0, so no harm done. Oh, and Atomic tried to cut in front on that ball in front of the box. He will take it up the side. Another drop ball in the box. Oh, and a clean win from Arsenal. Goes for the bump. AXB's got net, and it's a goal for Space Station.
Arsenal, you mastermind. This is such a great touch. And no, I'm not going to cut that ball in. I'm just going to force you to hit the brakes. AXB, shoot it left side. No problem. 1-0 Space Station. Brilliant play from Arsenal.
And that's they have a man back ready for it. Illusion is in position to choose. And that's the dangerous thing about Space Station Gaming is
you gave them space. You gave them space, and there they came and took it, and used it. It's brutal.
Oh, but Mist will sneak this in off the pass from Atomic. So Ghost will quickly tie this up.
Atomic definitely reading where that clear is headed. Arsenal, he did not know Atomic was there. He was just parked on that backboard. Just like, I wonder what's about to happen next. Oh, it's over my head. Oh, and it's back over my shoulder. Oh, and Mist is there. Okay, fair enough.
Well, now AXP off the top. Atomic will forced to move down. The Space Station really showing why I think they only lost one series this season in play. Why? They were the best team in North America this season. And right now, they're on offense. That's a pass and a shot just high above the crossbar. But even there, Atomic is being harassed from just Space Station players rotating out and just couldn't get any Ghosts. I mean, right there, you're feeling the panic from Mist and Illusion. They hit the clear. But, how are they doing on they're just collected, so they'll be doing a little bit better than they just were.
But you make a great point. I mean, Space Station, when they do, get all three in that offensive third, they're absolutely, as you said, sweeping across that goal line, putting pressure on the defenders, and they rotate out and they take those corner boosts or just get in a fight for them. And more often than not, they're winning or at least getting a solid enough bump to throw Ghost off the rotation at least a little bit to delay that counterattack. A great demo from Illusion coming back. That's definitely going to stop Space Station having anything here.
Well, Sipico close on that rotation behind AXB, despite the little bit of relief pressure. Besides one touch that gets you by midfield, there's just no follow-up for Ghost. Atomic, he'll have to continue this touch himself. He does keep it close. This might be a good chance to transition for Ghost. Illusion putting Arsenal, or Sipico, excuse me, in an awkward spot. Yeah.
Illusion trying to get revenge for what Arsenal did to him earlier, trying to go for the same thing. Great catch from Mist, one-on-one, cuts left, and posted out. Oh, Mist. Oh, my heart hurts for you.
Even when you do everything right, it's just not enough. Another overtime looming pass, shot, and it's denied. We got overtime. Ghost just trying to survive in the series and not get swept in their first semi-final appearance in a very long time.
Ever. Ghost have never had a chance to go to the North American title game. Ever.
And it may end here. Sonic picks him for boost steal, but guess who's got the ball? It's Sipico. He'll pick up one himself. Challenge straight to Arsenal. The shot denied. Oh, the dunk almost secured Space Station a victory. Ghosts on life support right now. Atomic.
Oh, it's a headlock. It's a 2v2 in overtime. There's a headlock in the Ghost corner. You are kidding.
With everything on the line, and it's almost an own goal. It was for Atomic. That Ghost stay alive off the 2v2.
Space Station. Respect it. AXP makes the mistouch. Atomic, if anyone's going to beat anyone to the ball, it's going to be him. And Ghost Gaming will capitalize. Well done, Ghost. You squeak out a Game 4 win. You keep the dream alive.
Ooh, the stone's on Ghost to honor the headlock.
I know.
The absolute
respect. I think it was Mist who got stuck back there. But Wow, I cannot believe they'd stick a headlock with a chance to go play for #1 still. That's amazing. I respect it, you know? It's a bout of honor. It's a code of conduct. And they respected it through and through.
Terms
well
and
done.
conditions of the pit. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're playing Rocket League, please accept the terms and conditions. We headlock, we stay.
But I mean, Ghost, that was clear from Ghost, which was the main thing we were looking at for Ghost in this series. And it was, you know, there was less getting your third man blown out in midfield and better rotations overall. Obviously, you got burned on one from Arsenal, but for the most part, again, low scoring, 1-goal games. Sure. These are still really close. And who comes out on top?
And you got missed 7 shots. It's not like you didn't get your chances if you're Ghost right there either. I mean, in games 2 and 3, you were just getting crushed in the shot differential department. So if you're Ghost Gaming, come out here with the same plan. You got to be willing to take that risk and give Space Station some operating room.
AXB, oof, almost took Ghost off the operating table there, trying to find a surgical route into the net, and that is quite a pinch from Arsenal.
How about the read from Atomic, though? I mean, how many times do you think that ball's going to cross the net versus bounce out? Atomic nailed it. It went out.
That's the only time. Space Station. On defense, they haven't felt a ton of consistent pressure from Ghost. Ghost have had some quality opportunities. You get 2 or 3, and then they have to play again from their own end. But again, that more relaxed rotations afforded them more opportunities. There's a quick pass over to Mist.
And it affords Ghost more
That miss.
Well, it was going to afford them more opportunities. Atomic's definitely in position. AXB's got him clean beat, though, and he knows it. And Atomic, I mean, that's the right play. You got to follow that up the wall in case he misses it so you can get the big clear. You can still make the save if it's towards the goal. Unfortunately, though, AXB actually, it was a perfect touch from AXB. It had speed. It was high. I mean, that's a tough ball for Atomic to nail every time instantly. So the placement puts Atomic in a weird spot, can't quite execute. Space Station capitalized.
Slowing it down, the shot is denied by miss from Arsenal. Space Station, Typical's got some space. He wants a hard pass to Arsenal, he just couldn't get up in time. Now miss, keeping it close, but it was too high up. And AXB hops right on top of it. Space Station starting to swing the boost battle in their favor. AXB off the back wall, and it is handled by Miss. And Sipical and Arsenal they gave themselves a little bit of space on this with Ghost back, and Sipical will score off a self-pass.
This is Space Station. They went all the way back, space to work with in the midfield. There's the bumps in the goal line to try and open it. It's the risk you take, and Miss rotating into the goal line. You got to make a snap read perfectly. Unfortunately, Sipical had time to cross the entire pitch and beat you.
For Ghost, you're expecting that ball to come right back from midfield, but both Arsenal had pulled off. Sipical was already back, and so when Arsenal pulls off, the Ghosts are caught out all of a sudden.
Yeah, because Arsenal knows Sipical is gonna boom that ball as hard as he possibly can, and Arsenal knows it's a much better ball to let Sipical take his chances with than himself, because Arsenal's touch is gonna go, slightly in towards the midfield with not a lot of speed, let Ghost catch their bearings and get a read on what's about to happen, where you just let that ball roll, people start looking past Arsenal and they go, oh, there's Sipical, and oh boy did he crank that.
Another progression here for Space Station. Sipical, no lead for him, but AXB has a backboard and Mist has the save off that rebound. So half the game left. Ghosts right now have 0 shots on net. Looking for their first. Atomic will get credited with a shot there, but Arsenal hopped right on top of him for the save.
And Atomic had missed off to his right side, but Atomic hoping that maybe Space Station were going to bite on the passing lane and give him a shot opportunity. Atomic, nice job sticking it here. Sipical needs a clear, and will lift that ball away safely.
Good stop here for Illusion. He's got to fight AXB for the ball now, and AXB just bodies him. And then it turned into a domino effect.
It was so smart, though, from Illusion. He knew he was in trouble, right? So he's like, oh, I'm going to get bumped. But he makes the follow-up on the player from Space Station that's about to put Ghost in a weird spot. So great heads-up play from Illusion.
Little bit of space for Atomic. Arsenal closes the gap. AXB gets bumped by Illusion, but Cynical's got the ball. And Ghosts trying to do everything they can to keep this ball away from Space Station. Even right there, Atomic trying to slow it down. Missed. Just trying to stay behind the ball. Space Station looking, but they were all a little too far. Now they're going to reset. Ooh, Arsenal, tough spot.
Tough spot, but Space Station work it out. And here's where you ask yourself the question if you're Ghost Gaming. All right, we don't have the time to wait back for these long clears anymore. Do we revert back to that aggression and giving ourselves as good scoring opportunities as we can hope for with a minute left? I think you need to see Ghost push forward. They got to take the risk. You have to put the pressure on Space Station and get in their face and see if you can capitalize on something.
Atomic had to wait, and he's gonna get burned! Arsenal, that's 3 for Space Station! With 44 seconds, they all but secure their spot in the finals!
And to be honest, Atomic, you're absolutely right. He was forced into waiting. He played that perfectly. But what are you gonna do when Arsenal just crushes that ball straight at you and slightly behind your back shoulder? You're not going to save that if you're rotating into goal at full speed. That's just perfect shooting from Arsenal.
Scores might have been close for this series, but Sheenswood mentioned it right before this game started. The shot differential has consistently heavily been in Space Station's favor. Ghosts were able to pull one away from Space Station, but this team has been so dominant this season. This series has been no different. These last 12 seconds are merely a formality for Space Station. They'll be meeting G2 in the regional finals for North America. And boy, oh boy, I cannot wait for that series. It's gonna be a banger. What a series from Cynical, Arsenal, and AXB, and a great run from the boys over at Ghost, but it ends in the semifinals.
A fantastic season for Ghost overall. I mean, you run middle of the pack and then you turn, Super Saiyan here in the playoffs and just rampage through those first 2 matches. But Space Station Gaming, the aggression caught up to him. Ghost trying to play their stereotypical, far forward third man, let Atomic work the ball through into a great spot and be there to follow up. Fell short to some perfect clear mechanics from Space Station. Ghost Gaming makes the adjustment in Game 3. Space Station caught off guard, also trying to continue that same aggression, end up losing in overtime. And then Game 5, Space Station, they took that Ghost Gaming strat and did the exact same thing. They're just better at it. They started camping back on their own half and taking their time with the ball. They had the execution there. Space Station gets a chance to battle for the North American regional title. First time ever. And G2, their opponents, are battling for it for the first time since Season 5. And that will be very curious to see who comes up with the win there.
G2 trying to claim their title for North American Regional Champions. Will Space Station claim it for themselves? Find out. We got the regional final coming up after the break.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
and I welcome you back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Brody Leaf Exmore, and you're watching the North American Regional Championships. We are about to head into our grand finals, but not before we talk about that last match. And to do just that, it's Gibbs and Jorby. Jorby, we got a good match that we just watched there. Ghost was on a swing, but it seems like Space Station is just too strong, and we got a little bit of taste of what they're about to give G2 going into those grands.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Space Station just took advantage of the way Ghost play the game. Ghost loved that super aggressive game, and Chiefs and I talked about it all series, and they were getting burned on these hard clears off of Space Station's back wall, and a lot of times it was AXB getting that continuing touch in midfield where Ghost are forced to just race back to their own end. They lose the midfield boost. They sometimes lost a boost in their own corner, and then they would just get locked in their own half. Space Station punished them consistently, and like despite the goals being close, the shot differential didn't make the series feel close at all.
See, to me, at least games 1 and 2 were relatively close because I thought Ghost just had some bad defensive errors, just leaving wide open nets. And AXB all season long, he's been that closer for this team. And when you give him a wide open net, he's gonna hit it. But
yeah,
those first
game
two
two was
games,
Ghost.
we needed Ghost. Yeah, we needed Ghost to win those games to have any chance here.
So let's take a second to look back at the bracket just before we get into our final match. I just want to reminisce on this final day of North American League play, or into the regional championships for Season 9. We've witnessed quite a fast day today, Jorby. You know, it's been 4-0s across the board. We're finally starting to see some closer games, of course, with G2 and NRG. And just so anybody out there knows, you know, this was 10 teams made it to this point. 6 teams made it into the regionals, but of course, only one could become the champion by the end of it. And for you, Jorby, any crazy upsets? Was it maybe the Soniqs just under-delivering for you? Were you surprised by the Cloud9 or that Ghost game run?
I think that I'm less surprised by Ghost Gaming's run. I was very impressed by Atomic's showing today. I think it was fine. He finally got over that hump that I feel like he's been edging there for so long, and then he just popped off today. But I don't really think there are too many real surprises for me. NRG's initial performance against Soniqs, their dominant performance surprised me. But overall, this is kind of shaken out the way I thought it would, besides the Ghost Cloud9 matchup. And even there, like, to me, it's not an upset for Ghost to beat Cloud9.
And Gibbs, for you, I mean, like we were talking about a European being pretty kind of, you know, in place here, but for North America, I feel like it could have just been a toss-up. Is this kind of what you expected from the day?
Yeah, like I think my biggest upset would probably be how badly Ghost beat Cloud9. I thought that series would go probably the distance, and one of those teams would come out of that lower bracket. But besides that, like G2 NRG going 7, I think a lot of people expected that to be very, very close. And now we've got a really good one coming up here, G2 Space Station.
Let's talk about that. I mentioned 10 teams fighting to get to this point right here, to get to that grand finals of the regional championships for North America, and it's G2 and Space Station Gaming that have made it. Space Station Gaming was considered by even the players at the beginning to be one of the best teams in North America, and a lot of teams for a few seasons even now have been talking about G2's potential. Well, here's their opportunity to show that, Gibbs, against Space Station Gaming. But, you know, the question is Space Station still too hot, and does G2 still have some kinks to iron out?
Yeah, we're going to see. When they played last week, I felt like it was the worst G2 we've seen, where their major faults came out to play. We saw Rizzo, that third-man defense did not work out well at all, and then the shooting from Chicago were not great. But this is the first grand finals for Space Station. G2, the first one in 2 years. But like, I'm not too worried about Space Station coming into this high-pressure situation, because obviously they finished top 4 at the last World Championship. So they know high pressure. That's way more high pressure. So they should be ready for this matchup. It should be incredibly close because G2, they are playing better than last week.
Well, Jorby, before we get into that final match, I have a question, because we do want to get it going. Because you mentioned before with that Ghost Gaming and Space Station one that Space Station capitalized on Ghost Gaming's offensive prowess and punished that. Well, I feel like G2 is in a similar boat of having that crazy offense. Do you think that's going to be punished by Space Station as well?
Well, I think that there's potential for that, but the difference is, again, G2, that was kind of happening to them in their series early against NRG, but they adjusted. They relaxed the rotation a little bit, and that evolved how G2 were approaching the ball. You had Rizzo, who was taking first man and scoring a lot of very crucial goals late in that series. So I think it comes down to how did G2 adapt? Because to me, Spacestation aren't perfect. When Ghost did have a little bit of pressure, there were double commits. There was kind of a very haphazard approach on defense from Spacestation in those situations. This isn't an infallible team, and G2 can certainly exploit those errors, but it works both ways. It's a two-way street in this matchup.
As you guys saw, we want you to join us online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9, and give us your hype. It is now time we've been all waiting for this, the grand finals of the North American Regional Championship, and it's G2 versus Spacestation Gaming.
Is it time for the changing of the guard to be complete? It was only a few seasons ago that Spacestation Gaming weren't even a part of our process over here at the RLCS, and now they have an opportunity to take it all. James, we're looking at this one, Spacestation, with their opportunity, but they got to take on one of the oldest standing teams in the RLCS in the form of G2 Esports.
And you know what a turnaround it's been for G2 Esports just last season, having to go to the promotion tournament where they had to fight for their RLCS life. And then the season before that, they were in the grand finals of the World Championship. So it has been up and down. And right now they are on the up and up. They've made it all the way to the Space Station team. But Space Station, Shogun, Ghost looked like they were going to be unstoppable. And Space Station just took them out like it was nothing.
Yeah, currently set a 9-1 record throughout this entire season, which is just incredible consistency at a game that is so difficult to be consistent at. For G2 Esports, however, they did actually win regionals back in Season 5. Since then, have participated in 2 grand finals, 1 in regionals and 1 at the World Championships. They have lost both of those, so they're going to look to try and turn that around here in their first finals in what's been a little bit of time, but this is a team that has also performed well outside of the RLCS, also taking E-League championships as well. So this is an area that they're familiar with, that they're comfortable in. Space Station Gaming, we're about to find out whether or not they can step up to the plate at the most pressure time.
And we'll see what they're made of. I've been loving what I've been seeing from Sypical, AXB, Arsenal, all these guys really stepping up, making plays. They haven't really had any bad games this season, in my opinion. They've all been quite good. So I'm pumped to see if they can pull down the entire thing. Like you said, an opportunity to have a changing of the guard.
Here we go. Game number 1, best of 7 to take home the regional championship for Season 9. And we are going to be starting off with Sypical and the rest of Space Station Gaming's offense, trying to see what they can accomplish. And throughout this entire season, James, we've sort of seen Space Station become a little bit more of a complete article. Last season, we could always just point, okay, mechanically, they're very solid. This season, they've added more to it, and never more shown than the previous series against Ghost Gaming, where they were almost more patient in a way.
And playing with such confidence as well, and I think a lot of that has been due to how well AXB's been playing. Arsenal hasn't really had to use demos as much. He's just using his speed. He's so fast. All of these Space Station players so quick to the ball. And it has been a treat watching them play. Now we see some aggression coming out from Rizzo. And Rizzo's one of those players as well who loves going for those demos.
Sypical will win the challenge. First minute completed now. Sypical now have a chance to create. Pops the ball up. Jemp's going to need to do more than that just to beat him, but AXB holding the midfield line. There's a good little win, and once again, and Space Station Gaming, they've controlled the majority of the territory so far. Those tend to be a good showing as to what you're going to expect from the rest of the game. Sypical with the set. JNAPS just pops it straight out, only as far as Arsenal for the double tap. He's left himself a lot of work to do. Wasn't quite able to do it, but here's where Space Station can be so strong. Give themselves plenty of time, and you can see AXB's now all the way back. No real danger here now on the counter-attack as G2 looks to try and set up. The midfield, Sypical gets a demo, can't quite get himself the ball, as Arsenal will drop it straight down to JNAPS. JNAPS looking for the pass, Rizzo goes for net. And JNAPS as well available for the 1-2 passing play. As that's going to go straight down, Rizzo now one-on-one against Arsenal. Comes out pretty much equal on the 50. That's a good enough position for G2 to work with. So far, neither team with a clear-cut opportunity on net.
It has been a battle for the boost. Rizzo, we saw on that play, he might have been going for a shot, but I think he might have also been going for the backward pass, just didn't get enough height on his flick. And we're seeing a battle in the midfield. JNAPS didn't get that boost. That's going to allow Arsenal to get that boost, so we'll see if Space Station can get on the attack.
It's going to be off the crossbar. Probably the best opportunity we've seen so far, and it came from a cross-map shot. As Rizzo is going to leave this one. Chicago as well on his way back. Zero boost on him. Means it's going to be up to his teammates to really take control of this rotation, and take control they do. JNAPS blast the ball down to the other side of the field. This first goal becoming more and more elusive for both teams. And if we do get further into the game, it becomes more and more important. Drop down. Arsenal off the backboard. Can't get his second touch. Looks for the setup to AXB! And Space Station will open up the scoring.
And a lovely play. Typical. That little pass into the middle. AXB had to get the ball around JNAPS, and he places it far post. Everything coming together for Space Station.
And that's just how annoying it can be to take on Space Station. You think you've got them locked down in your own corner. You think they're on the far right-hand side, so that means you can just leave, your left side completely open. No, you can't. They will attack everywhere in an attempt to break you down. Here's JNAPS trying to find a way to get his team back into this game. You've got a minute and a half to do so. Got back down again. Rizzo for the backboard. Chicago's not a great spot to play this. It's the right thing. Takes his time rather than just lashing away at the ball. Here's JNAPS to tie us up. Bounces out to Chicago. One each.
Well done from Chicago to get that cleanup. He gets the pass out to JNAPS, and it caused everyone to jump for that. Bouncing off the post. Chicago, even though he had nothing in the tank, was ready to clean that play up, and we're all tied.
The lead did not last long enough for Space Station, but both teams showing off what they can do. And I've really got to just give so much credit to Chicago on not rushing the play. That takes the ball down, gives himself plenty of time. And he bounced all the way down to the other side of the field. Typical on the chase. I mean, he got bumped on his way through. So it was always going to be a little bit slower for him to try and set up. We're now seeing both teams blast the ball to each other. We saw how effective that was for Space Station in the previous game. G2 doing a good job of showing that they can do roughly the same thing as well. As we are going to see ourselves a pause. 50 seconds left on the clock at the moment. We'll be getting into that game again very shortly. But James, from what we're seeing so far, it's sort of the typical introduction to these sort of, big games where no matter what you've done throughout the season, it starts to get a little bit more tense for you once you hit grand finals time.
It's certainly, this does have a different feel about it. This regional championship, this is it. This is the pinnacle of the RLCS season. So there's much more on the line now, not only in prize pool, but also just in the bragging rights, being able to be called the best in North America. We're not going to be able to crown a best in the world at the moment, but still, this is it. This is what these teams are playing for. So this is going to be the most pressure that any of these teams have faced in quite some time.
Absolutely. So we did have a player disconnect. We'll be getting that back and sorted out very shortly. But James, I really want to talk to you right now about what has made this turnaround possible for G2, because we saw how last season wasn't good enough at all, but it's almost been swept under the rug entirely. Like if you just took away, someone say, didn't see those matches, you would almost assume, okay, how did they do last season? Take a guess. They were probably like third at the very least. G2 really have just sort of put last season behind them incredibly well.
Yeah, to me, what the difference has been is JNAPS. JNAPS, I think, has been playing better than he's played in a very long time. I think when G2 was struggling, a lot of it was because JNAPS was struggling as well. You think back to the times of the knapsack where he would do so much. He was undisputed top player in North America. And since then, he fell off. But now he's really starting to come back. And I think a lot of it's just due to the amount of time he's been putting in the game. And also G2, if you remember, they got that gaming house together as well. So they were playing together all in the same house, building that personal chemistry, but also getting really quality practice. So I think it was G2 putting their nose to the grindstone and really putting in the time, the effort, everything into getting back to where they were. And I think it's paid off.
So when we do get back into this game, it's going to be 54 seconds left on the clock. Really, I think you do make a great point there, James. And I really want to revisit that in just a second as well. But we have got ourselves back into the game. Thankfully, not a long pause this time around. Tied up at 1 goal each. As we look to see where the rest of this game does take us. This is game number 1 of a best of 7 for your regional championship. Typical to the corner. Can he get an extra touch? You can see AXP already waiting, but well position from him means he can continue to put the pressure on whilst his team sorts themselves out. Now Rizzo drops it down to Chicago. Always going to be a difficult play to take a hold of. Those passes have to be on point because Chicago has no real room to run onto the ball. Backboard again, typical to his own corner. We just saw the boost stolen. And there's a demo as well. This is dire straits right now. And JNAPS didn't choose to put the ball on net. Spacestation Gaming survive a quick scare. We head into the last 10 seconds. Are we going into overtime as JNAPS will take control as G2 looking for their final attempt on net? Typical, making sure that they're not going to be allowed possession of this ball for that time. And we are going to head into overtime for our first game.
And G2's been doing a great job of keeping possession, battling back for that boost, keeping Space Station in their own net.
The backboard, Chicago. We'll try and drop it down to Rizzo, but didn't quite have the accuracy to do so. Cool. Looking for a setup. XP was trying to find some boost as well, but JNAPS was quick enough to get to it. It means that transitions like this can now happen for G2. XP didn't pick up his own boost either. He's been eliminated, and Chicago will finish off game 1. He's got himself a brace.
And he got caught out, and then he decided to let that bounce off the corner. We see 2 demos come out. Typical was racing back, but there was no hope. AXP had to get that ball before it bounced off the corner. He started going for it, but realized he was too slow, too late, and that demo sealed it. G2 getting game 1.
And look at how small the mistake was from AXP, and how quickly it was blown open to become a massive one and a completely open net for G2. Phenomenal, taking advantage of the situation. They've got themselves game 1, and this is the perfect start for them on what was a very nervy start to game number 1 as well. But James, you did mention about, JNAPS. He used to be called the knapsack because he was so good at carrying his teams. But it almost seems like that's a long time ago in a way, because that was back when he was in contention to be the best player in the world. But now he's looking like he's starting to work his way back into those conversations again. And really, that's what G2 needs.
You're exactly right. I think they needed that spark. They got a bit of a spark. If you remember when they brought in Chicago, he had instant results really for G2. But then they started to waver, especially last season with the new demo meta that we saw come out. We saw demos play a very prevalent role even in this game, except G2 were the ones who were putting in the pain, especially Rizzo looking for those demos. You can never be too safe or on the field with him prowling around. But G2, this team, Shogun, they've completely turned it around. They really have, because JNAPS is playing better. You go back and look at last season, G2's offense, they would do well keeping possession, but the finishing power was not there. The finishing ability was not there. There was all this buildup, but they just could not get the goals. But this season, it has been different, especially with JNAPS hitting some massive overtime shots. Rizzo's playing better than he's ever played before. Really, the only person who I haven't thought has been playing stellar has been Chicago. He's had a lot of issues with shooting, hitting nets that usually he was hitting in previous seasons, but he's still playing quite good, just not up to what I think his potential is. So this G2 team is quite scary now that JNAPS is back in action.
Now, forgive me if I'm wrong on this one. This is me trying to go way off my memory from almost 2 months ago, and we've already seen that I can barely figure out what happened 2 days ago. Was there not a shout from somebody on the early predictions that Rizzo would be MVP, or am I getting that one completely mixed up?
No, you're 100% right. Yes.
So I can't tell what the average is between 3 and 7, but I can figure this one out. Fantastic. Good job, me.
Well done. Well done, Shogun. Yes, that was actually Turtle that made that prediction. It was too soon. But, I think he did a pretty good job guessing.
I mean, there was about a 3-week period there where Rizzo really looked like he could be in contention for it. So he's stepped up massively. And, at times he's sort of pigeonholed into this third man role where it's obviously, okay, he's going to stay back. Chicago and JNAPS are going to move forward. But that's changed, especially over the last 3 seasons, where it is just a 3-man offense. The moment they get an opportunity, they are launching the house at you, and you've got to be ready to try and defend that. And really, Space Station can sometimes be considered the same way. Yet I feel like the situation has to be even more this is definitely a goal for them. But still, very similar on offensive philosophy.
You're right. And you can draw some parallels with Arsenal and Rizzo. They both like being upfield. They both like going for the demos. They like helping their team succeed. You've got Sipical, who has been a shooter for Space Station in the past, but really AXB has been doing quite well in the shooting department also. So it's a little similar to JNAPS in Chicago, who also have that dynamic scoring ability. So this is a good matchup. It was a close series before, and I expect a close series again.
And I'm hoping, I'm scared to say it, because sometimes when you say it, it doesn't happen, but there is the typical G2 thing where they get faster and faster throughout a series. This one was a little bit of a slow start, slow by pro standards, but we saw it against Ghost Gaming a couple of weeks ago where that was a bit of a slow start as well, and it just gets quicker and quicker and quicker as these teams start to figure out, okay, here's the defensive holes, we're going to try and attack that. So I'll be very much looking forward to seeing how this sort of style evolves, as we have got ourselves into game number 2. G2 Esports currently sat at 1-0. But regional championships currently on the line. Space Station Gaming looking to forcibly take the mantle, not just as the future of North American Rocket League, but as the present of North American Rocket League. They would take it with a 10-1 record throughout the season, which is just an absolute statement to the world. JNAPS trying to take control. It's a pop-up. Sipical's going to have to try and get a second touch, or at least ward away Rizzo, who was going around like a shark waiting for his bait. Space Station looking to control and challenge everything in the midfield, but so far G2 Esports winning the vast majority of them. XB can't win the challenge. This is a consistent thing so far. G2 winning all of them in our opening minute. Sipical plays out to Arsenal, and another win. Chicago can get the double here, and he's going to lay it across to the far side. And that's the sort of thing where, depending on how G2 are feeling offensively, you've got to be worried about our second player being there, because it's not rare that we would see a Rizzo up there to take the shots.
You're absolutely right. Rizzo has been hitting his shots as well. Some big goals against NRG to get G2 in this position. But now AXB off the backboard, and then follow-up denied from Chicago. Space Station, they're getting a few shots of their own.
I'll be very worried considering the quality of shooting that we have seen from most of the players today. Arsenal set up. It's going to go straight across the midfield. JNAPS even more happy now that he did avoid the earlier demo. Chicago now tries to put it over to JNAPS. That's far too heavy. He did make contact with Space Station player on the way through, and it does mean that we go to the other side of the field. XB wins the challenge, pops over the top of Arsenal, and Sipical tries to buy his team a little bit of time. He's done exactly that, with XB now back into position. This is where you'd expect to see XB shine, but he's not made good contact at all. G2 can look to put on some pressure right here, right now. And it's going to be Rizzo with the mechanical plays. He couldn't quite get the resets.
Attempting mechanical play for sure. AXB, however, has missed a few plays on defense even before in this game. He went for that ball up near the ceiling, and he ended up missing it and having to use up a lot of boost to get back down to the ground. So it seems like AXB experiencing some issues. Wonder if he'll get that straightened out, as this is it. All of this season coming down to this single series.
Chicago. Control hasn't really got any options available, and almost laid it straight up to AXB. A couple of opportunities now where just midfield shots have almost led to goals for Space Station. Just got to tighten up the shooting now. Make sure those do go onto target. Here is Arsenal. Drop straight down to Rizzo once again. JNAPS for Chicago. Going to go up the wall. The boost as well. It's going to probably be very difficult to take this one off him, but instead try to find the pass to Rizzo. Both teams not looking overly sharp so far in game number 2. We are going to go off the backboard one more time. Chicago misses. Instead, probably called off by Rizzo. Just waiting to see which team really clicks first. JNAPS for Rizzo one more time. Each of these just really to an awaiting team. Every team Well, both teams really playing with 2 players behind the ball, 1 player on. Not really the most aggressive setup, as that's going to go across the goal line. XP takes a crucial touch, but it was a risky one as well. And they'd be happy to see that he got the save.
That was a close call for Space Station. And Arsenal now looking for some demos, getting 2 demos, but that one won't be too devastating on Rizzo, as he will now respawn back with a third of his tank.
It's looking more and more like it could be a 1-goal game. Typical. Gets the play going quickly, but a double demo means G2 can press forward. Another bump means Arsenal has to play his way in. Typical, though, immediately in counter-attack. Both teams trying to find the quick transitions, but sometimes they're hitting, most of the times that they're not. JNAPS with the flip reset, and it's gonna be good enough! G2 have the lead!
The knapsack is back. Chicago Rizzo hop in. With plays like this, you can tell there's a lot of space. What a shot!
Well, we've seen these 2 teams trading possession back and forth. It was only a matter of time before one of them nailed the play. And JNABS did exactly that. Well, the last time we got into this position, there was an answer almost immediately. Can Space Station do it yet again? They've got a passing option from Sipical. Diving, though, did make this pass a little bit more difficult, and XP's now going to try and follow. Instead, it is just gifted possession over to G2, and there's a G2 that will waste as much time as they can. Another huge bump, or another block from Rizzo, I should say. A Sipical blasts the ball. He's going to have to try and chase this. Is this wasted possession? Does look like it could be, but here's Arsenal. Immediately sees his shot smothered by JNAPS. G2 on the verge of a 2-0 lead in this series. They just need to see the ball hit the floor, and it's going to do exactly that. No, it will not. Managed to keep it alive, but there's so much work to do for Space Station. They cannot do it. G2 head 2-0 up in the regional finals.
And the only goal that we saw was dazzling, Shogun. The flip reset right into an air dribble for JNAPS. That was disgusting, and that was the difference maker.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, both teams have been trying for the individual plays with, limited success so far. It's been an interesting affair on that front. I do want to take a look right now towards AXB, because we saw earlier on there was a couple of attempts on the transition, especially with the air dribble transitions, that he doesn't look overly comfortable with. And in a game like this, where transitions have become so important, you need things like that to be going well. You need him to be forcing out at least one challenge and not just dropping the ball in the midfield for G2 to pick back up.
Yeah, it's going to have to be sustained pressure. You're going to have to do a lot to beat this G2 team that you can tell is feeling it. They have the hot hand right now. The demos, especially from G2, have really helped them. It got them to win in game number 1. This game, they've been using it again to force Space Station back. Space Station is scrambling for answers right now.
So, game 3 on the way, and this is pretty much as must-win as they come for Space Station. We very rarely see the reverse sweep, especially in a game, well, a 7-game series. So for this one, they've got to start trying to see what can stick at this point. You've had a bit of time to sort of try out, see where you expect the mistakes to be coming from G2. Now you got to try and use that knowledge and make something of it. Here is game number 3. Space Station Gaming, it's going to be looking to see a quicker start, and, well, they've certainly had a helping hand on that one.
Oh, no. That was disastrous. JNAVs, he hit the flip reset into the air dribble, and he also hit the own goal.
Well, that's not how you want to do it if you're G2, but the Space Station, a goal's a goal. Right now, they're, sitting pretty in this game, 1-0 up. But they needed to start fast, and they certainly have managed that, even if they did get a little bit of help on the way.
JNAVs is never going to live that one down, Shogun. That clip's going to live on for quite some time.
There's a turbo pulsar out there somewhere that's hoping that the crown of own goaler has been handed to somebody else. It won't be, but he can hope. Lovely challenge again. Space Station doing a much better job so far this game, holding to the midfield. It's going to be Sipical. Once again, those Long clears. That's a good little trap against the ceiling, though. And G2 keep the pressure going. AXB does miss. And that would have been a calamitous goal to let in. Thankfully, he got a teammate there to help him out. This has been interesting so far in game number 3.
It really has been. And AXB has missed a few of these opportunities. We see Chicago trying to go for the dunk over AXB, but perhaps the nerves getting to him now as Sypical is denied by JNaps. Seen a few critical misses from AXB in some tough moments.
PlayStation, though, still doing a better challenge job so far this game. Sypical for the backboard. Arsenal would love to try and correct themselves. Does still manage to get a block. We have got AXB all the way towards the back. He seems to be almost dedicated third man so far in this series. Rizzo tries to set something up, but only as far as Sypical. 2 minutes gone now in game number 3. And a game 3 that Space Station more or less have to win. And that's another mistake. Space Station were going to get punished for this eventually. And guess what? They have been.
And Sypical, he was up there on the backboard, didn't get the read, and just had to watch Rizzo. Rizzo, an easy goal for him.
Well, they got handed a gift, and they've given one right back. So, you know, sharing is caring. And both teams have been sharing the goals so far this game.
Yeah, I don't know if JNaps was quite the nice gift. I feel like G2 had to work a little bit, and JNaps doesn't stop working, making amends for that own goal with this one.
Great setup from him. AXB takes too long to get to the challenge. And Gems will turn that straight in for a 2-1 lead. This has been, well, it's been so far. 2-1 to G2 Esports.
You could tell that AXB thought he had some time. He thought JNaps was out of the play. He thought JNaps had no boost, and he was right. JNaps did have no boost, but it was a perfect flip, and he was able to pick up a boost pad, and that was enough for JNaps to deal some damage. Now a double tap missed, and JNaps will clean it up. And G2 bounced right back after that calamitous start.
Everybody currently back right now for Space Station, but none of them can do a thing. Rizzo's got his second, and Space Station Gaming look like they don't know how to deal with this.
And a gorgeous play from Rizzo. If you watch from his perspective, he air rolled at the last second to make it where he could barely get his nose on the ball, and it poked it by the defender who was not expecting Rizzo to get that touch. Incredible control from Rizzo on that play.
Sypical to the corner. He's got a setup for AXB. AXB's going to need to try and bring in Arsenal, however. Arsenal is now starting to rotate in. It'll be him against the World, and the World is going to win this time around. Rizzo with a challenge. Chicago. Rizzo on the wall. No, Rizzo's going to be on his way back this time. G2 got 2 goals to the lead. Don't need to force the pressure right now. It's all up to Space Station Gaming to head towards them. Sypical wants to try and get the set. XB needs to find something here for him and the rest of his team. 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Going to drop down dangerously for G2. It's a decent little setup, but G2 will be able to transition out their own side of the field. Maybe set up a shot on goal. As Arsenal's forced to just parry that one to the far side. XB. Oh, huge stop from JNaps. Space Station Gaming struggling to get anything to go for themselves. But Arsenal does win the speed race. Gotta keep this pressure on them. They cannot afford.
That was a big save as well because it was a double commit. And have that save gone poorly and the ball bounced out to a vulnerable spot. And again, JNaps getting in the way. It's like he has a sixth sense of where that ball's going to end up.
So, has this been a good game or a bad game for JNaps? I'm really struggling to tell.
I think it's been a little bit of both.
Yeah, he's been both teams' best player so far. Typical over to the wall again. 30 seconds on the clock for Space Station Gaming. Stare down 4 match points, 4 championship points for G2 Esports. It's going to be played over to Chicago. Does get a good enough touch on the challenge. More boost stolen. More hope drained down for Space Station. Has their season come too far for them? Have they peaked too early? They're going to have to do so much work to get through this series. They've now got to stare down 4 championship points for G2 Esports, who look simply unstoppable right now.
They certainly do, and you know, I dispute a little bit of your claim, Shogun. JNAP's the best player on both teams. No, maybe the best on Space Station, but on G2, I think Rizzo played quite well this game, getting 2 out of the 3 goals. JNAP's did make some big saves, however, but G2, they're looking unstoppable right now. JNAP's and Rizzo doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Chicago really hasn't even had to do that much work, and Space Station looked flat.
I mean, this is experience at the end of the day. It's the one word that can be described what we're seeing on our screens. Heck, for those of you earlier on that were watching the European Invitational that saw Singularity against Sandrock, you might be seeing this very much the same way, where the team that had more experience was able to step up more when the pressure was on. There's not going to be any more pressure than right now for both these teams this season. And right now it seems like G2 are the team that's stepping up. And unfortunately, Space Station Gaming don't look like they've shown up so far.
They really don't. And you could tell on defense with some of these plays. We even saw Sipical miss that read on the backboard, a few missed touches from AXB, missed hits from AXB. This is not the Space Station that we've seen previously. This is not the Space Station that finished at the top of the ladder, or the Space Station that beat G2 in league play 3-1. Space Station, you can tell that pressure is getting to them, Shogun. But G2, they are thriving on it. The only mistake really that we've seen was that own goal from JNAPS right away, but he quickly made amends for that.
So, 4 games in a row needed for Space Station Gaming. It's going to go straight on the other side of the field. Wow. Is that in?
Wow.
G2 are not going to score many easier than that.
JNAPS popped that one off his own crossbar as well. He almost scored on them again, and then he scores on a full field shot. This is disastrous for Space Station. G2, what a story it would be. Last season, they finished dead last in league play. Had to go to the promotion tournament, and now they are less than 5 minutes away from being crowned North American champions.
And there were people in the offseason begging this roster to make moves, begging them to change something up, and instead they stuck with the formula that took them to a World Championship Finals. And this is now the formula that could very well be taking them to a regional championship. Going to go off the backboard for JNAPS. No, Arsenal was already there in time. For Space Station, that opening goal is such a punch to the gut, because we've seen so many times, you know, you have that chat in between games. You just say, okay, we're going to try and create something special here. You go in with at least some renewed hope, and you immediately get punched in the mouth with JNAPS' goal.
And that is got to be a tough thing to recover from. But also I want to point out that they've also not been really getting the greatest demos. We've seen some demos on Rizzo, but it's been at times where it's been beneficial for Rizzo to get demoed. He's out of boost, he's deep in enemy territory. A bump would work much better, but he gets demoed and respawns back on defense with plenty of boost in the tank. This Space Station team, it seems like they're panicking. They're not playing like we've seen them play, and you can tell that the pressure and the stress is really getting to them.
2 players committed, but only one Rizzo required to stop the play. He's going to get himself some boost as well as he locks down Space Station in their own final third. Double commit means XP needs to get here on time. JNAPS trying to chase him down. Popped into the middle. Chicago wins the challenge. Station Gaming just cannot escape this little hole that they've been stuck in. JNAPS, the corner, with Chicago is staying. I want to see if he can catch out the defense. It's straight down the middle. G2 just toying around right now, seeing how flashy they can make the goal. They do need one more to feel pretty comfortable at this one. XP, once again, the last man back. He's going to have to do a lot of work, and realistically, that's just another invite for G2 to push themselves forward. Off the backboard again. They need to make contact. They do exactly that. Chicago has to play into his own corner. And the rest of G2 try and reset themselves. But currently 1-0. 2.5 minutes left in this game. Space Station Gaming got it all to do. They've only just finally found the blue side of the field.
Rizzo did well to get by 2 players there. Timing his demo. Now the demo on the way back. JNAPS has to turn it. Rizzo's there, puts it in. Rizzo is playing lights out Rocket League.
Is that enough to secure the regional championships? Rizzo has been outstanding in this series. JNAPS has more than done his part. And Space Station Gaming have just been onlookers. That is an interesting kickoff if I've ever seen one. But is that going to be enough to get them forward? Arsenal for the double tap. And he's blocked again. Every time we see Space Station get anything go their way, there's a blue wall immediately stopping them.
G2 has been making stop after stop on the few opportunities Space Station is given. And Rizzo, he has been demolishing Space Station off the pitch.
Chicago lays it straight up to Rizzo. He takes his time. He's so dangerous from these corners, even when he's low on boost. Minute and a half. Space Station require 2 goals, and that's just to send us into overtime. They've then got to win 3 games on top of that. It's an uphill battle if you've ever seen one. JNAPS. As far as Arsenal. Good challenge as well. Rizzo's on the backboard. Typical trying to challenge him out or fake him out. And instead, G2 quickly transitions to the other side of the field. A 3rd goal would kill it. JNAPS tries to find it. 2 players committed. As Rizzo straight back down. And that is just cheeky. Pass straight back to Chicago. More time wasted. And more importantly, possession retained for G2.
Yeah, and you can tell that Rizzo was looking for that pass to JNAP. Chicago's going to put this one off the crossbar. Rebound chance. AXB gets bumped by his own teammate. Arsenal hits him out of the way. And that has to be absolutely devastating.
For Space Station Gaming, they did not want it to be like this. G2 have been rampant in this series. But if we're being fair overall, Space Station have been Space Station in name alone so far. This is not what we have come to expect from them.
And the confidence from G2, it has propelled them to greatness in this series. They are styling on Space Station. All of them playing exceptionally well when it matters most. The season coming to an end, and G2 and Rizzo clearing the path.
As we do wind our last few seconds down, it's the ultimate redemption story for G2 Esports. They were in the promotion tournament. They've now won the playoffs. Your regional champions, G2 Esports.
And Rizzo has an MVP caliber game. And you know, Rizzo, maybe he didn't get the league play MVP, Shogun, but in this regional championship, I thought he played inspired Rocket League. He was all over the place, whether it was dribbling out on the defensive end, making defensive stops, setting up his teammates, scoring the goals, paving the way with demos. Rizzo played incredible. And G2 as a whole, it was just a great thing to witness. Like you said, G2 from last to number 1. You don't see it really ever in Rocket League. We saw it for the first time.
And they can now chalk up last season as merely a few weeks of bad form. You don't get much better than this. They are going to take it all home. And then when we head into the spring series next month, they will be the team to beat. They'll be what everyone's looking towards, as they have taken their first regional championship back since season 5 and have put behind the demons of their previous regional championship failure and losing to Dreno Vitality a few seasons ago. They are now back on top, and they'll be oh so pleased for it. You do mention Rizzo and how he had just a phenomenal performance towards the last 2 games, but really, JNAPS' Game 2 performance, I think, just started to seal it.
Yeah, that play from JNAPS was such an impact play. You're right, Shogun. All of them were playing quite well. JNAPS, that play where he gets the flip reset into the air dribble in overtime, that is something that can really just propel a team to victory, not only in the game, but in the series. And when G2 is making plays like that, it does so much for the confidence. It does so much for the morale. And G2, while they were gaining confidence, you could tell that Space Station was crumbling. A few plays that were just shocking, like the Arsenal bump at the end on AXB. We saw some missed hits on the backboard. Nobody was perfect on Space Station today. Everybody had their fair share of mistakes. And they didn't get the title, but still second place is quite good. They're going to be happy, I think, with at least the overall results. The series was something that they're going to look back on with regret. But overall, coming in second place in North America in this regional championship is still something to be proud of.
Well, G2 dominate in our regional finals. And to break down today's action, it's going to be Leaf and Gibbs.
You said it there. I think
Oh.
Shogun is,
Oh.
you know, what?
Wow.
What are you saying?
You know what, Shogun? No, I get it. I
Okay.
get it. You know what? Used to have respect for that guy, but man, Brits.
Whoa.
Come on, man.
Wow.
You can have one.
Just kidding.
You know
just
what? You know,
kidding.
you're,
Brits are
you're,
great.
you're
I love
hosting now.
Shogun.
You want the mantle. You're hosting now. It's your,
No,
it's
no,
your
no,
job.
I'm
We're
good.
switching
I said
places.
my
Switch the
piece.
cameras around. Switch them around. But yeah, let's talk about the series here. I mean, like Space Station Gaming, the pros had it right from the beginning. They had them in that second place, or maybe did they have them in the first place spot there as best team? But it's like, I don't think that was number 2. Okay, so I don't think that was the result they were looking for though. Maybe wanted to be a little bit closer. It looked like Jorby Space Station kind of fell apart. That wasn't the Space Station we expect. We saw a lot of mistakes, as they mentioned there. The casters did from almost every single player on the team. But for me, AXP looked like there were definitely some nerves knowing they had to go up against G2.
I mean, the very first game, AXP had that mistouch in overtime that it ended up being a goal for Chicago. But honestly, I just have to give credit to G2. Space Station, all 3 players kind of had struggles at one point or another. But this was just an absolutely crushing performance by G2 with how we saw Space Station. What Space Station did to Ghost, G2 did to Space Station. And that was kind of my fear for Space Station going into that game was, are G2 going to punish them for some of the issues that Space Station have when they're under pressure? That's exactly what happened. And Rizzo had an incredible performance. That one goal he had where he pre-flipped off the sidewall and got the touch, landed, and was able to get the goal right in front of the box. Like, it was such a sick play, and I thought that was the perfect that clip pretty much, to me, shows what Rizzo did in this series for his team.
Yeah, no, it was just a phenomenal performance all around. We questioned whether G2 was going to be able to continue that consistency. They had a bit of volatility when it came to their play style, but they pulled through. And of course, that means our player of the day is going to be likely from that team. Of course it is. It was Rizzo. You mentioned that touch. It was beautiful. I think both you and I, we were hanging out in the green room and we're like, that was a phenomenal play. Rizzo stepped up today. This is exactly what we wanted to see. The man brought his team together, and it was hard, especially when you have someone like JNaps on your team as well.
And Turtle, he gets the last laugh. Finally, Rizzo gets the playoff MVP here. What a performance from him, because like all season long, a lot of it was JNaps in Chicago, that dynamic duo. And Rizzo would try and set some things up, or he would go for demos. But today, just everything was clicking. G2 was so deadly because of Rizzo leading the charge at times, which is something he normally does not do. And then on the defensive side, no big mistakes at all, playing incredibly good Rocket League. With the third man rotation when Rizzo was back there, that's the most important role on G2, because if that messes up, you get those wide open nets. We didn't see barely any wide open nets at all today from G2. Hats off to them for an incredible regional championship. What a redemption story, not only from last season, but this season. They start out 5-0. Then they lose to these teams that they just beat, Space Station and NRG and Ghost, which they didn't get a chance to play Ghost, but they get the redemption on 2 of those teams, and what a run from them.
It was a phenomenal run from them, and they ended it basically how the entire day went with a 4-0. Let's take a look back at the bracket and how the North American regionals went down. As I kept saying, 10 teams entered into league play. Only 6 made it to today for North America, and only 1 comes out champion. And G2 pushes themselves through 2 wins. NRG definitely gave them a challenge to get to that point, but all throughout the day, Jorby, we saw this 4-0, 4-0, 4-1, 4-1. It was just across the board. Almost sweeps for most of these series.
It was kind of, I really didn't expect it for some of these games. Like, I thought Space Station versus Ghost was going to be much more back and forth with the way Ghost were performing up to that point. I really thought that Soniqs were going to be much better than they showed today, and they weren't. North America, it was a beatdown, and like there were some close games, but when you look at shot differentials on some of those series, it just wasn't even close.
Yeah, and without a Worlds, of course, everything was on the line for these North American teams today, and that included some extra prize money there. So G2 walking away, Gibbs, with the $70,000 just in addition to the pride of winning the regional title.
And on top of that, from just league play, they get about $30,000 as well. So $100,000 for the entire season for that team to split amongst 3 players. Hats off to them. And of course, they get that automatic bid now into the spring series, into that $125,000 tournament, along with all the other top 4 contestants as well.
So now looking forward for G2, what does this story spell, Jorby, for them? Is this a team that is going to continue to dominate the region, especially, heading into the spring series later on? Or is this a team that still has those question marks of, are they going to be able to keep it up? Because it is such a tough play style, I'd say, to maintain.
It certainly is, but G2 have proven that they can maintain that play style and still be successful, even when it doesn't look the prettiest at times. At the beginning of this season, the pros had G2 ranked as one of the best teams in the league. Yep. And while it might not have started out that way for G2, it certainly ended that way. And this team, every single season, they are an offensive powerhouse. They might not make the regionals run, they haven't won regionals since season 5, but they still made grand finals in season 7. That was just 2 seasons ago. G2, they have their ups and downs, and it's certainly, your life is shortened if you're a G2 fan. There is a lot of stress involved, being a fan of that team, but G2 are still, at the end of the day, always at the top, always one of the best teams in the league. They recovered what was an anomaly last season, heading to the promotion tournament. It was almost like a wake-up call for this team, and they woke up, they rose to the occasion this season, and they ended up on top. You can't really write it better for G2.
Yeah, so I mean, we're done with North America for season 9, guys. That was it. G2 comes out on top, so I'm going to get some final thoughts from you, Gibbs. I feel like you still ended up cursing them. They can't win a Worlds at this point, but you definitely got a lot right there with them.
The most important storyline, the G2 curse, is gone from me. I went a perfect 11-0 on the season. Thank you, G2, for finally being on my side of things. So hopefully the fans can get off my back finally, and I can predict G2 in the future.
And then for you, Jorby, I am keeping the host role. You can't have that, at least for now. But any final thoughts on the season for North America?
It was really fun to watch Spacestation build on what they had last season and carry it into season 9. I was really impressed by this team, their consistency. And while they got runner-up, I think that this team will be here for a while. They're going to be one of these top teams in North America. Ghost are a team to look at. The bottom half of this league, I'm really curious what happens during the offseason. There are a lot of standout players, individual players in rival series. We have some new teams coming up, and I'm excited to see who gets plucked from some of these teams, because every single season there's at least 1 or 2 that come up and start making a splash play. This past season, First Killer kind of leapfrogged that for Rogue. Didn't work out for them exactly that way, but I'm curious what changes are coming for North America.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see for the future, because we are done with them. And I'm done with you guys. Get out of here. Get ready for Europe tomorrow. And I'm going to talk about that. We still have the European regionals tomorrow. So why don't we take a look at the bracket? Just a reminder of how this works. This is a page playoff system. 6 teams made it. It's the same as North America from those 10 teams out of league play. Team Reciprocity and Mouse Sports, both those teams have an extra life. They'll drop down into that blank space between Renault Vitality, Veloce, and FC Barcelona, and Dignitas sitting there up in that upper bracket. But then once you get past that point, you'll lose and you're out. But we will be crowning a regional champion tomorrow, so you don't want to miss it. Make sure you tune in. I'm Leaf X signing off. We'll see you later.
I think I need therapy. My fear gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles. tools.